Have you ever been betrayed by someone close to you? Have you ever felt the chilling blade of a knife sharply piercing somewhere between your shoulder blades? Have you felt the poison of betrayal poisoning your blood, corroding your veins and arteries from the inside? Has an abyss opened up in your chest, devouring all your feelings and emotions? If you are not familiar with these feelings, then you have the right to call yourself the happiest person in the world. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and in a few moments I will die from massive blood loss, although in reality, I feel like I am dying from that very friendly knife in my back. My body is pierced through by the hand of a former comrade, whose face is lit up with a mad smile. Scarlet drops seep through my clothes, flow down my body, leaving crimson trails, and quietly crash into the water. We are in the very center of the lake of the Valley of the End. Once upon a time, the great warriors Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought here. True, that time the representative of the Uchiha clan was defeated. Now the situation is treacherously opposite. The body gradually goes numb, the limbs freeze despite the warm weather, the mind is covered with a heavy fog. Blood quickly fills the mouth, interfering with breathing, and seeps through slightly open pale lips. The lungs feverishly try to saturate the still warm body with life-giving oxygen. The heart, weakening with each beat, beats out a still fast, but already unclear rhythm. The awareness of the inevitable breaks through the viscous flow of broken thoughts. Few people have ever seen the death in the face. Maybe they have, but they will never talk about it. My death was always there. So close and, it would seem, always so unattainable. And now her bloodshot eyes, sparkling with the pride of a winner, contemptuously peer into my face, as if trying to find something known only to her. A gentle breeze plays with the raven-colored curls, and the lips are touched by such a familiar contemptuous mockery. Uchiha Sasuke once again, with the elegance inherent only to his clan, defeated his opponent, grinding him into dust. God, how it hurts. With the pleasure of a seasoned sadist, he slowly pulls his hand out of my body. A sharp pain and burning sensation make me come to my senses before the world begins to plunge into darkness again. Uchiha holds my half-dead body and clearly enjoys the last beats of someone else's life in his hands. The damn Sharingan went out, showing me the bottomless blackness of his eyes. My head, as if it had become 1,000 times heavier, sank limply onto my chest. Below us, there is a thick layer of water, colored with my blood. Uchiha has enough chakra to keep us both afloat. I suddenly imagined how, having played with my body, Sasuke throws the corpse into the lake and disappears forever. This body of water will remain the last earthly refuge, having carefully laid my bloodless body on the bottom. The inhabitants of Konoha will not be upset about the death of a stupid idiot, and perhaps will not even notice my disappearance. People have always hated me. In general, anything can be the reason for a person's hatred, from the gait and manner of speech to their ideals and outlook on life. In my case, this reason was that ancient thing that is sealed inside me. The brand of an outcast on my stomach, a spiral and 8 branches coming from it to this day does not allow me to forget the secret fear in the eyes of everyone who has ever spoken to me. Uchiha runs his thin fingers through my blonde hair and pulls it up, forcing me to look him in the eyes. What does he want? I am no longer capable of continuing the battle. Coal eyes with the same cold contempt pierce my soul. How much hatred is in this soul, the color of which is no lighter than the color of his eyes. Sasuke squeezes the blonde locks in his bloody hand until it hurts, twisting his thin lips. You were bound to die sooner or later, Uchiha spits. There's no room in the world for such worthless idiots, Uzumaki. I want to answer him madly. To say that a spoiled boy, pretending to be a lone avenger, is actually worthless, or to hit him with a backhand, breaking someone else's lips, screaming in his face that no one needs the last proud offspring of the clan. I want to laugh sarcastically, burning out all his weak points, scattering his plans and dreams like ashes. I want to feel phantom tingling in my fingertips, but my strength has finally left my body. All I can do is glare at him furiously, mentally dragging him down to the bottom of the lake. Blood gushed from my mouth with renewed vigor, cutting off my oxygen supply. Sasuke's face darkened, but I could no longer see his impenetrable eyes or his alabaster skin. A nasty squeak could be heard in my head, growing louder with each passing second. Nausea began to roll in hot waves from the cloying taste of metal on my tongue. Uchiha unclenches his hands. A loud splash, splashes and persistent touches of icy water all over the body are the last things that are etched into my memory. Eyes can't open, air doesn't enter the lungs, arms and legs stubbornly pulled to the bottom. The water takes away the pain, gently lowering deeper and deeper, calming with cold and silence. And in this pleasant silence I only distantly hear people talking, someone's laughter, someone's screams. The viscous darkness is gradually filled with colorful scraps of memories. Chapter 2. I will never forget the hatred that the villagers showered on me from my earliest childhood. The sound of my name is nothing more than an unusual synonym for the words demon, leper, worthless. People have always despised, hated, and shunned me only because someone third after my birth decided to use my newborn body as a vessel for the nine-tailed monster. From the very beginning of my earthly journey, I have been forced to carry within me an endless supply of rage, concentrated in an ephemeral clot of energy. I tried all sorts of tricks to attract people's attention. I dreamed of proving to everyone that this child, whose tousled hair was constantly gleaming in the sun, and whose knees never had time to heal from constant falls, was also a human being. It took a long time to wash off the paint from my face and fingers after I generously smeared the stone figures of the hokage. If I'm not mistaken, that prank cost me a stern reprimand for damaging the village's property. In the small, cunning eyes of the old man third, always hidden under the shadow of the village leader's red hat, fully concealed contempt was visible. From time to time, lazily scratching his grey beard, Hiruzen carried on small talk with me, smoothly flowing into the usual moralizing and reasoning about the morality and duty of a shinobi. The vicious circle of lies and mutual aggression swallowed up the innocence and purity of the soul, separating me from the other children. The sky blue color of my eyes increasingly burned with ice when I accidentally noticed my reflection in the glass of shop windows. The thought of constant loneliness became so ingrained in the daily flow of events that I got used to it, no longer being horrified by such a situation. Yumi no Iruka was the first barrier that kept me from falling into the abyss. One of the few who believed in me, and the only one who extended a hand. Sensei was ready to give his life for my skin when the scoundrel Mizuki tried to deceive me. Iruka put himself under attack in the literal sense of the word. No one had ever done anything like that for an outcast before. After that mess, Iruka gave me his forehead protector. In the metal plate, I saw the reflection of a child's face, wet with tears. Such a modest, but immeasurably generous gesture gave me hope that one day I would achieve public recognition. The Shinobi Academy opened its doors to everyone, including me. At first, the training process was quite monotonous. Students were taught reading, writing, mathematics, geography and other sciences. We learned to handle weapons on the training grounds of the academy. We also had classes in taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. In general, all training was reduced to the formation of strategic skills and calculation of the shinobi, without which it is impossible to win in battle. I did not become an outstanding student. I could not even come close to the title of Pride of the Academy, unlike Uchiha Sasuke, who, by the irony of fate, or the command of the leadership, became my teammate. A talented student who survived the massacre of his own clan, he seemed cold, despised those around him and did not let a single soul near him. His marble, pretty face was always covered with a touch of light contempt for the world. Sasuke proudly considered himself a loner. But what could he know about loneliness? Always surrounded by crowds of beautiful fangirls and patronage of teachers, Uchiha continued to act like an untouchable. And I envied him. Envied his talent, a bunch of fans, the indulgence of the leadership, even the envy of the other students of the academy. And imagine the surprise when the brunette announced that killing his brother was the only goal, almost the meaning of his whole life. Being a street kid since birth, I considered this goal to be impossible and unforgivable stupidity. This was partly the reason for the frequent fights and brawls between us. I wanted to bring the arrogant guy down to earth and prove to myself first of all that I could really do it. But Uchiha was never simple, and every time it all ended with broken faces, deep cuts, light concussions or lacerations. As a constant instigator of fights with the best student, I was a big problem for the entire academy, and my authority, already lying at the bottom of the sea, tended to zero. You might think that I know nothing about life except hardship and envy. That's not entirely true. Love was once present in my life. Her name, Haruno Sakura, still echoes like an unpleasant sting somewhere in my chest. A kunoiki from my team with piercing eyes the color of young grass. She was not incredibly beautiful, docile or kind, but there was something about her that touched a boy's heart. Sometimes, looking at her soft pink curls, invariably smelling of cherry blossoms, or her clean clothes without a single crease, I suffocated from the tenderness growing somewhere deep inside. Sometimes I thought that my monster was buried alive under a layer of sakura petals, personifying my first feelings. For some time I continued awkward attempts at courtship, slipping through the desire to protect, support, make laugh, be close, but each time they came down to curses and beatings from Haruno. She was in love with Sasuke, was one of his herd of admirers. Roughly pushing in the chest, trampling modest bouquets of flowers, furtively torn out at night from neighboring flowerbeds, first love hurt like no other. Looking at the back of the girl leaving with her chin proudly raised, my cheeks burned with fire, and I knew that it was far from a stinging slap. Tired of the daily routine, I went to the Hokage. Team missions for weaklings, as it seemed to me, were boring beyond belief. I wanted more difficult tasks. Oddly enough, not only did they not throw me out of the residence, but they even went to meet me. The next task of increased complexity for Team Number 7 was to protect the carpenter Tazuna. Everything was simple and smooth until the moment when the tall figure of the mist swordsman emerged from the fog. Then, standing in front of the mountain of muscles Momoki Zabuza, I thought only about the fact that the weight of responsibility for the entire team lay on my shoulders. Even if Haruno trampled me into the dirt time and time again, even if Uchiha was bursting with independence and pride, even if Hatake was disappointed with the third part of our team, even if it was all so, but I did not wish for them to die under the blade of Momoki's broadsword. The trap of Haku, Zabuza's partner, became a real test for our team. The boy easily dragged Sasuke into a mirror prison, who was no longer helped by either the vaunted Sharingan or the clan's fire techniques. Seeing the helplessness and confusion on his usually proud and calm face, I, like the last idiot, rushed to save him. Of course, the idea of at least somehow helping Sasuke turned out to be a failure. And at the moment when it seemed that life depended on how fast Haku's needles would fly to me, Uchiha took the blow on himself. Sasuke Uchiha, a local star, the future of the village and an example for children to follow, sacrificed himself, saving me. Not for Sakura, not for Sensei, not even for the poor carpenter. The brunette allowed sharp ice needles to pierce his sinewy body. Of course, I could not afford to remain in debt. The sight of a half-dead comrade made the ancient power sealed inside me tremble for the first time in my life. The world was filled with red lights, surrounding us both. My muscles felt like lead, and my mouth felt cramped from growing fangs. A shiver ran down my spine at the sight of curling fingers and lengthening nails. But the most intoxicating feeling in this chaos seemed to be the feeling of limitless possibilities. It was as if I was at risk of exploding if I did not start moving. My inner monster shared a piece of power that kept entire villages in fear. I remember being ready to tear each enemy with my bare hands, biting into their throats. A mad thirst for blood filled my mind. I wanted to scratch my skin until I was dizzy, tearing the muscle fibers hidden under it, reveling in the hot scarlet viscosity. I had never experienced anything like this before. The details have faded from my memory, but I certainly did not cause the death of the swordsman and his comrade. They died at the hands of others, cleanly and quietly. Sasuke quickly recovered after the mission, and I naively believed that something more than constant quarrels would begin to emerge between us. The Chunin exam consisted of 3 stages. I still don't understand the meaning of the first one. They staged a fake test, and when I said everything I thought in my heart, they congratulated us on passing. The second stage was to get 2 scrolls and stay alive. In the forest, someone named Orochimaru managed to catch Sasuke in a genjutsu, and that's when I first saw real horror in the guy's eternally cold eyes. The Nukanen gave him a cursed seal of power, cleverly and securely tying the guy to himself. The old scoundrel knew that the spoiled boy was greedy for free power. So many people had made it to the 3rd round that it was decided to hold an additional slaughter to weed out the weak. I was matched against Kiba and his faithful dog Akamaru. I won the battle, even though the guy who reeked of dog hair a mile away knew his stuff. I needed new knowledge for the next, final fight. The set of techniques I had in my arsenal was too meager for a fight against, almost, ready Chunin. I begged Kakashi to spend time with me and teach me something useful. But what sensei would want to waste time and energy on a talentless student? So Hatake did not waste his time on a blockhead, preferring to train with the best part of the team. I trained with Ebisu until I caught the eye of Jiraiya. One of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, the hermit molded me into a much more capable shinobi in a short time. Victory in the next stage was only a matter of time. A few days later, Neji Hyuga, the genius of his clan, was defeated by the useless Uzumaki Naruto. This event slightly stirred up the public and made me believe in my strength, but the true victory was the praise of Jiraiya, whose authority in my eyes increased to the skies. But Uchiha didn't get the coveted victory so easily. First, he had to chase the fleeing Gaara through the forest for a long time, then the Sand Killer, who had transformed into the one-tailed demon, gave him a serious beating. The guy turned out to be a Jinchuriki, and I was suddenly drawn to him. I finally met someone who was the same as me. At that moment, I was overcome by a thirst to get to know this person, to find out if he was as lonely and persecuted, if he had goals and hopes, if he would become a person capable of lightening our common burden. And I managed to get through to him. Temari and Kankuro took the defeated brother back to the village, and I was left lying on the cold ground with a smile, asking myself under what conditions we would see each other next time. And next time will definitely happen. While we were having fun in the forest, the village was attacked by troops from the Hidden Sound and Hidden Sand villages. The enemies retreated after we returned, but Orochimaru, the same one who scared Sasuke to death, killed the third Hokage. It rained relentlessly all day as the village gathered for Hiruzan's funeral, mourning their leader. Team 7's next mission was to find the new Hokage. Before leaving, Jiraiya taught me a technique with the apt name rasengan. To this day, I consider it the best thing I learned in Konoha. During that same period, people in black cloaks with red clouds came for me. That's how I learned about Akatsuki. There were only 2 of them, but my gut told me that they had enough strength to destroy a good half of the village. The blue thug with a huge sword quickly put everything in its place, declaring that they had come for me. The second one kept quiet, looking at me impartially with painfully familiar coal eyes. When the younger Uchiha appeared at the end of the corridor with a Sharingan and Chidori at the ready, I immediately realized that the second criminal was that very mythical brother who needed to be killed. If Sasuke was considered a talent, a nugget and all that, then his brother seemed like a god to me. Not a single muscle on his face twitched when he deflected the sparkling lightning from himself, deftly pressing his brother into the wall. Stupefyingly similar, but so different. For some reason this thought stuck in my head for a long time. This brawl would have certainly ended with Sasuke's ass fried, mad with anger, if not for Jiraiya, who had appeared in time. Soon we set out to find our future Hokage. How surprised I was when this feisty woman called us fools and refused to accept the post of village leader. Out of anger, I challenged her to a duel and, of course, got the better of her. With great difficulty, but still I gained her respect and, having given me her grandfather's necklace, soon it became the 5th Hokage. The burning in my eyes turned into a sharp pain that surrounded my entire skull like a belt. It felt like the optic nerve inside my eye was turning inside out. There was no pain like that. Being about to drown, resigned to my fate, I suddenly wanted to prolong the minutes of life. There is no air, which is why my lungs begin to helplessly contract. I try to scream, move my limbs, do at least something, but nothing works. Fear suddenly squeezed my throat with the grip of a dead man. I want to live. This thought lit up like a bright star in the night sky. I will find millions of reasons to be happy, I will have goals and dreams, my life will be filled with meaning, if only I don't die now. For a moment it seemed as if the water pressure was decreasing, and after a while I was already anticipating the quick air that so desiredly filled my lungs. As if some force was slowly pushing my body upward, laying me down on the water surface under the warm rays of the sun. Coughing and wheezing, I greedily grabbed the saving oxygen with my mouth. Never before had I thought that such a simple pleasure would make me feel like the happiest person. Having given myself a break, I continued to lie on the cool water and enjoy the sun's warmth, pleasantly scorching my face. Gathering my remaining strength, I sharply opened my eyes. The burning sensation intensified again, causing tears to immediately gather in the corners of my eyes. Despite this, I noticed the smoke hovering over the lake and the incredibly bright nature beyond it. The sky, trees, rocks and the water itself seemed to be sprinkled with gold, so they blinded the eye, forcing me to squint. The great loss of blood makes itself known by the weakness that has arisen in the body. The surroundings become cloudy again, become blurry, the eyes close helplessly, and the noise in the head increases. I madly want to sleep, at least for a few minutes. A second before losing consciousness, I managed to notice a tall red-haired man in black clothes, dotted with red spots. He is rapidly approaching me. Chapter 3. I have been wandering in the pitch darkness for so long that my legs are starting to give way from fatigue. How long have I been here? And, More importantly, where is here? This darkness weighs on my consciousness, frightens me with the unknown, but I continue to move forward unhindered. The usual rustling of my steps does not come from my feet, the screams do not echo deep into space, but the feeling of someone else's presence, someone else's intense gaze darts under my skin, giving me goosebumps. And suddenly I hear a heavy, drawn-out exhalation, filled with disappointment. I've caught the faintest hint of unfulfilled hope in Sensei Kakashi's breathing enough times to mistake it for a simple lack of air. Someone watching me from the void clearly expected more. As if to confirm these thoughts, a huge eye opens before me. A network of small vessels entangled in the white of the eye stretches to the bright red iris, framing the beast's elongated pupil. My gaze deftly slid lower and, passing the bright red fur, stopped at the massive fangs crowding the terrible mouth. It looks like it might bite me in two. The predator doesn't blink, just looks at me expectantly at arm's length. The cold emanating from the fox penetrates to the bones, and I quickly hug myself by the shoulders, trying to preserve the remnants of warmth. A contemptuous mockery flashes in the demon's eyes, and he begins to make a quiet vibrating sound, quickly turning into a full-fledged growl of a hungry beast. It becomes so loud that I have to cover my ears with my hands and sit lower to the ground. Suddenly everything went quiet. The feeling of the weight of my own body began to bring me to my senses, despite the fact that my head was bursting from the sonic attack of the nine-tailed fox that had just washed over me. Barely moving my fingers, I felt the roughness of the fabric I was lying on and the softness of the bedding. With difficulty, I bent my legs at the knees and hesitantly raised my palm to my face. It was as if I had been beaten for several hours in a row, otherwise how could I explain the physical weakness? My disobedient fingers immediately stumble upon the rag hiding my face. What is this? Why is this? Throwing aside the unnecessary object, I open my eyes. Everything is spinning like in a whirlpool, and I begin to fall asleep. But I don't want to see the angry fox at all, and, gathering my remaining strength, I sit down on the bed, still not opening my eyes. The cold bites my bare feet unpleasantly, I barely touch the floor. The noise in my head gradually dies down, clarifying the latest events, the intensity of which makes me swallow nervously. If everything is true, then why did I wake up not at the bottom of the lake, but in a musty room? And how could I wake up after such a scolding? Panic slowly but surely begins to bloom in my chest. So, what do I have? An unknown remaining body in a functioning state, which someone carefully pulled out of the swamp and transferred to the dungeon, judging by the stale air. This is it, atrophied vision and a Bayou that hates me. The situation is not at all encouraging, but at least I'm alive. I raise my palms and feel my face. It's hot, painful to touch. Sasuke must have tried hard, practicing his blows on him once again. He's probably all cut and bruised. The skin is cracked in some places, his lips are dry and rough. Remembering the decisive wound, I immediately lower my palms to my body and feel the bandage, obviously covering the wound. How did I survive? It was clearly not the fox who was treating me all this time. Besides, I am wearing someone else's clothes, although they're a few sizes too big, but they're soft and warm. A second wave of panic forces me to try to open my eyes again. My heart, driven by adrenaline, pumps blood through my body, and it gets hot. Come on, Naruto, you have to get out of here. Slightly opening my eyelids, I listen to my sensations. My head is not spinning, the hum in it is not getting louder, a good sign. Now I can assess the size of the catastrophe with my own eyes, so to speak. My senses were right, I was clearly in a cave without a hint of windows or fresh air. But the strange thing is that this grotto looks quite cozy and lived in. Clean linen on the bed, a wooden nightstand nearby, a clothes hanger visible in one of the four corners, and a washbasin and a small mirror above it in the opposite corner of the room. Opposite the bed there is a rather massive wooden door, next to which the flame of a torch danced cheerfully, the only source of light. It must be much more effective than that tiny candle in my closet, if its light so brightly illuminates even the darkest corners of the space. Spitting on weakness, I rise to my feet and carefully step on the cold stone towards the mirror. Locked in a stone coffin, miraculously escaping death, but still worried about appearance. As practice has shown, self-irony is the best way to survive daily hardships. Having somehow hobbled to the splinter in the wall, there is no other way to call this tiny mirror, I almost fall over from the suddenness. In the meager reflection, a swollen blonde face covered in scratches and bruises with huge lilac eyes looks at me. Another wave of sticky fear washes over me to the very top of my head when, pulling the skin around my eyes with trembling fingers, I begin to peer into these circles. As a child, I loved to go outside after the rain and run through puddles. Once again, having scared all the passers-by with my grimy face, I sat down at the edge of the road and, out of boredom, began to throw pebbles into a huge puddle. So, the circles on the dirty water, emanating from the very center, exactly repeat the pattern adorning the eyeball. I step back from the mirror and, breathing loudly, look down at my palms. My breathing is even more ragged than before, but I continue to study the vague flickering, which immediately turns into a clear image: vessels, blood flow, muscles and ligaments, bones and chakra flows entangling the nerve endings of my fingers. It's as if a picture, schematically drawn on the board by the teacher during one of his lessons, has come to life. Something hot and nasty ran down my cheeks and dripped from my chin, preventing me from completely losing my composure at the sight of the contents of my own palms. A persistent smell of iron hit my nose, and the burning intensified, forcing me to quickly walk over and fall onto the bed. I groped the entire surface of the bed with my palms, lifted the bandage and covered my face, awkwardly rubbing the blood across my cheeks. The despair that has awakened so inopportunely, with a nasty whisper from the depths of the soul, incites that the point of no return has been reached. Obviously, I can't show up in the village like this. I'm not particularly favored as it is. I crossed my arms over my chest and frowned. What was going on? Not only did Uchiha beat me half to death by throwing me into the lake, but he also caused this to awaken. Sure, I'm not stupid and I know about all these legendary dojutsu, abnormal eyes with a bunch of cool skills, but what does this have to do with me? The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan have been profiting from this for centuries, but no one needs Uzumaki Naruto as the owner of a room demon. Trying to distract myself from heavy thoughts and growing irritation, I untie the bandage on my torso and feel the elongated scar. It doesn't hurt at all, although it takes a long time to recover from such a wound. Either I've been lying down for several weeks, or someone really cares about my condition. Memory helpfully throws up the red-haired figure I saw on the lake. It's quite merciful to help the infirm, but to what end? Doesn't he know who I am? Quiet footsteps behind the door echoed in my head and, frozen in place, I heard the creak of the door opening. The rustle of clothes ran through the room, then the clanking of an old hanger was heard. Someone slowly moved in the other direction, and the silence was broken by the murmur of water. With a chuckle, the unknown person left the room, not bothering to close the door behind him. Holding back my heart, which is trying to get out, I exhale raggedly and lift the blood-soaked rag from my face. Ignoring the tingling in the back of my head from the excessive strain of my newfound eyes, I glance at where someone was hanging out. My eye immediately catches on the damn cloak in a red cloud, and my heart, with tripled force, resumes its attempts to leave my chest. Quick footsteps sounded down the corridor again, but now two strangers were hurrying towards me. I put the bandage back in place, stretched out my arms and froze in anticipation. The people entered, and warm hands immediately touched my face, removing the dirty rag. The second pair of palms, larger and colder by the feel, began to carefully wipe the dried blood from my fingers. A barely perceptible smell of nutmeg touched my nose, and I happily inhaled more than I was supposed to. Curiosity clouds my mind more than fear. Come what may, I raise my eyelids and see a red-haired guy kneeling, seriously busy with my hands. The enormous amount of piercings he is literally covered in immediately catches my eye. Even his hands are pierced. Does he really like it that much? His dark clothes create a sharp contrast with his deathly pale skin. And this is not at all surprising, not discounting his dwelling in a cave. In another part of the room I notice a slender girl with short blue hair standing sideways to me. With an impartial expression on her face, she washes bandages, deftly wringing out the water. She is wearing loose clothes, creating an even greater sense of the fragility of her female figure. But for some reason I think that the redhead's battle girlfriend is clearly no slouch. Who among mere mortals could survive side by side with a criminal from Akatsuki? My attention smoothly flows back to the guy. The lawless man who is so carefully fussing over me does not at all evoke the disgust that was prophesied to us at the academy. Something elusive in the stranger's appearance, maybe his perfect nose and tightly compressed thin lips or tousled hair the color of bright flame against the background of snowy skin, despite all the words of the teachers, rivets the gaze. Feeling the scrutiny, the young man raised his head, looked at me and called out to the girl. The stranger immediately appeared behind him, but I didn't even look at her, because I saw the circles on the water again, because his eyes were the same as mine. Chapter 4. The redhead looks so intently, so attentively, scattering crowds of goosebumps all over the body. His gaze makes you feel uneasy, as if something alien is scratching your skull from the inside. The sensations merge with the guttural growl of the nine-tailed, clearly dissatisfied with the current situation. The amethyst depth deprives me of my mind. I continue to look at the neat pattern on the surface of the eyes for an indecently long time and openly, finding neither the desire nor the strength to turn away. It's as if we met in a silent duel. Who will give in first? Finally, you came to your senses, the stranger began, still burning holes in me. The Rinnegan awakened in time, healing your wound. Otherwise, the end could have been more tragic. His eyes darted over my face, examining each injury with caution. The girl standing behind him hid her hands behind her back, silently participating in our conversation. Up close, she seemed even taller, studying me from above with her amber eyes. A cute labret piercing adorned her lower lip, emphasizing a certain rebellious originality. A small paper flower was lost in her blue shock of hair. Despite her feminine appearance, her perfectly straight back and sharp shoulders constantly reflected the steadfastness and coldness of the stone. So, the Rinnegan, the greatest dojutsu from the legend of the great sage, passed down from mouth to mouth by ninja of different generations. For the first time in my life, I regret not becoming the best student at the academy. I should have skipped classes less, maybe I would have remembered something. Aren't you happy about the changes? The guy asks, perplexed, expecting a more grandiose reaction. Am I happy? Am I happy to have unlimited powers in addition to the obscenely large reserves of Bayu chakra? After all these years, I get to kick the ass of everyone who dared to trample me into the dirt. Am I happy? Of course. But here comes a new problem. They're afraid of me in the village, I mumble incoherently in response, looking at the lines on my palms, and now they won't want to deal with something like this at all. Moreover, who will teach me how to use these things? I can help you. Not a hint of mockery or deception appeared on the guy's grayish face. He looks reservedly and waits for an answer. I stole a glance at the cloak, left alone in the corner, and remembered the strange couple of bandits who came to Konoha for my soul. He obviously knows me and knows that the situation deprives him of any opportunity for choice. What do you want in return? The anxiety rose with renewed vigor, and I looked at him and the girl, who was still in control of the situation, with distrust. Did it seem to me, or did the shadow of a slight smile touch her thin lips? No, it was all unnecessary excitement. You will stay here, the young man said dryly. Apparently, you understand perfectly well who you are with, but your biography is not a secret to us, Naruto. Now it is not safe to let such a rare specimen go. So you'll help me if I join your gang? There's no need for that. You'll be supervised, and available to assist as needed. A small price to pay for taming your gut, eh? There's nothing left to do. Run where I'm not wanted. Miss the opportunity to master unique techniques. The only thing more stupid than running after Sasuke is admitting your own powerlessness in the face of new abilities. After all, what am I risking? I will fulfill my part of the bargain, steel clinked in my voice. The redhead smiles reservedly and rises from his knees. Two pairs of eyes, raw amber and transparent amethyst, look down on me. The young people exchange glances, as if silently understanding each other, then the girl goes to the sink and brings me a clean bandage, carefully covering the upper part of my face. They walk to the door. My name is Pain, my new acquaintance throws over his shoulder, almost leaving the room. The girl Conan will bring you dinner in 2 hours. Tomorrow I will introduce you to the others. Now you should rest. Thank you, I say politely before the door slams shut. I don't know who I'm thanking. The future mentor keeper or his steadfast companion. The room is deafeningly silent. The confusion seething inside completely forbids thinking about rest. For some reason, this is not the same excitement that I felt standing at the door of the Hokage's office after another prank. It is more like anticipation of something so grand that it is scary to even imagine. Although it is not at all impossible that they will make me a new cook or something similar. But still, the combat skills that Pain promises me are too tempting, with gentle palms closing my eyes to any difficulties and humiliations associated with their acquisition. My imagination helpfully draws Sasuke's face, distorted with envy, and the silent admiration of Sensei Kakashi, the proud smile of Jiraiya and Iruka, the embarrassed glances of the kunoichi, and the welcoming gestures of my classmates. The pictures are bright, memorable, so light and desirable that you just have to reach out and touch them. Here I am standing in the Hokage's office, and the fifth, with undisguised admiration, hands me all the reports on the internal and external affairs of the village. Here I am meeting new students who have entered the academy, and telling them all the nonsense that was told to us. And here I am already administering exams for the title of Chunin. No one dares to contradict me, because there is no need. I have achieved respect and recognition. And then, returning home in the evening, not to a cramped cell, but to a spacious and bright apartment, I habitually catch a tenacious purple gaze in the mirror. I get out of bed to somehow calm my raging imagination. It's stupid to start feeding yourself empty hopes before you've even embarked on the path of harsh training and constant presence in the circle of criminals. Someone else's nobility can end at the most inopportune moment, so don't relax, swinging on sugar clouds. The ill-fated cloak looks at me mockingly, as soon as the bandage leaves my face again. It seems to be testing my strength, as if asking, how are you going to clean up this mess, Naruto? What have you gotten yourself into again, Uzumaki? Go to hell, I stamp my cloak and immediately grin. Well, I'm already arguing with my clothes. Maybe Pain is right, and I really need to rest before Conan arrives. The last thing I need is for her to see this absurdity, she'll throw the weirdo out. Having quickly drunk some cold water and stretched my muscles, which were stiff from lying down for so long, I climb back into my place and turn to the wall. To be honest, my hair stands on end when I think about tomorrow, especially the part where I meet my relatives. It's unlikely that the guys from Akatsuki are famous for the noble deeds, generosity of spirit, and righteous way of life. Will I turn into a training dummy for the same blue thug who screamed his throat out loud to all of Konoha at our last meeting? Or maybe they'll decide to use me as a footstool for my brother, who needs to be killed. My sad thoughts are interrupted by the sudden sleep. Chapter 5. The icy wind hits the face and penetrates under the clothes, insistently touching the ribs with cold fingers. The sky is securely covered with leaden clouds, as if not wanting to see the nightmare happening on the mortal earth. A flash of lightning illuminated the destroyed village for a second, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The short lull was immediately broken by the roar of exploding shells, thrown in a chain along the central street. The bright glow of explosions illuminated the twilight with an eerie shine, which made Konoha look even more like a giant torch. A lone figure stands motionless on the Hokage rock. The wind mercilessly flutters the hem of his black cloak, trying to accidentally tear the garment off. Indifference, mixed with a bit of disgust, expressed in a slightly raised upper lip, flashes every now and then across his young face. He tilts his head slightly to the right, causing his tousled blonde locks to cover his forehead and striped cheeks, and crosses his arms over his chest. A line of mangled bodies looms along the streets. Some met their end under the walls of a collapsed home, unable to crawl out of a warm bed. Some were hit by a shell, tearing their bodies to shreds. Some lost their lives with a well-aimed blow to the temple or throat. Still, some, like a blood-stained girl with soft pink tangled hair, are trying with all their might to help those who still have a slim chance of surviving the bloody night. A tenacious gaze follows the young girl in fascination. She is choking and coughing loudly, covering her face with a scratched hand in the hope of somehow hiding from the acrid smoke that has enveloped the village. A faint green glow appears under the kunoichi's palms when she reaches another wounded man, his limbs awkwardly spread out in anticipation of imminent death. Chakra is running low, and the medic knows it. The defiance in the girl's blood will not allow her to give up. She would rather tear off the last crumbs from herself than allow the patient to die. A lazy gesture of the hand provokes another explosion, and the Hokage residence flares up like a thin match, taking with it the secrets of the forbidden techniques that were kept in ancient scrolls within the walls of the majestic mansion. As the last screams died down and the rain began to quickly put out the conflagration that Konoha had become, a mysterious figure darted like lightning into the center of the disaster. Raindrops washed his tired face, blissfully raised to the sky. He threw his clasped hands behind his head and mockingly examined each of the 5 stone faces. The Hokage's empty eye sockets gazed longingly at the ruins of the once mighty leaf, and it was as if the sky itself had heard the grief, bursting into another roar. "I'm sorry, Dad, the words that escaped my lips are drowning in the rain. I'm sorry for your trampled greatness." A mischievous blue spark appeared in his palm and, spinning like a top, began to rapidly increase in size. The guy raises his hand above his head, restraining the rushing power and, flashing his iris-ringed eyes, mercilessly launches the giant sphere into the proud rock. I jump out of bed, my eyes wide open. My body is shaking violently as I pull at my sweat-soaked shirt, which is sticking unpleasantly to my back. My tongue tastes bitter, and my head is a complete mess. The tiny mirror surface obediently reflects my feverishly shining eyes. Running my fingers through my blonde hair, I frantically cling to the fragments of elusive sleep. As a person who rarely dreams, it is unusual for me, and therefore even more disturbing, to observe such antics of the subconscious. Questions are whirling through my head. I can't choose. Is Konoha really broken? Where has the fifth been all this time? Did Sakura survive? Do I see the future? Why did the guy call the rock father, if I am the guy? I suck in a deep breath, sit down on the edge of the bed, and, resting my head on my palms, once again delve into the details of the unusual dream. To which of the four, minus the fifth, because the concept of daddy doesn't fit at all with the image of a stern woman, did the man address? Recalling the years of life of each leader of the Hidden Leaf, adding to them a frightening external resemblance that for some reason I hadn't noticed before, my brain immediately gives an answer. So did I really call the fourth father? A smirk stretched his lips from the realization of the subconscious's skill. How cleverly he managed to cram everything into one colorful mirage. Would my existence in Konoha really be so insignificant if Minato himself were my father? It's ridiculous to believe in such absurdity. Nevertheless, some suspicious doubt settles on the subcortex of the brain from the understanding that in every joke there is a grain of truth, and in every dream there is a grain of reality. Unable to fight my thoughts any longer, I leave the walls of the room. Closing the door behind me, I find myself in a long stone corridor. On the wall near each door, obviously hiding the gang members' rooms, a torch burns, the light of which I, as the newly minted owner of the coolest dojutsu, do not particularly need. Without incident I reach the stairs at the end of the corridor and I step down the steps with my bare feet, not so quickly. Having risen, I squint my eyes from the long-awaited sunlight breaking through the only small window. Quickly passing all the household utensils that fill the cozy, spacious room, I rush like lightning to my only goal. Almost tearing the door off its hinges, I find myself on the street, and time stops. The green sea washes over me. The intensity of the colors was almost painful, but I stubbornly continued to absorb the view of the wild nature. Never before in Konoha or near it had I seen such dense forest wilderness. The sense of the thicket immediately mixed together, charging me with a thirst for life no weaker than what I felt when I was buried under the thickness of the water. The sun looked down slyly, making its way through the thickets of greenery that reliably concealed the entrance to the cave, and the soft grass pleasantly tickled my bare feet. The idyll is broken by an annoying feeling that has appeared, previously unknown to me. A premonition of something that will happen any minute tenses me up and makes me clench my hands into fists. I put my left leg forward, preparing to repel an invisible attack that I can almost feel with my skin at a distance of several dozen meters. The feverish beats of my heart echo in my head, confusing the anxious sensations. Something alien is approaching me, filled with dangerous power, which is why my arms, clumsily covering my body, are covered in goosebumps. What are you doing here? A voice is heard, and, noticing its owner, I exhale convulsively. Weakness immediately spreads through my body, caused by an unplanned surge of adrenaline. Its reserves in the blood will now definitely be enough for a couple of days. I needed some fresh air. For some reason it seems to me that you are trying to run away like a coward, the guy rudely remarks, without taking his mocking lilac eyes off. We agreed. So why should I run? I boil in response to such an attack from pain. The guy watches intently, as if deciding something for himself. A clash of identical dojutsu, like two peas in a pod, this silent struggle for supremacy again. I cross my arms over my chest, trying on the one hand not to give in to his provocations, and on the other to protect myself from the newly appeared ghostly feeling of someone else's presence in my head. He walks softly closer and stops at arm's length. There is a significant height difference between us, which forces me to lift my head, without interrupting our staring. Don't leave the shelter alone, the guy says indifferently, for your own safety. Carelessly pushing me aside, Pain enters the room without closing the door behind him. I understand the hint and obediently follow him, suppressing the wave of discontent growing inside. Can't I really stand up for myself? After all, it's been like this all my life, and no one has stubbornly forced themselves into being my nanny. But he can be understood, too, because by letting the valuable cargo slip away on the very first day, and in such an absurd way, a dangerous and formidable organization of seasoned criminals risks being ridiculed by the entire world. It's not so much a matter of reputation as of the value of my person. As I stand waiting for further instructions, I wonder where everyone else is. Why did I wake up in a cave with no one in it? Then again, isn't it too risky to leave a prisoner alone with the exits open? Payne sits at the head of a large wooden table that takes up a good half of the room, looking at me intently. He is dressed in the standard uniform of the organization, which means he was solving some kind of criminal business on which the gang stands like a monolith. His pale hands with neat scarlet nails are clasped together in a lock and stretched out in front of him, allowing me to shamelessly examine the massive purple ring on his thumb. I wonder if this is another distinctive feature of the group or if he likes to take care of himself that way. I would not say that the young man looks like a fashionista. You felt me, didn't you? It's easy to tell from Payne's intonation that he already knows the answer. He constantly radiates a cold confidence that makes you feel older than your years when you're around him. Before I can open my mouth to answer, I am once again filled with the feeling of someone else approaching. Frowning, I glance sideways at my interlocutor, whose thin lips are touched by a smile. His cloak rustles softly as he raises his hand and points it at the door, urging me to step aside. I jerk back sharply and catch footsteps, the owner of which is clearly not in a good mood. A second later, the door opens with such a bang that I jump up involuntarily. A tall guy rushes into the room, throwing an enormous red scythe with 3 blades at the entrance in irritation. He is wearing the infamous cloak, only half buttoned, so that the whole world can calmly gaze at the abdominal muscles gently rolling under the stranger's fair skin. A silver pendant in the form of a triangle caught in a ring dangles from his chest. How I hate this sinner! The guy literally roared, his crimson eyes flashing furiously. Another joint approach, and I'll rip his guts out, I swear by Jashan. He snorted discontentedly and ruffled his sleek ash-blonde hair, looking like a disgruntled, tousled boy. The orange ring on his index finger didn't go with his green nails, and in general, looking at this guy, you get the feeling that he is the very essence of the world's discrepancy, a fatal violation of the universal balance. He had just raised his voice, albeit in a fit of anger, at the gang leader, and the mysterious sinner was clearly unlucky enough to become the cause of the nervous creature's rage. Finally, the young man notices me, shifting awkwardly from one foot to the other near Payne. His ruby eye lights up, and he crosses his arms in front of him, covering his massive chest. Where are the others? Payne asks, delicately touching the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. I'm not their nanny, they know the way, the stranger says, not taking his eyes off me, in which the devils have made a mess, and how did such a beauty end up in our hole? The bastard's greasy grin almost knocked the ground out from under his feet. His chest immediately filled with righteous fire, his palms clenched into fists, and his body tensed in anticipation of the impending fight. How dare he laugh at me? I've had enough humiliation in my life without him, so am I really forced to endure such treatment now? No, not from this scoundrel. How dare you? I don't recognize my voice, trembling with impatience and irritation. Someone else's lips smoothly stretch into a satisfied smile of a cat who has gorged himself on sour cream, which teases me even more. If the nine-tailed reacts to every person in the same way, then we must give him credit for his steely patience. Don't get so worked up, kid. He raises his palms in a conciliatory manner, noticing my urge to pounce with my fists. My name is Hidden, and as far as I understand, from now on we will live as one big friendly family. He is clearly enjoying the situation, literally bathing in my anger. What a scoundrel. Just one word, one turn of his mouth, and I am lost in a haze of anger. The blood is pulsing in my head, making me feel like my skull is about to burst. And the guy has character, Hidden confidently declares, turning his gaze to the red-haired quiet guy. We will definitely become friends. Naruto and I are heading off to training, Payne says, ignoring the impudent statement. He gets up from his seat and, without paying attention to me, goes outside. Turning his gaze to Hidden, I receive another mockery from his raspberry-colored eyes. His fingers slowly trace the protector plate attached to his neck with the crossed-out emblem of the Hidden Hot Springs village. I chuckled demonstratively and quickened my pace after the departing Payne, easily catching up with him. What kind of guy is this? I ask angrily, unable to maintain decency or even keep my cool. How can you even be calm when something like this lives next to you? Hidden, the boy only briefly responded, stepping softly on the grass. He respects only his god, so get used to such attacks. Those who displease him have long since lost their hearts. Somehow I doubt that by depriving hearts, he means unrequited girlish love for a handsome bandit. Is this crazy guy so strong that even a Rinnegan user won't risk teaching him a few lessons in good manners? Or is he such a valuable member of this small criminal world that they're willing to put up with childish antics? And what kind of god is this that tames the fiery temper of a criminal? Chapter 6. We make our way through the forest in oppressive silence. The lair is somewhere far behind us. Besides the psycho next door, the thought of the nine-tailed fox worries me. The redhead has made it clear that he knows about me. Does that mean I'm just delaying the inevitable? But then what's the point of training me, making me stronger, if in doing so I might one day not only protect the fox, but also call the gang's very existence into question? I come to in a vast clearing, clearly man-made. Surrounded by trees, hidden from view, it is ideal for a training base. Pain stops in the very heart of it, gently falling onto the grass. The sun gently caresses the copper of his hair. A pale hand gestures for me to take a place nearby, which I do. What's bothering you? The guy begins without preludes, closing his eyes. You know what I am, right? I ask, still doubting the correctness of this step. Everyone knows about it. Of course, short and clear. A rumbling hum sounds under my ribs, calling me to get up, spit on the agreement and run, heels flashing. So, is that what's bothering you? The voice says again. What do you think? I flare up instantly, filled with the desire to somehow hush up the horror growing inside. They have already come to the village. They are blue and the Uchiha brother hinted that they need a fox. How will you explain this to me? Pain just keeps silent, and the treacherous goosebumps gallop across his skin. Did I really fall into the trap of my own naivety, believing that someone actually cares about me? It looks like now you will pay for your stupidity, gullible fool. There is no point in denying that we need what is sealed within you, the red-haired man says coolly, turning to me, and we will get it sooner or later. But until we figure out how to extract the Bayou safely for your life, you will learn to develop the power of your eyes. Why do you care about me? I jump to my feet screaming, unable to understand his behavior. If you pull out the damn fox, I'll die. There is no safe way here, only death. And I'm not going to die here, do you hear me? Having spat all this out into my imperturbable face, I turn around and run deep into the forest. The branches hit me in the face, leaving scratches, mixing blood with uninvited tears. Another betrayal. And what, actually, did I expect from a dirty bunch of thugs? I got attached to an unapproachable deity, believed in his nobility. It's my own fault. I trip over another cobblestone and fall backwards onto the cold ground. My bare foot is immediately covered with a painful heat, but now is not the best time for bandages and first aid. Two legs appear right in front of my nose as soon as I kneel down. Is it really the power of the Rinnegan that grants such speed that he caught up with me in an instant? Despite the throbbing in my bruised foot, I jump up and boldly assume a fighting stance. His swollen face immediately stretches in surprise. It's not him. More precisely, it's him, but at the same time, a stranger. The same tall stature and purple gaze, the same pale skin and crossed-out protector, but something about him is different. Long, loose strands of reddish hair softly cover his large facial features. Stop it, Naruto, the man orders in Pain's cold voice. My hands were shaking, and I seemed to be losing the last bits of self-control. Sticky horror flowed through my body, settling somewhere in my stomach. My shirt had long since been soaked with cold sweat. You don't want to believe in another betrayal, the long-haired man says earnestly, and that's right. You're not in any danger within these walls. Cast aside your doubts and follow me. But how? I ask in a trembling voice. He couldn't have guessed the reason for my panic so cleverly. After all, I should be afraid of the extraction of the biju, and not the fact that traitors have been circling around all my life. I am one of the 6 paths. The redhead completes my thought, and my specialty is reading minds and extracting souls. So there are 6 of them. But how? Does that mean I can do all these things too? But how? I hug myself and glance doubtfully at my interlocutor. If there are 6 of them, and 9 others on top, then I still don't have a single chance of getting out of here alive. right? The long-haired man grins faintly, turns around, and heads towards the abandoned clearing. All I can do is burn a hole in his cloak and follow him. What is it? And what should I call it? It's unpleasant that I don't even feel it in my head. Or is panic to blame? Call me pain, for we are one, the boy throws over his shoulder. I can't address you by that name. My path is called Ninjendo, if you like, the red-haired man says after a minute of silence. We climbed up to the clearing, in the center of which Pain himself was still sitting. He didn't want to pick up the little crybaby so much that he sent a replacement. I approached the guy and plopped down opposite him, demonstratively pouting my lips. His eyes were closed, and his aura of calm literally reeked from a mile away. Ninjendo stopped behind Pain, repeating his action. Two copper tops selflessly went into meditation, clearly enjoying the warm sun, while I looked at them in confusion. And where are the promised training sessions? Close your eyes, Naruto, one of them snorts in irritation. I hope I don't have a katana sticking out of my chest the next time I open them. Closing my eyes, I begin to fall into a whirlwind of smells and sensations. The cool of the forest, the touch of the wind, the warmth of the sun, the softness of the grass. My hearing immediately intensifies to such an extent that I can practically hear the rustle of a butterfly's wings and the cawing of a crow somewhere beyond the forest. The movement of the entire world, the entire planet, suddenly echoes in one head. I put my palms to the ground and feel in my gut the fervor of the flame, the stability of the soil, the fickleness of the wind, the inconstancy of the water and the zeal of lightning. The power entering my body through my fingertips is intoxicating, and in that moment I feel more alive than I have ever been before. Charges rage in my body, demanding an early release. Do you feel, as if I hear a voice through a veil, your body is filled with natural energy. You gain control over the 5 elements of nature. Do not resist them, accept the gift. The melodic voice soothes, relaxing the mind. Perhaps, but only perhaps, I was wrong about him. I want so much to believe him, myself, and the whole world. I want so much to become something more than just a piece of muscle strung on chakra threads. And whether I will become this big depends only on me. A strong impulse from within makes me come to my senses. Opening my eyes, I see a dark forest surrounding the clearing and still smoldering grass next to me. Notes of burning slip through the night air. How long have I been sitting here? There is not a single soul around, and only the tingling warmth throughout my body and a pleasant tiredness prove that this is not another too realistic dream. I carefully rise from the ground and, shaking off my pant leg, notice that there is no pain in my bruised foot. Not even a bruise remains. Quickly feeling my face, I note with delight that the scratches have also disappeared. Yes, I am invulnerable. I wonder if I will now be able to spit fire like Sasuke. If so, then I will fry his pride at our first meeting. The loud growling of my stomach urges me to find food quickly, and I move into the dense undergrowth. If only I knew where to go next. Damn them all. Time to test out new skills, right? I lower myself onto the grass and place my palm in front of me. My senses immediately get confused, telling me which way the sleeping bird fell from the branch and which way the cricket is chirping. Gathering all my strength, I try to imagine the faces of my acquaintances, concentrating on their location. And here it is, success. Hidden's nasty voice is heard from afar. He laughs indecently loudly surrounded by several people. A shiver runs through my palm, and it becomes clear to me where to move next. Smiling, I trot towards the lair with a light heart. Finding myself at the very door, I am faced with a stupid question: should I knock or not? But another rumble of my hungry stomach decides everything for me and, almost knocking down the long-suffering door, I tumble inside. 3 pairs of eyes, including the irritating crimson ones, look at me questioningly. What should I tell them? I smile and scratch the back of my head awkwardly. Everyone is dressed casually, without the terrible cloaks that bring horror and panic to the souls of random travelers. A heavy silence hangs over the table, filled with all sorts of delicacies. Here comes our guy, Hidden announces patronizingly, diffusing the situation just in time. How was training, babe? Gratitude immediately gives way to a wave of discontent. Do these jokes really come with him? Nevertheless, inspired by new achievements, I put my hands on my hips and laugh brazenly in response. It couldn't be better, and you'll start getting paid for your words very soon. I declare loudly, looking at the guy's toned body. Finally, at least someone will beat you, the unknown man said with a grin, turning his broad back to me. On the shoulder blades and slightly below are two pairs of creepy colored masks, and the dark body is completely covered with neat stitches. The man is so tall that he seems like a giant surrounded by his colleagues. He fiddles around on the table, rustling some bags, and constantly throws his loose dark hair to the side. Shut up, Kakazu, or I'll beat you. Hidden seethes, pointing his finger at the giant. You're a weakling, Jashin sycophant, he replies sternly, turning around with a plate of hot noodles in his hands. Kakazu's appearance is clearly not for the weak-willed. His mouth is sewn up with large stitches and his irises are bright green against the background of black, matching his hair, sclera of the eyes. He squints unkindly at his interlocutor, who, apparently, has long been accustomed to such a sight. Hidden's face turned purple with anger, and his hands clenched into fists. He jumps up from his seat, knocking over his chair, and approaches Kakazu in 2 steps, who is a good half a head taller. How dare you, infidel! Die for your blasphemous words! The boy screams and raises his fist to strike. Suddenly, Pain appears and, grabbing the priest by the wrist, throws him back. Kakazu only smirks and sits down at the table, slowly starting to eat. Hidden flares up with a stream of obscene language, such that I have never heard in my life. All this disgrace is interrupted by the quiet but harsh voice of the red-haired man. You found your way back, commendable, he turns to me. Join me if you are hungry. No need to tell me twice. I happily run up to the table and swallow the hot noodles. The food warms my insides, giving me unearthly pleasure. Having finished my portion in an instant, I notice a third person sitting opposite. A very young guy, almost a boy, looks at the world with misty gray-brown eyes, in the depths of which indifference to everything that is happening splashes every now and then. He looks at me for a long time, without blinking, like a lifeless corpse. His disheveled reddish hair does not shimmer with copper, like Pain's. Through the mesh t-shirt I notice a doll's body, assembled from separate parts, and a circle with a hieroglyph is built into the left part of the chest. Don't they have their own bodies? One is sewn up, the second is completely assembled in pieces. Apparently, they have a hard time living in the criminal world. Hidden leaves the room, still muttering curses at Kakazu. The latter, having emptied his plate, also leaves the living room. An awkward silence hangs over the 3 heads. The red-haired leader sits down to the boy's left, not at all uncomfortable with the silence. To be honest, I really wish that powder keg named Hidden would come back and defuse the situation. So, what are our plans? I ask as nonchalantly as possible. I'll be busy in the first half of the day. Think for yourself who you'll spend time with. Nodding, the guy answers in a businesslike manner. By the time I arrive you should have learned at least one new technique. Can I train with Ninjendo? I ask, and out of the corner of my eye I notice a smirk in the boy's dull eyes. Does he think I haven't noticed? I'll be busy in the morning, the young man repeated patiently. I introduced you to the organization the day before, so you can ask anyone to teach you something new. Pain nodded towards the boy, who was still looking at me insolently. I don't like this little one. A stupid and pompous expression on his face, just like Sasuke's. No way. It's scary to be alone with the huge Kakazu. It's awkward with Conan. Is it really only Hidden that's left? Having cleaned up after myself, I thank the people sitting at the table and go to my room. Having fallen onto the bed, I begin to think. And who should I go to? Maybe my brother Sasuke will do. After all, he is the indirect culprit of awakening my Rinnegan, and I am grateful to him. Technically, we even know each other. He came to Konoha for me. However, it is worth leaving out the reason for visiting the village. With a heavy heart, I make a decision. Let there be another Uchiha in my life. Uchiha of the Fire Clan with a Sharingan at the ready, and, therefore, a bearer of valuable knowledge and unique experience, from which one can try to benefit. Chapter 7. The huge cage overwhelms with its massiveness. The steel bars save me from the beast's huge bloody eyes. Squinting, the fox lazily looks at me without the usual hatred, but with a drop of satisfaction. He steps out of the shadows completely, revealing 9 powerful tails that demonstrate the power of the Bayou. The fox raises his paws and grips the bars, clinging to them tenaciously with his clawed fingers. His fur is shiny and copper-colored, but the creature itself radiates cold, reminding me once again that it is not made of flesh and blood, but of pure energy. Have you really decided to visit me? The fox growls, his voice echoing across the emptiness of space. I remain silent in response, because this is the place I would least like to visit in the world. The nine-tailed sly one only knows how to throw curses and insults, but the worst thing is that I am wrong. Over hundreds of years, the damn beast has seen so much, learned many techniques, and together with its essence, it has become the perfect weapon in the right hands. The power of those eyes is not so easy to tame, continues Nine-tailed. I am already beginning to think that you are not as pathetic as you seem at first glance. I didn't know you could say anything sensible. I cross my arms over my chest and openly declare in response. No, I really jumped to conclusions. The beast immediately bristled, wagging its tails in irritation. Are you really so feeble-minded that you believe every rogue you meet? Yes, I believe. In this space irritation is transmitted with enviable speed. At least they can make me stronger. Unlike you. You dare to think that I should teach you. A worthless body in which I am forced to languish for years. It's not my fault. I scream at the demon, unconsciously approaching the cold bars. If you want to know, your existence doesn't bring much pleasure either. You ruined my life, but still, every time, you repeat what a worthless thing I am. Who else is the worthless of the two of us? You can create a powerful host for yourself and enjoy our shared power. But as soon as I received a power much more dangerous than old, worn-out tails, you immediately showed up, grinning contentedly. Worthless bastard. A familiar growl, filled with the wrath of the underworld, immediately tears my head apart. The demon begins to dissolve along with the prison, and I jump out of bed. These half-dreams have become so much of a habit that dwelling on them for days on end makes no sense. There is only one person in the living room. A blue colossus that once threatened to leave me without legs. A shark-like face covered in shiny blue scales, etched into my memory for a long time. Noticing me, the man stretched his lips into a wide grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Another subhuman in the company. It's time to stop being surprised at the sight of these weirdos. But I remember you. The bandit, the same Jinchuriki from Konoha, loudly clapped his hands and declared. Since we are forced to cooperate, Hoshigaki Kisame is at your service. The criminal made a bow, clearly enjoying himself. So this Kisame suddenly wanted to make friends. No way. They must have really squeezed your tail if you're talking to me so nicely. I blurt out in the fish's face without having time to think. Be careful with your words, little one. The muscles in Kisame's blue cheekbones began to twitch every now and then. We don't want you to accidentally go missing, right? I raise my hands in a conciliatory gesture and walk over to the table, sitting down opposite Kisame. The colorless beads of his eyes follow my every move. Where are you from, Kisame? Without taking my eyes off him, I ask, what made you end up in this hole? And why is there suddenly such a keen interest? The man grins, squinting incredulously. I am interested in learning about the past of the people with whom fate has brought me together. I answer the question partly honestly, running my gaze over the gills on the large face. Hidden mist. Hoshigaki closes his eyes, clearly not enjoying sharing personal information with me. I am one of the 7 swordsmen. I suppose you remember Samehada. As for my reasons for joining the organization, my apologies. I'll tell you one thing, kid, this place is much more cruel than the world outside the lair. So don't get your hopes up too much. Why do you need Jinchuriki? I'm far from the first one in your life, I ask after a long pause. You've got that right. Although, personally, I'd prefer to see less of you, devil-possessed scum. Kisame casually ruffles his black hedgehog hair, but orders are orders. We need you and those like you. Someone's quiet footsteps made the man bite his chatty tongue before he could reveal the essence of the mysterious plan. And who had the urge to show up at such a moment? I turn around and glare at the newcomer with a displeased look. But the displeasure is immediately replaced by wary interest when I see incredibly familiar facial features. A dark blue suit emphasizes a perfectly straight back, jet black hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and the cold coals of his eyes glance at Kisame and me. You don't have to be a genius to understand that the stranger is that very Uchiha Itachi. Having made himself some tea, the boy sat down next to Kisame, holding the mug with his pale palms. Again, nail polish on his fingers, this time purple, and a signature ring with a red stone. His mature face and the stripes running from his eyebrows to his cheeks sharply distinguish him from Sasuke, although every action of the boy is imbued with the grace inherent in the Uchiha clan. With his appearance, the temperature in the room clearly dropped by a couple of degrees, plunging those present into a cold-blooded calm. The door flies open and Paine's body flies into the room, falling face down in front of us. Instead of any attempt by the leader to rise to his feet, all I see is a crimson pool of blood, rapidly increasing in size. My pupils dilate in horror as the truth of what is happening dawns on me. I jump up and find myself in front of the young man like lightning. My cloak is soaked through with blood, and when I raise my red head, a chilling fear grips my body, squeezing my lungs in a vice. Hot blood gushes from the black holes where my eyes should be. Shaking hands drop the corpse. I raise my tear-filled eyes and see the people surrounding me. The fifth Hokage, Hatake, Uchiha, Haruno, Haruka and all the others are vying with each other to say something. With a joyful smile on his disgusting, pretty face, Sasuke sits down next to me, squeezing my shoulder like a brother. When did he manage to come back? And why? Someone's hands reach for Pain's corpse, trying to take it, and in a second I am filled with animal rage. Fire boiled in my veins, burning away my ability to think rationally. My heart starts dancing, hitting my ribs painfully. With one blow I throw 4 into the bushes, and with a powerful roar I knock the rest off their feet. The demon's energy thirsts for revenge and blood. A veil of rage covers my eyes, and a sensation of blood appears in my mouth when the first desperate cry of horror flies from someone else's lips. Naruto, I'll give you some time today. Itachi's calm voice pulls me out of my nightmare. The bandits are sitting peacefully opposite. Where are the dead? The blood and the corpse? Everything is gone. But I destroyed them all with my own hands. My heart has not calmed down yet, madly pushing the blood through my heated body. Uchiha is looking at me attentively, as if studying an unusual little animal that he has just noticed. And only now does it dawn on me that all this is his doing. Uchiha and his damn illusions will drive me to the grave. Under my confused gaze, Itachi gets up from his seat, throws something to Hoshigaki and, grabbing me by the elbow, quickly leads me out of the room. You killed everyone who came to save you, Uchiha says, as soon as we got to the training field. In the end they accepted you, risked their lives for you, but you still destroyed everyone. Why? But they killed Pain. I answer the question decisively, the only one who can teach me the intricacies of the Rinnegan. Moreover, the only one who accepted me, even if I am just another target of your mysterious mission. Silence reigns between us, only wild birds chirp carefree in the depths of the forest. The sun gently caresses the earth, and a warm wind slowly runs through the tender grass. Without changing his face, the brunette looks straight into the eyes. Why do you believe him? The voice is heard again. Is there really nothing keeping you in the village? Only he can teach me how to use my eyes, I stubbornly respond, and he also offers shelter, food and even a tiny drop of care. And what does the village give me, except constant poking and ridicule? Everyone has the right to make mistakes. The world is too fragile to hold a grudge, Naruto. What do you understand? I can't hold back, throwing up my hands. My whole damn life I've been constantly defending my right to be an ordinary person, an ordinary child. I hate them all. I wanted to help people, I wanted to help your brother, and what did I get in return? He bled me and threw me to the fishes to be eaten. I would never have seen the sun again if Pain hadn't been there. Uchiha looks away, and something in him shifts as soon as I touch on Sasuke. His thin face doesn't let emotion pass, but his eyes fill with such sadness that I suddenly feel a wave of pity for the criminal who slaughtered his own family. Now he seems not the formidable genius of his vanished clan, but an ordinary boy who has been given too heavy a burden. Itachi turns and stands in the center of the field. Lightning fast folds seals and releases one large fireball into the sky. A perfectly smooth sphere of flame rises and, scattering into millions of bright sparks, dissolves into the air. Repeat, the guy orders briefly, making hand seals again. Surprised by such a sharp change in the guy's inner mood, I carefully imitate his movements. With each subsequent gesture of his hands, the warmth inside grows, turning into a real fever. A volcano literally grows in my stomach, ready to erupt a stream of hot lava. The last movement of my palms, and my mouth fills with flames, instantly burning my tongue and palate. The heat circulates in my throat, blocking the air from reaching my lungs, and I begin to choke. What should I do? I throw my head back and spit fire into the sky. Hot sparks immediately scorch my lips and fall awkwardly to the ground. Instead of perfect technique, gray smoke bursts out of my nose and mouth. I lean on my knees and quickly clear my throat. My throat burns mercilessly, as does the inside of my mouth. My eyes water from the abundance of smoke around me, forcing me to rub them awkwardly with my fists. Disgusting, I hear the mentor's voice, again. But where is he? I turn my head, looking for the man. The field is deserted, and Uchiha himself has quietly disappeared into the shadows of the trees that surround the clearing. The guy sits with his leg tucked under him, waiting for another try. Come on, Naruto, pull yourself together. The Uchiha can't see your pathetic attempts. You are the owner of the Rinnegan, after all. So pull yourself together and prove to him that you are not a failure. Frowning, I make the seals again. Warmth in my body again. I lift my head and, ignoring the intense burning, tears and lack of air, I exhale flames into the sky with all my might. The ball flies up, not massive and dangerous enough. Compared to Itachi's technique, it looks so meager that anger at my own worthlessness grows inside me. Uchiha loudly repeats the phrase, and I resume my attempts. At the cost of a burnt throat, tongue and hands, as well as a good couple of dozen attempts, a perfect sphere burst out of me, gracefully disappearing into the sky. Squealing with delight, I fall on my back, allowing myself a second's respite. The serene azure sky captivates me, and the earth obligingly envelops my body in coolness. I lower my palms and allow natural energy to flow into me, restoring my strength. That's enough for today. Itachi stops next to me, looking at me condescendingly. You've done a good job, but it's time for us to go back. The road to the lair is silent, but the silence is not oppressive, but creates a special atmosphere that exists only in the presence of an unusual young man. Although Itachi's past is drowned in blood, he does not seem like a disgusting psychopath parasite. Moreover, he left Sasuke alive, which suggests a certain brotherly tenderness that he carefully keeps in his heart. Why does Sasuke want you dead? I break the silence, shooting this question straight into the forehead of Itachi, who is softly stepping on the ground. He must want it, he replies grimly. Because of the clan. I keep pressing. Why did you kill them? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, Naruto. Despite his stone face, the guy's voice clearly makes it clear that I have approached the line where there is no place for strangers. Taking the hint, I immediately shut my mouth. Opening the door, we see Konan, who is focused on cutting fruit. The girl glances at us, returning to her work. The Uchiha immediately retreats to his quarters, clearly not in the mood for side conversations. I drag myself to the table and loudly plop down on a chair. How was the lesson? Asks the blue-haired girl, placing a plate of sliced fruit on the table. Itachi taught me how to shoot fireballs. I proudly announce to the girl, reaching for a piece of apple. Now I'm more useful. Konan is silent, holding back a smile. Satisfaction runs through the amber of her eyes and, wishing me a pleasant appetite, the girl leaves the room. Having chewed the treat, I stretch out contentedly on a chair. Outside the door, the world slowly plunges into the evening twilight. Thoughts froze in my head as a lazy mass, allowing me to patch up my mental state a little. The feeling of someone else's presence brings me back to reality. Pain and Ninjendo approach the table and sit down opposite me in unison. I get lost between two strange pairs of eyes. The guys are clearly in no hurry, continuing their silence. I think you've fulfilled my request and are ready to demonstrate the result. Finally, Pain speaks up. Today there is still a theoretical part planned on using the Rinnegan, so be prepared to listen carefully. Come and sit down opposite, briefly assessing my new skill, the guy demands. Without taking my eyes off the concentrated pale face, I sit down opposite. Having assumed the lotus position, completely copying the position of the red-haired man, I wait for further instructions. Did you know that a skilled ninja doesn't need dojutsu to understand his opponent's mind? Of course, I would also say that dojutsu is completely overrated. For some reason I doubt that Hiden or Kisame possess such a skill. Anbu agents are trained in psychology, which allows them to successfully calculate any enemy actions, the guy says calmly, without opening his eyes. Moreover, they are taught to hide their intentions well. That is why you should not be surprised if one day you cannot break into someone else's thoughts. If one of the Rinnegan's greatest abilities is available to ordinary people, can its other advantages be learned so easily? I ask loudly, throwing up my hands. It's not that simple, Naruto. He suddenly opens his eyes, staring at me so hard that I can clearly feel his manipulations in my head. If they need to learn this for many years, you just need to want it. Goosebumps run down my spine when I realize that I can't turn away or even lower my gaze. He literally forces me to look into his eyes, not allowing me to take even an extra breath. A cold palm gently lands on the top of my head. A second, two, and an incredible weakness envelops my body. The body, which has become so alien and heavy, suddenly ceases to belong to me. Thoughts evaporate, and I literally feel the constriction of my pupils. Everything is covered in fog, even the copper hair of the man sitting opposite instantly loses its brightness. The thought that I do not remember either his or my name gently pierces my molten consciousness like a hot knife, a desperate attempt to call for a reaction and at least some kind of action. The hand suddenly returns, and I seem to wake up. Like a drowning man, I breathe with my mouth wide open, feeling my heart beat rapidly again. My body begins to tremble, and all the memories return to my head at once. It must not have been the most pleasant sensation. A voice came from behind me, and I had only pulled my soul a few centimeters away. With a trembling hand, I touched my forehead, my hairline, and ran my fingers down my head to the back of my head. My mouth was dry, and the trembling didn't stop. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Nintendo's long figure. Although his gaze didn't express anything, he was watching me attentively, noticing the slightest changes in my condition. Apparently, his level of control over his own Rinnegan was sky high. The cold wind sobers me up, finally pulling me out of my half-oblivion. Raising my head to the sky, I am surprised to notice the black thunderclouds hanging low above us. The first drops, driven by another gust of wind, fell to the ground. Today you have experienced the unique possibilities of dojutsu on your own skin, smoothly rising from your seat. Pain summed up, remember these sensations and analyze them until you understand how to use them when necessary. His quiet voice began to be lost in the noise of the rain pouring from the sky in an endless stream. Somewhere far away, a rumble of thunder was heard. The guys turn around in unison and head off towards the lair. I remain sitting in the cold rain puddle, my face exposed to the cold drops. Chapter 8. The grueling training gradually turned into a routine that was completely absorbing. Days imperceptibly turned into nights, and the time I spent in the company of criminals was increasing. The first awkward days faded in memory, like bruises and abrasions on the body. Under Payne's strict guidance, my abilities increased exponentially. It took me a long time, but I managed to master mind reading, bringing the skill to automaticity. The first information I got with the Rinnegan were Kakazu's bills and Hidden's prayers. Then I started to take information out of the heads of other bandits. The secrets of the puppeteer Sasori and the demolitionist Deodara became available to me. Even the confusion in Kisam's dark-haired head turned into an open book. History is silent about the unpleasant moments when the guys spotted me spying, but how else to gain experience, right? Itachi's thoughts are hidden behind the curtain of the years he spent in Anbu. The unit is clearly interested in preserving its secrets if they put such mental blocks in the heads of their fighters. Payne himself took care of Conan, eliminating even the slightest possibility of my influence on the girl. He once evasively threw out that the founders of the organization were keeping too dangerous information. One morning, Payne announced that learning Rinnegan techniques would not have the desired effect unless I mastered techniques from different elements. This news enraged me, because it was not the elements, but the dojutsu with its secrets that stood at the head of the table. But the inaccessibility and coldness of the mentor very quickly eradicated my habit of whining, so I began training in earnest. I lost count of the days I spent meditating in the center of the training field. Elemental energy bubbled up from the ground, filling me with life. And yet, thoughts of the future stained the perfect picture of my present. What would I do next, having learned to control the power of my eyes? In the village, I was probably considered dead or a fugitive, or even a traitor, so there was no grand and tearful return home in sight. And was my home even there? That day, the sunset was blood red, making the world seem so unreal. Lost in the depths of my consciousness, I keenly felt the nature around me, absorbing its elements. At such moments, my mind was in some kind of harmony with the universe, allowing me to temporarily stop heavy thoughts about life's difficulties. Suddenly, a foreign, but quite familiar chakra softly intertwined with the energy flow of the environment. I slowly opened my eyes and stared at the incredible sunset. Having lived so long under the same roof, I easily recognized the person. Itachi walked without haste, clearly knowing the way. Soft steps sounded behind me, and he sat down next to me. Something strange stirred inside me, and I looked at the guy with suspicion. Our first meeting made it clear that he was not in the mood for a friendly wave. So why did Uchiha suddenly drag himself after me at night? The only question that interests me, A low voice said, "Is what happened to Sasuke?" And this question, which cost the brunette several sleepless nights, became the starting point of our peculiar communication. I can't call it friendship, because the images of friends, their voices and manners are not imprinted in my head so clearly. He seemed to me a cold stone, incapable of any feelings and emotions, but that day, in front of me again was a small black-eyed boy, modestly looking away. Without any mind reading, just by the tone of his voice, I understood the full extent of Itachi's concern for his troubled brother. And what was I supposed to tell him? Tell him in all the details the touching relationship that connects me with the youngest offspring of the clan. For some reason, I absolutely did not want to pour this bile on the head of the former Anbu. Awkwardly touching my forehead, I gave the brunette a brief story about Sasuke joining Orochimaru. Itachi didn't show it, but the trembling in his body echoed through me. Regret mixed with bitterness flashed at the bottom of his onyx eyes. Silently lowering his head, he fenced himself off from the world with the black curls that fell over his face. I sincerely felt sorry for Itachi. Is it worth grieving over a worthless boy whose highest goal in life is to kill his brother? Yielding to a sudden impulse, I put my hand on his shoulder. For some reason, at that moment, this gesture seemed to me the only accessible and correct one. Taking a deep breath, I vividly imagined how natural forces flowed into me from the earth, then slowly flowed into someone else's body, filling it with vigor. Itachi immediately raised his head, distrustfully examining the patterns on my irises. The evening slowly flowed into night, hiding our figures in the darkness. The heat in my body suddenly interrupted my sleep. I looked around the dark room and got up from the soaking wet bed. My clothes were sticking unpleasantly to my body, which was still blazing with fire. My heart was thumping dully against my ribs, and another drop of sweat ran down my temple. What was going on? Why was it so hot? Before I can blink, I find myself in a clearing. Everything is seething inside, my hands are shaking feverishly. I want to tear, throw, rake the ground with my hands, but only to get rid of this feeling. What is happening to me? There is a hum in my head, vaguely reminiscent of an animal growl. Sweat is streaming down my body, everything is darkening before my eyes. It is hot, unbearably hot. Bringing my hand to my face, I freeze in amazement. My palm is enveloped in a red aura, which creates a kind of claws on the fingertips. Now it's clear why I feel so bad. Did the fox really agree to teach me? A sharp pain shoots through my body along the line of my spine, and I fall to my knees. The red light is so blinding that the Rinnegan does not help. I put my palms on the ground in search of saving energy, but salvation does not come. I glance behind me and dimly see 2 or 3 red tails. My body pulsates, threatening to burst from the tension. A painful heat nascent in the abdomen takes over the lungs and moves along the trachea to the throat, taking away the last chance to breathe. With stiff fingers I form seals in an attempt to push the flames out of my body. I throw my head back and with all my strength I blow a fiery sphere into the night sky. A red flame of unprecedented size, permeated with demonic energy, explodes high above the ground. The acrid smell of burning immediately hits my nose. I can't tell if it's my clothes or my skin that are burning. 10, 15, 30. I lose count of the techniques I've performed. Normally, I would have fallen dead from exhaustion of energy and physical strength. The storm is still raging inside, forcing me to continue trying to calm it down. I fold the seals again and release the flames. However, instead of balls, the sky is filled with huge red dragons. The creatures wriggle like living ones and disappear into the sky. Apparently, I made a mistake in folding the seals. The mistake cost me more chakra, and I suddenly feel the saving oxygen in my lungs again. In any case, this technique weakened the monstrous power a little. I bring my hand to my face again and see blackened fingertips. The tailed one's cover methodically burns my body. This is even more painful. I urgently need something strong and tiring. I raise my hands for another call of fire, but I see that the skin is starting to peel off in layers from my palms and forearms. The muscles are gradually exposed, and a black resinous layer appears around them. What is this? My bones are twisted, I writhe in pain, turning over on my back. Everything begins to fade when I lower my head and notice the aggressive movement of 5 tails. Well, Uzumaki, did you get what you wanted? The fox's muzzle is so close that I recoil in surprise. The tailed one sits in the cage, slyly squinting his eye, and grins contentedly. The tails peacefully flutter behind the huge red body. I glance nervously at myself and am horrified. My body is covered in blisters, my limbs have turned black, threatening to never return to working order. In some places, shreds of fabric have burned to the exposed remains of muscle. The smell of burnt flesh makes my stomach clench. It's strange that my insides are still functioning after everything I've been through. A pitiful sight, the demon drawls. You tried so hard to prove your worth as my host that I decided to believe you. And what's the result? I'm forced to squeeze into a roasted hunk of overconfident meat. In all these years, I have only felt a grain of your chakra once. So many years have passed in vain, and only now have you decided to make up for the lost years of preparation at once. You won't be able to buy me off with such handouts, unless you want to burn with me in your own fire. Go to hell with such teachings, damn demon. The nine-tailed fox nimbly lifts a furry paw and sinks its claws into my bare shoulder. In my rage, I don't notice how I ended up within its reach. Drops of blood rush down, coloring the waters below us crimson. The fox pays no attention to this, pulling me into its domain. Go ahead, fulfill your dream and kill me. Just know that we will die here together. He is silent and, ramming my figure with an unblinking gaze, continues to drag me deeper into the dungeon. The bars are left behind, as is any escape route. Finding himself in complete darkness, he roughly pulls out his claws. I swear, I hear how a new portion of blood spilled into the water. Nothing can be seen around, pitch darkness. Only a quiet cold breath gives away the alien presence. A faint light flashed somewhere high up. It grew brighter and brighter, and finally I could see everything around me. Nine tails surrounded us both, preventing any attempt to turn back. And where would I go in such a state? The thought of death somehow didn't terrify me. At the very least, this creature would perish along with me. The light is formed between his clawed paws, which he holds at the level of his broad chest. Despite his unimaginable size, the fox turns out to be a rather bony creature. The outlines of his ribs and collarbones are literally striking. The fur, although it creates the illusion of volume, does not change the picture as a whole. I will make you respect my greatness, mortal, the nine-tailed fox spits with hatred, not tearing itself away from the sphere. You will suffer from your stubbornness. Feel the full weight of my power. Concentrating all the light in one paw, the demon swings and plunges it into my chest. There is a loud crunch of ribs, then blood fills my mouth, flowing through burnt lips. A powerful blow throws me out of the subconscious. With difficulty, I open my eyes and see weak rays of the early sun, softly touching the edges of the blackened field. The path of the sage is incomprehensible to mortals, my son. Truth is not seen with the eyes, but with the heart. So what do you see in those you have let into your life? Will you be able to lean on your neighbor in difficult times? People have long forgotten my will. They use my creations to harm each other. Humanity is rotten, but you, a true child of prophecy, can guide them to the right path. Time is sadly fleeting in this reality, but I have learned to contemplate the world with my soul and create it with my eyes. Now it is your turn to bring peace. So create a free world and breathe life into it. Chapter 9. Darkness all around, someone's muffled voices and a lump of pain in my chest were the first things I felt after the fox's strongest blow. Damn demon, what was he planning? He was shouting something about power, about the need to prove my ability to control it. How magnanimous. And the fact that I almost died, was it just another test of endurance? For the second time, I literally returned from the other world. Someone is tugging at my shoulder, but I can't see anything through this darkness. The pressure from outside is getting stronger. Now they are stubbornly hitting me on the cheeks. Don't touch me. I take a deep breath for a loud scream, but immediately choke on oxygen from the aching pain. Thank you, damn fox. And how long are they going to touch my body? I have almost no doubt that Akatsuki found me unconscious and are now trying to bring me to my senses. What they don't know is that I'm already conscious. All that's left is to open my eyes. Cold water in huge quantities immediately gives me strength. I open my eyes wide and, ignoring the pain in my chest, sit up. How cold it is. All my clothes, hair and face are wet. The members of the organization are standing around, in full force. Each one has an informal and disheveled appearance. Apparently, I woke him up too early. A strong palm suddenly falls on my shoulder with a loud slap. It is Hidden's hand, who is loudly shouting about how happy he is to see me. Conan kneels down next to me and hugs me. It smells pleasantly of something sweet. Itachi, smiling sincerely, reaches out and ruffles my hair. The people around me smile, happy to see me back in this world. Even Pain tries to hide the excitement in his eyes. They were all worried about me. My heart ached pleasantly in response to their smiles and joy. I smile, absent-mindedly looking at the guys. Are the most notorious and dangerous criminals really happy to see me? I will probably never get used to this. The lump in my chest makes itself known with a cutting pain. It feels like there's a hot iron between my ribs. I put my palm on the source of the unpleasant sensations and close my eyes. When will this end? The pulsation near my heart is quite noticeable. It's funny, I'm like Kakazu now. I have more than one heart. Only this one isn't a heart at all. My actions don't escape the guy's eyes, and Itachi declares that I need peace in the lair. He's a good guy, he understands me, for which I'm incredibly grateful to the Uchiha. Eating and resting wouldn't be a bad idea. You're right, Itachi, the leader says quietly. Naruto needs peace. Please, leave us. Itachi started to argue with the redhead, but with one gesture Pain orders everyone to leave. Uchiha looks at me with concern, apparently thinking over the words of the organization's leader. What is he afraid of? Come on, Itachi, everything is fine, go with everyone. I smile reassuringly at the guy and nod my head in the direction of the people leaving. The brunette lowers his eyes, looks askance at Pain and leaves. What is he doing? Is something supposed to happen to me? Pain looks at the guy's back with an impassive face. What's going on? Turning his head towards me, the redhead comes a little closer and sits down on the ground. His violet eyes look into my soul. I hear quiet steps behind me. I don't turn around because the pain in my chest could start again. And even without my sight, I feel that it's Ninjendo. Doesn't Pain believe me at my word? Why does he need a second body? The long-haired guy is already standing behind me, and his quiet breathing. The even waves of his energy indicate that he is calm. Over the past month, I have learned to sense the mood of other people. What happened? The leader immediately gets down to business. You want to know why I was unconscious? The fact that all my thoughts are in plain sight is very stressful. Yes, the redhead answers, I feel a change in you. As if something new has appeared in your energy. Is it connected with the nine-tailed fox? What is he trying to achieve? Pain has never brought up my Bayu before. But what scares me most is that this conversation is taking place in private. He looks at me expectantly. Of course, Ninjendo will pass on the information from my head to him. There is no point in lying to him. Kurama's chakra is in the air. Even I can feel it. Yes, I answer the question with my head down. Tell me everything you saw. Pain continues his interrogation. With a loud roar, Kurama concentrated the light in one paw, swung it and plunged it into my chest with all his might. My breath was immediately taken away, and blood flowed from my mouth. Now the pain in my arm, from the burns, from the dislocated bones, seem like scratches compared to this. It seems like my ribs have cracked, my lungs are barely getting oxygen, and my heart is desperately pounding somewhere deep in my damaged chest. This memory naturally pops up in my mind. Clearly the soul collector saw this. But QB scratched me. Kurama pierced my hand with his claws, after which I lost consciousness, I say, and I clearly look into his eyes. Why do you do this? I need to know what happened to my student. The red-haired man answers and gets up from his seat. Are you sure you don't remember more? Of course, I respond immediately. You don't believe me. I just want to make sure you're being honest with me, the leader says and offers me his hand. Pain helps me stand up. What should I do with this pain? Every step heats up the bright lump of pain in my chest. But telling him about it means admitting that I'm not being completely honest with him. I need to talk to Itachi. He should definitely know what to do about this. As I approach the lair, I notice a crowd in identical cloaks. The entire organization is assembled and ready to leave. I don't see Itachi among them, so he must have stayed home. But where are they going? Hidden smiles slyly and winks at me, while the others obediently look at Pain. Conan steps forward and hands the leader a cloak with red clouds. Ninjendo immediately disappears behind me. I'm not surprised, because it's not the first time he's retreated like this. Probably his own peculiarities. Naruto, the head of Akatsuki, addresses me, buttoning up his coat. We have to leave immediately. Organization business. Leaving you alone is dangerous for your health. Knowing your affection for Itachi, I allowed him to stay. I think he will help you sort out your problem, he adds in a way that only I can hear. It was as if I was struck by electricity. He knows about pain, and about Kurama, and about light. He heard everything. Calm down, you need to look good-natured, as always. Good luck to you guys, I say with a smile, I hope you bring something tasty. How can you not love such a cutie? Hidden cries with affection. Sometimes it seems to me that the priest of Jashan does not know how to speak quietly at all. In any case, now the guy correctly noted my cute appearance. At least somehow helped to break this awkward pause. To be honest, several people in identical cloaks look pretty scary. If I lived in a village and this gang came for me dressed like that, I would prefer not to meet them. Well, or run away from Konoha. Looking at the backs of those leaving, I involuntarily think about this whole situation. The fox thrust a red-hot ball into me, which is the embodiment of his power, then they began to interrogate me, simultaneously reading my thoughts. Well, shaking my head, I open the door and find myself in the living room. I need to finish all the business with the Bayou, otherwise I will be exhausted with all this uncertainty. Although, getting some of the fox's power is pretty good for my age. I go downstairs and see many identical doors. It's not hard to find Itachi, because only one room is saturated with his chakra. The door to his chambers is the same as mine and all the others. No signs, no other differences. Is this a sign that everyone is equal? I knock and humbly wait for an answer. A rustle behind the door makes it clear that the owner of the room is there. A few moments later, Itachi opens the door for me. The guy has let his black hair down, which makes him look rather unusual. He is still wearing pants and a mesh t-shirt. The brunette lets me into the room and closes the door. His home looks peculiar. A made bed in a different part of the room than mine, a carpet, a crossed-out Konoha forehead protector and an open book on the nightstand, a cloak hanging calmly on a hanger. I always knew he was a neat freak. I wonder where my forehead protector is. Yes, it's just wonderful to remember it after a month. In the corner of the room there is a chair with a neatly folded black shirt. There is a comb next to the sink. Apparently, someone loves their hair. On the mirror hanging a little higher, the Uchiha clan symbol is scratched in the corner. Does he regret what he did? Uchiha goes to the sink and, looking in the mirror, gathers his hair into a ponytail. This way he looks more normal. Don't you get tired of constantly brushing them? I ask with a grin, sitting down on someone else's bed. Taking care of your own body never gets boring, the guy calmly states, and besides, not everyone is as lucky as you. What is he talking about? Why is he smiling so slyly? What a softie, I'm a different story. I tousled my blonde hair and look handsome. Besides, it takes too long to constantly spend time on grooming. It's better to use this time to train your body. It's more useful in battle. The ball in my chest makes itself known. Wincing and hissing in pain, I press my left hand to my chest even harder. I don't want to feel this all the time. Uchiha notices my condition, puts his shirt aside, pulls a chair up to the bed and sits down opposite me. The guy's hands fall on my shoulders and squeeze them tightly. Black eyes peer into mine attentively and seriously. His face is tense, his lips are tightly pressed together. What is he doing? The guy's eyelids close tightly. It's time to meditate. A few moments later, his eyes widen, allowing me to see the Mangekyo Sharingan in all its glory. I've never seen this dojutsu before. It's much more beautiful than Sasuke's unfortunate 3-tomo. The drawing begins to spin very quickly, which may make it seem like the pupil has become 3 times larger. My head is spinning, and I close my eyes. A barely perceptible breeze tangled in my hair, and my hands disappeared from my shoulders. An unpleasant feeling of emptiness and cold came to replace the warmth of someone else's palms. My eyes are still closed, but the fox's barely audible growl makes me open them wide. Itachi stands next to me and watches as the giant Kurama creates light in his paws in the pitch darkness. The light grows brighter and brighter, and now I see myself, entangled in the demon's tails. I guess what will happen next. The fox screams the same words as the first time, swings his arm and plunges the ball into me. At this sight, I felt a nagging pain in my chest. Uchiha, without looking at me, stretches out his hand and pushes me hard in the shoulder. I come to, floating somewhere on the edge of sleep and reality. Opposite me, Itachi is also floating. There is nothing around. It's as if we are in zero gravity. The Sharingan is still burning in his eyes. Again with these illusions of his. Soon I will become allergic to them. In a split second, he appears next to me and, glaring at me, punches my chest with his fist. It doesn't hurt so much, and it doesn't hurt at all, as it is amazing. How did he do it? The other person's hand is completely inside my body, and I barely feel it. There is not even blood. The Uchiha keeps looking at me, without looking away. Slowly, he begins to pull his hand out, and it seems to me that he is pulling my life with it. There is a light glowing in the brunette's hand. Exactly the same as in the paws of Kyubi. A bright, hot, powerful embodiment of the nine-tailed demon. Itachi looks at this ball, fascinated. What is he thinking about? This is what Kurama gave you, the apostate says, spellbound, a terrible power. But even this cannot be called a part of the Kyubi's power. Rather, it is a small part. But even with it, you can destroy any village. Can you withstand such power? Asks the master of the illusion, raising his bloody eyes to me. If you want, I can share it with you, I answer smiling. In fact, I am terribly curious to use this terrible power. But what to direct it to? I can't stand it, the brunette answers seriously, even a Jinchuriki finds it painful to wear this, and I'll fall dead as soon as the ball is inside me. But I didn't bring you here for this. Itachi lowers his hand, and the ball continues to hang in space. This light will bring you pain if it is near your heart. Gradually, the ball will be able to weaken the muscle, so it needs to be separated. Can you do it? I ask the guy excitedly. If my heart burns, I need to throw away this flame. I can try to split it into 4 parts and place it in your limbs, the Genjutsu master concluded. The guy stepped away from the ball, and his body began to be covered in orange chakra. It is not at all like the fox's chakra. Even through the illusory reality, I feel the power of his energy. A skeleton of chakra appeared around the Uchiha. The bones were immediately covered with ligaments, muscles, skin, and finally armor. The orange samurai, consisting of the brunette's energy, raised a huge sword over his head and abruptly brought it down on the ball. A loud crack was heard. The ball is still intact, and there is a weapon on it. The samurai leans on it with his entire ghostly body, and after a few seconds the ball breaks into 2 parts. I look at the Uchiha. He stepped back and covered his eye with his palm, from which a drop of blood rolled and fell somewhere into the abyss. Is this ball so strong that even the Uchiha clan's chakra can barely tear it apart? Itachi stretches out his hand. The same movement is performed by the samurai. Then the master of illusions connects the middle and thumb fingers. The ghost does the same, connecting the 2 parts of the ball. Even from afar, it is clear that the power of the Kyubi, now consisting of 2 parts, will not connect again. And the samurai is already swinging his huge weapon. This time the light separates much faster. The orange chakra instantly dissolves, leaving behind only particles, and its owner holds all 4 pieces in his palm with his free hand. He approaches me and removes his hand from his face. The blood has already caked, staining the skin of his face and palms. Itachi quickly thrusts each piece into a part of my body and breaks the illusion. We return to the room. He succeeded. The burning in my chest is no longer felt. Only the unnatural warmth in my arms and legs lets me know that the fox's power is still with me. What, Kurama, did you eat? You wanted me to crack from your power, but no way. Itachi's head falls on my shoulder. What is he doing? Something wet and hot. Blood. I quickly lift Uchiha by the shoulders. My strength has increased tenfold, if I easily lifted the guy and laid him on the bed. Blood is pouring from his eyes. Something needs to be done. I get up and stamp my feet. What to do? Okay, I need rags. Yes, I need a wet bandage. Wipe the blood off my face. Where are the rags? This neat freak should have a towel. I open the nightstand and throw out everything inside. Some papers, drawings, letters, brushes and ink. Among this junk I also found a blue towel. Grabbing the cloth, I immediately wet it with cold water and sat down on the bed next to Itachi. He is breathing weakly. Breathe, Uchiha. I carefully wipe the blood from the stranger's face. I wet the towel again and put it on the brunette's forehead. Come on, Itachi. Open your eyes. Look at me. Say something. Read me a lecture about how unclean I am. I take his cold hand and do not notice how I begin to slowly rock in place. Is he really going to die? No, he will not die. I will not allow it. I jump up and start pacing around the room. If everyone comes back, they will find out about the power given to me by the demon. The red-haired one will find out that I didn't tell him everything, that Itachi helped me. Why do I think so? Because Uchiha's reaction to the red-haired one is more than strange. They both know something. But that's not the point now. I need to wake up the black-haired one. So, what did he do? He created a samurai out of energy and... yeah, that's it. He spent a lot of energy, so I need to get it back. But how can I do that? I grab my head with my hands. Think. I was giving him the power of the elements. Yeah, right. And what if Akatsuki comes back? Who cares? I get off the bed and carefully pull the towel off the guy's head. I lift the brunette into my arms, feeling an unnatural warmth in my hands. It's like I've become 1,000 times stronger. But now I need to hurry. My legs are literally burning. Of course, I ran to the clearing in a couple of minutes. As if my body was moving on its own. I carefully lower the Uchiha to the ground. Damn, I don't even know any healing techniques. When Conan comes, I'll take a couple of lessons. Now we'll think. I touch the ground with one palm and Itachi's stomach with the other. The energy didn't take long to come, and now I'm transmitting healing powers to the brunette's body. After sitting like this for about 10 minutes, I vaguely begin to remember an unfamiliar voice that was saying something about age-old wisdom, the Rinnegan, friends and enemies. It doesn't sound like a fox's voice. Am I hallucinating? What nonsense. My friends and enemies. No, I just wound myself up. This is because of Itachi's strange behavior. When he comes to, I'll ask him what kind of circus he's been putting on. Now I need to give him enough strength. Chapter 10. After a few agonizing minutes, the guy came to his senses. It was an incredible relief. If he had died, I would never have been able to forgive myself for it. I threw myself on the neck of Itachi, who had sat down, inhaling the scent of his hair. I became sentimental next to this guy. The Uchiha absent-mindedly hugged me back, still not understanding what was happening. What the hell are you doing, Itachi? Jumping away from the warm body, I indignantly ask, what kind of circus is this with the loss of consciousness? And don't you want to explain the squabble with pain? Losing consciousness from overwork, Uchiha calmly states, it's not every day that I summon Susanoo in my own genjutsu. And, as you put it, bickering with the leader, he smiled slyly, it's very easy to explain. I'm jealous. What? I'm ready to start getting indignant, but hearing his cheerful laughter, I involuntarily smile, you seem like an adult, but you behave like a child. You can't just fool around all the time. The guy smiles contentedly and takes on a serious look again. How do you feel? You know, I look at my hands, then I look at Itachi. You're just a genius. You should have seen how fast I ran here, and with you in my arms. It's incredible. Uchiha smiles indulgently and says that he was glad to help me. I am just happy, sitting next to this guy. He is amazing. And the fact that he killed his own family. Well, I don't believe that he wanted that. It can't be. In any case, I will find out someday. And now I need to eat. I'm so hungry. I get up and offer Itachi my hand. He looks thoughtfully at my palm, then at me, but still accepts the help. At such moments, he reminds me of his brother's sluggishness, which can't help but irritate me. Are all Uchihas like this? But I'm too happy, so I won't focus on it. Now I could swallow 3 servings of ramen. I hope the Akatsuki haven't returned yet. Although, I would be glad to see the idiot hidden or the boar Sasori. In so many days, I've managed to become friends with him. I don't deny that his dispassion irritates me, but if I just say a few words about art, he just goes crazy. And it's pretty funny. And if Deodara is nearby, a half-day concert is guaranteed. Why are you so quiet? I ask cheerfully, nudging Uchiha in the side. Now we will eat all the supplies, get a reprimand from Conan and, perhaps, Pain will agree to train me. I dreamily close my eyes and put my hands behind my head. I was just thinking, the guy replies, do you really want to listen to our Conan's angry tirade? Itachi asks with a grin. I don't know, I'm in such a good mood. I'm ready to move mountains. By the way, not a bad idea. But ruining nature is somehow not good. Uchiha just grins. He understands perfectly well that my strength is more than enough for this. We arrived at the place. The house was empty. The guys are still on their mission, so the whole lair is at our disposal. I rush to the table and hurry to brew 2 portions of ramen. Uchiha is probably hungry too. The divine smell immediately makes my head spin, making my mouth fill with saliva. I love ramen. I put 2 plates on the table, put chopsticks next to each of them and invite the black-haired renegade to dine with me. And my invitation is accepted with joy. Of course, no one can resist my charm. What are your plans for today? I ask the guy with my mouth full. You can't talk with your mouth full, Uchiha says discontentedly. I don't even know. I'll probably throw on a cloak and go scare people, the guy says completely emotionlessly. Looking at my surprised face, Itachi laughs loudly. Like a child, honestly. Relax, I'm having a rest today. I need to fully recover from today's procedure. Then we eat in absolute silence. It is so necessary now. By the way, if Pain refuses to train me until I learn a few techniques, then I will have to ask someone to help me. I have already dealt with Itachi and fire. There are still 4 elements left. Kisame controls water and, why am I hesitating? Kakazu controls all the elements. It is scary, of course, but there is nothing to be done. It is also not very pleasant to be alone with a shark. Hoshigaki is too sarcastic. Thank you, Naruto. Itachi breaks the silence. I'll go and rest. Since you're the host, clear the plates. With these words the Uchiha runs downstairs. No. What impudence. Cook and clean. Maybe he should wash the floors too. Right now. Dissatisfied, I sweep all the plates off the table and trudge to the sink. What impudence. I turn on the water and wash the dishes. Found myself a mistress. I'm not a servant. I scrub the dirty plates with a sponge. Free labor. That's it. The dishes are ready. I wipe them dry and put them back. Impudent. But I'm kind. Let him live. I drag myself to the couch and flop down on it. Now I need to sit and obediently wait for the others. No. I guess I won't ask the leader for training. I know him. I've already managed to teach him. He'll look at me like I'm a complete idiot and say with a serious expression, no, you haven't learned anything. You need to control your chakra so that you can skillfully use it in the future and blah blah, blah. So let Kakazu mess around with me for a day or two, and then another training session with the redhead. Yes, that would be the best thing to do. I cross my legs, place my hands palms up on my knees, close my eyes and begin to meditate. I have noticed that the energy of the elements can be collected anywhere, even in the house. But it is still better to do it outside. And now the healing forces fill my body. It seems to me that I cannot sleep at all if I gather strength every time. Finally, I feel the flows of alien energy. They are returning. How long have I waited? I continue meditating, feeling the alien forces. The flows of chakra increase, meaning they are already close. I can't stand it any longer and look out the window. Akatsuki, like stern guys with stone faces, are moving towards the doors. It gives me goosebumps. Hello, kid. Hidden almost rips the door off its hinges with a greeting, for which he gets a slap on the back of the head from his partner. The door is intact, leave Kakazu alone. Rubbing his head, the priest snaps and turns to me again. Well, Blondie, did I bring you some treats? The apostate throws a bag of groceries on the table. Ignoring his barbs, I go up to the table and take apart the treat. Several ramen stews, rice, fish, lots of vegetables. Not bad stocked up. Where did you get all this? I ask those who came, and sit down on a chair. We were lucky today, Hidden boasts cheerfully. We came across a rich scoundrel and cleaned out his kitchen. I would have taken more, but someone wouldn't let me. With these words the priest of Jashin looks angrily at Pain, who took off his cloak and gave it to Conan. The girl immediately went downstairs. Really? Kakazu intervened. Why didn't we clean out this lazy guy? He has a house full of free food. In my opinion, to save money, you should visit him instead of buying it yourself. We are not thieves, the red-haired man remarks menacingly. This was the first and last time we pettily stole food. No one dared to contradict the leader. The living room was filled with perfect silence, broken only by the steps of the apostates leaving for their chambers. I was left alone with my teacher. I see Itachi did a good job on you, Pain noted, sitting on the couch. I asked him for help. Looking down, I answer evasively. Again this unpleasant feeling of deception. Why did you ask Uchiha and not me? So what should I tell him? Fortunately, Nintendo is not here, so my thoughts will not fall into someone else's net. I didn't want to bother you with trifles. I lower my head guiltily. I'll pretend to be a good boy and I hope it will help. You put Itachi under a lot of stress. Pain stands up, clasps his hands behind his back and starts pacing the room. He is a capable fighter. His mind is weakly affected by enemy influence. But he is a specialist in genjutsu, which means he is a dangerous and strong man. I see your strong friendship. Maybe it is good. You need friends. Thank you. Looking at him, I say quietly. For some reason, it seems to me that his every word, every action is filled with falsehood. He is definitely hiding something. I am starting to dislike all of this. But I am too weak to take any action against him. No, I must prepare myself to protect my life if necessary. And while I am playing the fool and the good boy to divert attention, maybe we can all have dinner together today. Like a real family. If you want, you can join, says Pain and turns to me. I hope there will be no misunderstandings between us in the future. I nod. No, that won't do. He's hiding something. Why should I be honest with him? We play by the same rules. I get up from my chair and go down to the corridor. Now I need Kakazu. I can even imagine how I can entice this thrifty guy if he refuses. And the fact that he'll agree just like that is rather doubtful. He loves profit too much. Finding his room is not difficult at all. Its owner reeks of chakra of the 5 elements from a kilometer away. It is unmistakable. I knock and wait for an answer. The door is thrown open by the apostate. Thank heavens, he did not have time to take off his mask, unlike his cloak. I will never believe that a Rinnegan bearer would make a mistake with the door, the green-eyed man says with a grin. And you'll be right, I won't stand on ceremony with him. The sight of a stitched-up body doesn't evoke pleasant emotions. Can I pass? The door opens wider. I enter the room hesitantly. The table, piled high with papers, is the first thing that catches my eye. Underneath it is a huge iron safe. Next to the desk is a chair. I look at the bed. The perfectly made bed holds some boxes and crates underneath. Probably, there is thread for sewing on the body. There are also a lot of papers on the nightstand. A coat on a hanger, a towel by the sink, a perfectly clean mirror. She and Itachi are crazy about cleanliness. Did you want something? Kakazu asks, leaning his back against the wall. Yes, I take the chair by the back, move it to the center of the room, throw my leg over and sit down, folding my hands in front of me. I need your help. I hope not materially. I won't give you any money, warns the apostate. What a petty man. I'll never be such a miser. No, rather the opposite, and that very spark lit up in his eyes. What do you mean? He pretends not to care. But the Rinnegan can't be fooled. The waves receding from it have cleared. This means that he is worried. I propose to go to some village and rob the most profitable place. That is my plan. During the time that I have lived here, I have managed to study each person. Kakazu does not like to justify himself to the leader just as he does not like to argue with him. But each time he does everything in his own way. The idea of robbing should touch his stingy heart. Snotty kid thinks about money. Asks the green-eyed one incredulously, what do you need? I don't want to listen to whining about the fact that I took you away from the lair. What if you run away? No way. Don't mess with my head, kid. So you don't want to sneak into Konoha in the middle of the night? Look at his room, I say lazily, go into the Dango restaurant through the back door, open the cash register and take out the groceries. Do you have the courage? The apostate asks with a grin. This is good news, because he almost agreed. I have the Rinnegan, remember. But before that, I need something from you. Kakazu nodded, and I continue, teach me the techniques of the 5 elements. All that you know. This way we won't rob your noodle shop even in 100 years. I learn quickly. I continue to convince the interlocutor, give me a week and we will go for profit. The sewn-up one thought, come on, Kakazu. Don't you really want to buy another safe in your room? All I need to do is show you the techniques. Okay, Uzumaki, the renegade says firmly, stepping away from the wall, I'm in. But the money is mine, and the food is yours. The training period is a week, starting tomorrow. I get up from my chair, walk up to him and shake his hand. He still hesitates, but it's too late. I leave the room and go to my own. In a week I'll need new clothes and a mask. If we get noticed, it'll be pretty awkward to set Akatsuki up. It feels weird to go back to my true home. If everything goes smoothly, I can run back to my apartment. If it hasn't been sold, of course. I fall onto my bed and stare blankly at the ceiling for a few minutes. The smell of something delicious permeates my room. Dinner is coming soon, I forgot. So I'll be a good boy now too. The cute boy mask isn't so bad. No one knows my true goals. Not even me. But it won't last long. When I get strong, I'll definitely figure out a way to learn Pain's secrets. Naruto, get up. Hidden shouts, opening the door to my room. It's time for dinner. Well, the main thing is to keep myself in hand. I'll eat, Listen to the priest's ravings, laugh and go to bed. That's right. I get out of bed and hurry to the living room. Chapter 11. A week later, Kakazu and I set out on foot to Konoha to the day. I had managed to learn the most standard techniques of all 5 elements. My wired mentor was very surprised to see me and my dojutsu in action. In addition to training with the green-eyed one, I was constantly thinking about where to get masks, clothes, and bags. And all my thoughts crossed paths with Itachi. His mind is not affected by ninjendo, which means no one will know about our sortie. But convincing the Uchiha himself was not easy. Are you completely crazy? The brunette screamed in horror, looking at me. Itachi, I just need a few things, and only you can get them, I begged. I'm not talking about things. The apostate didn't let up, robbing the Dango restaurant. Why do you want to become like us? A apostate and a thief. I don't want to hear about it. Look, I promised Kakazu in exchange for. What? His black eyes flashed menacingly. So he's blackmailing you. What a scoundrel. No. I rushed after the guy who was firmly heading for the door leading to Hidden's partner's room. Itachi, stop it. I grabbed the Uchiha by the shoulders. Fortunately, my powers allowed me to stop him. I am the owner of the Rinnegan, the master of the 5 elements, the Jinchuriki of Kurama finally. So do you really think that some shinobi will be able to catch me? But in order not to set up Akatsuki, I need clothes, 2 masks and 2 strong bags. I can't trust anyone except you. The guy helplessly lowered his head, which meant his consent. Now Kakazu and I are silently walking towards my home village. Despite all my persuasion, the sewn-up one was not going to take off his organization cloak, which angered me terribly. But he agreed to put on the mask. Under his cloak is a money bag, which is not visible, unlike mine, hanging freely on my shoulder. Instead of training clothes and an orange suit, I am wearing black pants and a jacket, over which I have a bulletproof vest. Itachi gave it to me and made me wear it without taking it off until the end of our mission. Uchiha also got 2 white masks, gave them to me and told me that there are paints in the lair. I did not even think to ask why criminals need paints. Clearly not to draw suns and clouds. In any case, it is not my business. During the night, I painted the masks. Now Kakazu's face will be covered by a black and green one, and mine by an orange one with a purple swirl. After a couple of kilometers of walking and wasted time, I offer to carry Kakazu on my back. Are you completely crazy? Green eyes look at me with displeasure. We've wasted too much time, I calmly explain. I have enough strength for both of us, believe me. I fold the seals, and my clones appear in front of him. The sewn-up one grunts discontentedly, examining my copies. I get tired of his dubiousness, so the guys quickly grab the man, and we move forward at a terrible speed. Kakazu tries to free himself at first, but after my threats that I will find out the code to the safe in his room, he calms down. We arrived at the village gates by evening. Not bad, considering we had set out after dinner when everyone had left for a mission. My legs and arms were burning terribly, but that was okay. We needed to wait until it got dark and then head to the restaurant. Stopping 50 meters from the entrance to Konoha, Kakazu and I began discussing a robbery plan to pass the time. Sitting on top of a tree, I took out a map of the restaurant from my bag and showed my partner all the entrances and exits. You need to go out from here, I point my finger at the paper. I lead you along the crooked lines I drew the day before and go through the warehouse. While I'm cleaning out the food compartments, you'll go to the right, I continue pointing at my scribbles. There's a cash register under the table and a safe in the wall. The code should be somewhere in the desk. You'll look for it yourself. Throw the money into the bag and go back to the warehouse. I'll wait for you at the back exit. We'll close the door and leave the village. Got it? Yes, but how do we open the door? What if there's security there? Asks the partner. Good job, you're wired up, you're smart. With my Rinnegan, opening the door is no problem, I assure you Kakazu. I will scan the building and if there is anyone there, we will neutralize them. Just no killing or bloodshed, understand? Got it, the green-eyed man nods. How humble. Apparently, so far I'm living up to his expectations. What will we do if we are discovered? The criminal does not calm down. I will create 100 clones and take away the tail, and you will collect the goods and wait for me at the gate. The nod became my sign of agreement. The time has come. The darkness is now our ally. I take out the mask and put it on, then throw the bag over my shoulder, throw the restaurant map in it and take out the second mask. Here, the stitched hand takes the mask. Maybe you should take off your cloak. If we're discovered, everyone will know about Akatsuki's presence in Konoha. Including pain. Disgruntled grumbling and rustling. He roughly thrust the folded clothes at me. Sitting next to him, I feel his irritation and anger. But swearing is out of the question now, there is an important matter ahead. We both jump off the tree and run towards the village. My speed exceeds Kakazu's, so, leaving him behind, I fly into the village and slow down. The long-forgotten smell immediately evokes unpleasant memories, eternal beatings, fear, hatred. I shake my head to get rid of the obsession. My partner catches up with me and stops next to me, breathing heavily. Leveling out our steps, we make our way through the alleys to the restaurant. Along the way, I recall the location of the Hokage's residence, my apartment, the academy. I recall my loud statements to the third one himself that I would become Hokage. But what have I become? Nobody. A burden for Akatsuki, their pawn or weapon. I lower my head and drive away the thoughts. Not now. What kind of whining is this? After all, I have the Rinnegan and the most dangerous apostates to support me. But for some reason, all this doesn't seem so wonderful now. Well, whispers Kakazu, go ahead. The iron door of the back entrance is cold against my hot palms. A large lock hangs just below the handle. Damn, I've never broken into anything like this. And I've never broken into anything. But I can't afford to lose face in the eyes of the apostate. I've only just earned his respect. I kneel down and examine the lock. I could kick the damn door down, but that would make a lot of noise. I twist the padlock in my hands, not having the slightest idea what to do with it. I don't even have any master keys. Kakazu, I whisper to my partner, I'm about to start making noise, so go and check the perimeter. Just don't let anyone see you. If they notice, knock 'em out and drag them here. Do you even know what to do with this? The stitched up man asks with a grin, pointing to the lock. I know, go. The apostate moved silently to the side. No, he can't be relied on. I create 3 clones, 2 of which I send to search for something iron. The third stands nearby. Damn, I have the Rinnegan, and I don't know what to do with a piece of iron. I order the clone to repeat my actions, lift the mask, leaving it on the top of my head, and fold the seals. Warmth spreads through my body, and I breathe it out onto the door in the form of fire. My copy does the same. The iron that our barrier is made of heats up to redness. It radiates heat. You can't touch it, otherwise you can get severe burns. I fold the seal again, but this time for the new water technique. 2 streams of cold, almost icy water rush at the red-hot door. The sharp temperature drop should damage the iron. At least a little. And I was right. A small gap forms between the door frame and the door. Now the most dangerous part. I push my palm into the hole I've created and freeze. I don't feel any movement from inside, which means either no one, or someone is far from the back door. It's okay, I just need to quickly get inside and find out. I strain the muscles in my arm and pull the edge of the door towards me. The metallic screech can be heard halfway across the village, no doubt. But it's too late to retreat. I pull it towards me sharply and rip the door off its hinges. Now there's a hole in the wall in the shape of a doorway. The darkness covers me, but hides nothing from my eyes. Kakazu returns to the terribly loud sound and we run inside. And then I clearly feel someone's presence. Someone inside. The waves are getting faster and clearer. I quickly step towards these sensations and find myself in the main hall. Many tables. Under one of them there is a person. And I already know which one. I put on the mask and feel someone else's presence again. I lift the table sharply and see a guy looking at me with fear and horror. Thin, pale, with big brown eyes and a light head. About 17 years old. It's funny, he's older than me, but he's still afraid. Oh yeah, I'm wearing a mask. I put the table aside and sharply lift the stranger, dragging him into the warehouse. I nod to Kakazu as a sign to start active actions, and he hurries to the checkout. I drag the kid to the warehouse and roughly throw him on the floor near the vegetable compartment. Apparently feeling free, he gropes for a head of cabbage and throws it at me. I deftly catch the flying vegetable with one hand and tear it into 2 pieces before his eyes. The guy turns even paler. Scaring people is pretty fun. What are you doing here? I ask menacingly. He's silent and looks at me angrily. He probably hates me. He's probably a guard here. But his eyes say otherwise. I've never seen anything like it. They look like Rikudo Senon's eyes. Oh. He noticed the Rinnegan. Pathetic kid. And how long has Konoha been defending its territory with such cowards? I ask mockingly. The guy's eyes flashed and he stood up, straightening his shoulders. He was much taller than me. The nasty grin and anger in his eyes made me take a step back. The frequency of the waves suddenly disappeared. Poor thief. The brown-eyed man shouted cheerfully, I'm already halfway to the police station, and they'll be here in 10 minutes. There's a clone standing in front of you. You opened the door too loudly. Apparently you don't have enough experience or brains. Twirling his finger at his temple, the young man teases. Bastard. My foot hits his face with all its might. The copy immediately disappears. How did I not feel it? But why is the clone so realistic? I don't care. I don't have time. I throw the bag on the floor and mentally summon the 2 clones that left. The guys immediately run in through the back door, with iron bars in their hands. Idiots. I order them to fill the bags with food, and I hurry to Kakazu. Alarm. I declare, the police will be here in 10 minutes. Move. The sewn-up guy had already collected the money from the cash register and, hearing my words, began searching for the code in the papers with even greater frenzy. I hurry back. The bag is half full of food. I see vegetables, fish, cereals, chocolate, some meat and spices. Out of the corner of my eye I notice a slightly open door. I didn't know it was there. But I have nothing to lose. I walk into a dark room and see tall shelves filled with all sorts of alcohol. If I sell it, I can buy an apartment. Damn, I'm starting to act like that cheapskate at the cash register. I grab a couple of bottles of the first thing that comes to hand and carry them to the common loot. Adrenaline is off the charts, which makes my actions fast and precise, and my eyes see several shades brighter. The bag is filled to the brim, and I order the clones to disappear. Kakazu appears in the doorway with the loot and shining eyes. Now I have to run. Make 10 clones. I command, creating copies of myself. Without words or questions, Kakazu does the same. Our doubles pair up and run in different directions. They move along the rooftops to attract attention, and we run along the alleys towards my apartment. If it is still mine, then we can sit it out there. We run home unnoticed and go up to the right floor. My apartment is sealed. What kind of joke is this? But time is running out, so, overcoming my pity for my first refuge in my life, I kick the door open with a powerful kick. In the darkness, all the trash, dust and dirt are clearly visible. The air is stale, it hasn't been aired out for a long time. Holding tightly to my bag, I move to the refrigerator. I open it and see what I saw before going after Sasuke. A half-eaten ramen, a bottle of juice and a bitten chocolate bar. I take out the last 2 items and slam the refrigerator door. Why the hell is it so dark? With these words, Kakazu turns on the light. Turn it off, turn it off. I try to scream with my mouth full, waving chocolate and juice. He obediently slaps the switch. Have you come here to eat? The sewn-up one asks, hissing angrily. I wish I had never set foot in this pigsty. Throw this away, it's gone missing. I open my mouth to say whose house this is, but I shut up. He's right, it's not very clean here. And if he finds out this is my apartment, he'll say I'm a dirty slob who ruined our plan. So I better get out of here as quickly as possible. I stretch out my hands to put the food on the table, but suddenly I feel like the cold of the handcuffs has burned them. The juice falls onto the floor, spreading in all directions. The clone has been caught. I look at Kakazu. He's examining my wrist, so he felt it. We leave the house, you sit on me, I command again, and let's run from here. Once outside, I hang my bag on my partner's free shoulder and turn my back to him. He puts his palms on my shoulders, I squat down a little to catch his legs and take off. My legs immediately start to burn unnaturally, which only fuels my excitement. Now we are thieves. I rush towards the exit at great speed, forgetting about vigilance. A happy smile is on my face. What impressions, what emotions. A joyful cry filled with fun escapes from my throat, echoing throughout the village. Someone else's palms squeeze my shoulders hard, as a sign that I should shut up. Okay, I need to listen to my partner. There was one alley left to the gate. The alley and we were free. Just think, the first robbery, and so successful. I wonder how much was in the safe. In any case, I began to be useful to Akatsuki. I had to thank them somehow for training me. Well, or cover up Kakazu's eyes. What's wrong? He would never train me for nothing. And now I can ask him for help again. My thoughts are interrupted by 3 silhouettes at the gates of Konoha. What the? Didn't they have enough clones? Or did they understand my trick? Among the unknowns, I notice the same blonde bastard from the restaurant. But he's not a clone anymore. Although, I don't know. Maybe his clone creation technique is special. The kid turns in our direction and immediately pulls his partners up. All 3 look at us running to the exit. Run or knock us out. They don't know our faces, much less our personalities. They only know that we stole everything from Dango. If they get on our tail, we still won't have the strength to catch up. But I want to try the fox's strength. I stop abruptly 10 meters away from the trio. The nasty grin on the brown-eyed man's face tells me that his destroyed clone has passed the information to his creator. The fair-haired man has recognized me. So what? What the hell are you standing there for? Kakazu whispers to me. Maybe let him run alone. And I'll catch up with him later. No, what if they catch him and take his loot or, even worse, expose his identity? Do you want a fight? The partner continues. Idiot. They won't leave us alone until they catch us. Only by killing them can we escape, and you yourself said without bloodshed. Stop playing the hero. Run. As sad as it sounds, my sewn-up friend is right. If we fight, then to the death. And I don't want to kill just like that. I sigh loudly. What a pity. I need to at least anger them. Hey, Blondie, I shout, were you afraid to act on your own, so you slipped me a clone? I was right and you're a damn coward. Don't you dare call me a coward. The enemy shouts in rage, getting into a fighting stance. I'm an undercover Konoha police officer. He makes hand seals, and a huge energy sword appears in his hands. Wait, another man from the 3, obviously older, puts his hand on the bastard's shoulder. Your voice, he shouts at me. I know it. What's your name? My heart skipped a beat. No, just don't reveal me. I'm wearing a mask. You don't know who I am. Everyone has long forgotten about my existence. A month ago, a Jinchuriki disappeared from our village without a trace. He continues. Uzumaki Naruto, is that you? Damn, they know. It's all because of the hair. The mask only covers the face, not the head. You can't make a voice. You have to run. Faster. I jump up and run towards the exit. The blonde one lets out a battle cry and runs towards me, waving his weapon. Fool. He is getting closer. Kakazu's hands squeeze my shoulders tighter, but I barely feel it. I only feel the growing tension in my hands. Just a little more. The brown-eyed one swings his sword. This is enough time for me to speed up and run up close to him. I clench my fist and hit the enemy in the chest with all my might. As if in slow motion, I see the body flying away and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. His eyes shine with hatred and surprise. I must have broken his bones. Who cares? He himself rushed to attack. My enemy's body flew far beyond the village gate. The sword that fell after the blow immediately dissolved. The 2 enemies seemed to come to life and moved towards me. Naruto couldn't do that. He would never become a renegade. But that's his voice and his hair. A fragment of thoughts from the enemy's head. Run faster. I jump away from the 2 and run without looking back. For a few minutes, I still hear running behind me. It becomes quieter and quieter, and soon stops altogether. One problem less. Damn it. No, he couldn't recognize me. At least because I have the Rinnegan. I hope. A few hours later we find ourselves at the lair. I put Kakazu down and take off my mask, quickly hiding it under my sweater. My partner does the same, and we go inside. It's dark and empty. Everyone is asleep, so he needs to sneak into the room as quietly as possible. And I'll leave the food, and tomorrow I'll tell Pain what Itachi and I bought ourselves. I quickly put the food in its place and go down to the room. It's quiet, no vibrations in the air. Excellent. I close the door and take off my jacket on the go. The mask fell to the floor, but fortunately not so loudly that it could be heard in the next room. I take my usual clothes folded up from under the pillow, and I hide the outfit from the case. Kakazu will safely hide the money in the safe. The food was bought the day before by me and Uchiha. The main thing is that Pain doesn't guess. I fall onto the bed, face down in the pillow. I don't have the strength to roll over onto my back. Well, I do, but I don't want to. How did he recognize me? Although, I screamed at the top of my lungs every day in Konoha. I swear by Ramen, I have no idea who this person is. Who would believe him? Naruto Uzumaki officially disappeared a month ago. And now, at night, A thief with blonde hair and a similar voice shows up at the restaurant. But he has the Rinnegan. Therefore, it's not Naruto. The Hokage will think the same and fire this detective to hell. Right. Chapter 12. A week passed after the robbery. I explained to Pain, as convincingly as I could, where the food in the kitchen came from. Of course, no one mentioned the money. All these days I was haunted by an obsessive anxiety. A nasty, sticky anxiety. It seemed to me that everyone would soon find out about my deed, and I would lose my good name. But everything was quiet and calm. I'm sitting at the table in the living room. But in front of me is not ramen, as usual, but a book. I never thought that I would start reading. And without any coercion, Itachi gave me the book, said that it was worth reading. And he was right. Its author is my former mentor, the Sannin Jiraiya. In his book, he described the adventures of a brave shinobi named Naruto. The book is incredibly exciting. I've been sitting here reading for the second day. Sometimes it seems to me that this Naruto is me in the future. There are 5 chapters left to master, and the book is read from cover to cover. Now the fun begins. Suddenly a newspaper falls on top of the printed pages. I immediately smell the freshly printed pages. I raise my head and see Pain, who has crossed his arms over his chest. His face is expressionless, but I see his irritation in his eyes and feel it on my skin. He found out everything. There is no doubt about it. So my premonition was right. So, the leader begins with restraint. Did you and Itachi buy the groceries yourselves? And wasn't the store called Dango by any chance? My heart started beating wildly. Now I'll have to lie, dodge, evade, do everything to convince him of my best intentions. I lower my head and look at the front page of the newspaper. It brightly displays portraits of Kakazu and me in masks. And the drawings are good. Of course, the image on the masks is a little different, but overall it's very detailed. I lower my gaze and look at a small photo of the Dango restaurant. I don't even look at all the screaming headlines, but my eyes find the line with my name highlighted in red. I immediately open the newspaper and find what I was so scared of that night. My old photo from the academy and a picture of me in a mask. I have no desire to read the huge article, but I still quickly study it. A month ago, a Jinchuriki went missing. The search was unsuccessful, the Rinnegan in the eyes of one of the robbers, and then the line swallowed me up, as if into the depths of the sea. Eyewitnesses say they saw lights in the windows of my home. Kakazu. That's the guy who got me. In the end, it all ends with Konoha being inclined to believe that their Jinchuriki has acquired the Rinnegan and is taking revenge for childhood insults. What nonsense. And they even put me on the wanted list. Is there anything you want to tell me? The leader of the organization asks in a steely voice. Ninjendo's quiet steps immediately sounded behind him. So that's it. You don't believe me. But now I'm ready. We'll play by your rules. When I found you half dead on the lake, I never dared to think that I would take a thief on my soul. It's my fault, I begin calmly. It's my fault for wanting to prove my loyalty to everyone. It's my fault for wanting to test my abilities. It's my fault for deciding to help the organization deliver food. But it's not my fault that you don't want to see me develop. And yet I learned techniques to show my readiness to conquer the next stage of the Rinnegan. But you don't have time for a pathetic thief, do you? Maybe that's why I decided to take such a step, just to prove my strength to you. Pain is silent and looks over me. At Ninjendo, I didn't think that we, especially me, would be wanted. I shouldn't have even talked to that bastard. Because of him, I was exposed. And now my life is in danger. No, of course, I could beat anyone to a pulp, but in that case I'd be declared a missing nin, and then goodbye to my dreams of living as a legendary shinobi. The head of the organization stood silently for a long time, but still nodded to Ninjendo. The long-haired man immediately disappeared, and Pain turned his cold gaze to me. Let's go, the leader calls calmly and rushes towards the doors. I don't know if he believed me or not, but it seems he's not going to continue this conversation. I hope so. I jump up from my seat and hurry after the redhead. He walks quietly and evenly, as if this squabble had never happened. Nevertheless, I managed to think about everything except the most important thing. I did not give up Kakazu, although the leader probably guessed about his participation in this matter. And to hell with them. We came to a familiar, almost native, clearing. I hope he is not going to beat me up as a preventative measure. Even if he is, I will be able to fight back. I am no longer that frail outcast from Konoha. 2 photographs of me pop up in my head. The first one shows a fair-haired boy with sparkling blue eyes. He is dressed in an orange suit and has the village's protector on his head. It is impossible to tell by him that in some time he will become that second criminal in the photo who robbed the best restaurant in Konoha. How amazing our life is. Although, what could you expect from someone like me? I was hated, feared. As a child, I was openly driven away from other children, called a dirty monster and a murderer. My fragile psyche was further shaken with the appearance of my first friends. I grew up a little, but became even worse. A thief and, almost, a missing nin. Like all of them, like Akatsuki. Does each of them have their own difficult story? Did each of them go through this to become who they are? Show me your techniques, the leader commands, tearing me away from my philosophical thoughts. At first I didn't understand his words, but pulling myself together, I began confidently making seals. For the next half hour, I demonstrated to Pain all the techniques of the 5 elements that I had managed to learn. He said nothing, but I felt his satisfaction from the work I had done. Streams of fire, water, air, lightning and earth soared up and disappeared into the atmosphere. I was even able to release 5 elements at the same time. I was carried away by my task, forgot about sad thoughts and began to enjoy this energy. The body burned from using kaiten, then cooled from air and water, became stone from the earth element and invigorated by piercing lightning. It was a miracle. Enough, the quiet voice sounded too loud in my head. I thought about your actions. You are a thief, a criminal, a low person, but you are my student. You are not worthy of a drop of respect, and the fact that I continue to teach you, consider it my teacher's duty. He fell silent and looked somewhere to the side. Today I will show you the third body. A lump of resentment from his words got stuck in my throat, not allowing air to freely enter my lungs. You're a thief, a criminal. These words crashed into my head like sharp shurikens. And the worst thing is that he's right. But this is really for the sake of becoming stronger. Now is not the time to drool, Naruto. Pull yourself together, raise your head. You're a ninja. I give my face the most indifferent expression and glance at Pain. His eyes are directed to the side and, following the trajectory of his gaze, I turn in the other direction. 2 people in the organization's cloaks are coming up to us. One of them is a long-haired ninjendo, and I don't know the second one. A large man, completely bald with an awful amount of piercings and a rinnegan. His headband is the same as the first 2 paths. The third body looks scary. I wonder what it can do. This is Shurado, my third path, Pain states as the 2 boys approach us, his ability to remake his own body. Cyborg, robot, machine are synonyms for his name. And you have the same abilities. Wow, who would have told me earlier that I would become something like this? So I can make a sword out of my leg. Great. Or kunai out of my hands. Or, I don't even know. Shurado will teach you. Turning around, the leader throws, I hope you won't upset me, Naruto, Pain says with emphasis on my name. Ninjendo follows the departing guy, and soon both disappear into the greenery of the forest. I turn to the bald man and look at him expectantly. The purple rinnegans look impassively into my eyes. Indeed, he is a robot. He does not blink, does not move and barely breathes. He only looks into the soul. Yes, into my thieving, low soul. Away with these thoughts, away. Now is not the time for this. I want to make sure you're ready, he says. His voice is the same as the previous 2 bodies. How will you be sure of that? I ask. There is silence in response. His face is completely emotionless. He turns and walks towards the trees. Itachi used to sit there during my training. The third body takes off his cloak and carefully hangs it on a branch. I would have seen that broad back from a mile away even without the rinnegan. Enormous muscles, pierced through with piercings. It's strange, why does everybody need piercings? Surely there's a reason for it. Why don't I have something like that? Perhaps my time hasn't come yet. My thoughts are interrupted by a loud shot. I glance in the direction of the noise and jump a couple of meters up. Shurado's fist has pierced the place where I was just standing, punching hard into the ground. What if I had been standing there? That's not fair. I land near the hole made by the bald one's projectile. I examine the crater and am horrified. A tightly clenched fist is peacefully resting in the ground. It gives me goosebumps. At that moment, the palm opens and the index finger points at me. Nausea rises in my throat. I can't look at it. Another explosion, and the second fist flies in my direction. I instantly fold the seals and fall underground. I remember this technique by Kakashi Hatake. So Shurado is testing my training. That's enough for him. I jump out sharply behind the enemy and grab his leg, jerking him towards me. I admit, without Kurama's powers I wouldn't have moved him. But now the big guy fell face down on the ground. With the help of the Rinnegan I see how the streams of chakra leading to the arms split into two. Shurado literally has two more arms. There are no bones in them, or rather they do, but, like the muscles, they're entirely made of chakra. He turns over on his back and aims at me, putting his fists in front of him. If he fires, I won't risk parrying the shells. The first emotion of malice appears on the enemy's face. He grins with just his lips, flashing his Rinnegan, which is still emotionless. He thinks that I'm finished. No way. At the moment when the fists are sent in my direction, I create 100 clones. While the guys distract the multi-armed cyborg that jumped up from the ground, I step aside. I haven't used my rasengan for a long time. I think I need to fix that. A perfect ball of chakra begins to form in my palm. I still can't get used to the fact that I can perform this technique without a clone. The guys are still distracting Shurado with their importunity. After all, he probably sees that these are copies. Suddenly, 4 fists fly over our heads. With the help of my dojutsu, I see thin threads of Shurado energy connecting the body and its individual parts. This means that he cannot lose his, for example, leg or arm, because they are connected. Quite thoughtful. Rasengan in hand, ready to attack. Mentally I make my guys attack the big guy with even greater fury, and I, like a spy, run from behind the enemy. He fights off my clones, not noticing the approaching original. I bet he knows where I'm running with the Rinnegan. But it's worth the risk. My hands are already anticipating a crushing blow to that smooth skull. I'll knock out all his piercings. There are a couple of meters left to Shurado. I have already jumped, holding the rasengan in front of me. At that moment, the big guy turned around, pointing a large cannon that was sticking out of his right forearm at me. I am carried towards him by inertia, and only now do I realize how badly I hit. A huge volley of blinding energy bursts out of Shurado. Is this really the end? Chapter 13. Through the blinding light I see hands, on which red bracelets appear. On the legs are exactly the same. Exactly in those places where Itachi put parts of the fox energy. What is this? Red fox chakra appears from them and covers the body, causing the usual dizziness, strong heartbeat and shortness of breath. All these are signs of Kurama's cover mode. Could it be that he shared his power again? Thanks to the energy armor, I successfully endure the strongest attack of Shurado. I was thrown several meters away from the enemy without any damage. The red chakra absorbed the big guy's chakra, making my body even stronger. Now I can tear him to pieces. Shurado has taken off and is moving towards me. I do the same, hurrying towards the enemy. I have red chakra and Rinnegan on my side, and his 4 arms and abilities. This block is getting closer and closer. Zero emotions both in the eyes and on the face. Now, even if he pulls out his gun, I won't be afraid. I make a seal, calling the clones. The guys rush forward, and I slow down a little, getting lost in the copies. Shurado waves all his arms, destroying 3 clones at a time. And when he is distracted by another Naruto, I deliver a strong kick to the opponent's chest. He flies back several meters and falls heavily to the ground. What, formidable fellow, have I done you? Enough, says Shurado, getting up, not bad at all, but consider it elementary luck. Sensing safety, the shroud retracted into the red bracelets on my arms and legs, returning my mind and heartbeat to normal. Like a second skin. Thank you, Kurama, you saved me. Well, first you have to understand the structure of your body. The big guy began without warning. This is necessary for creating various weapons. For the next 2 hours I listened to a monotonous, boring voice talking about all sorts of anatomical and biological nonsense. Bones, muscles, ligaments. It's so boring and disgusting that it makes my skin crawl. But, unfortunately, he's right, and I have to know about this nightmare. He talked for a long time about the properties of the skin, chakras, and the body as a whole. What crap. In the end, I theoretically understood how to make a cannon out of a hand or how to create a third leg. Now the most basic type of weapon, he clenched his hand into a fist and pointed it at me, and you know it, don't you? Just imagine how your fist smashes someone else's head and let him do it. I already said that the body parts are connected by chakra strings, like puppets, so you won't lose your pieces, and he shoots to the side, and then demonstratively calls the brush back. Let your body deal with the enemy itself. Only then will you understand what's what. As if it were that easy. I timidly clench my hand into a fist and hold it out in front of me towards Shurado. He looks at me calmly, still indifferent. What do I need to do there? Let the body figure it out on its own. Come on, body, work. I shake my hand helplessly and wait for the result. I look like an idiot. You don't want to throw a punch, the big guy explains, you need desire. When you really want it, the fist will fly. See the tree. Go there and practice. I'll be watching you. He moved toward his cloak, took it off the tree, and slowly put it on. Then he nodded to me, which meant the training had begun. I sadly trudged to the nearest tree. So what should I do? I really don't want to beat up a piece of wood. But there's nothing I can do. The sun was confidently moving beyond the horizon, and I was still waving my arms in front of the hated tree. Shurado had long since left, ordering me to train until the first result. But I had no such result. I was tired and hungry. This tree made me sick. With the help of the Rinnegan, I examined each of its roots and saw the energy that connected it to nature. It's time to admit that I'm a loser. I go up to the tree and sit down on the ground next to the tree. Stupid. Ridiculous. What did he want to teach me? I can't do the most basic things. No. I have to spend the whole day standing next to a huge bush with my arm outstretched. Rage boils inside me, making me feel very hot. I jump up and turn around and kick the tree trunk. The cracking sound makes it clear that I have damaged the base. But I have no time for that. I use my hands, attacking the unfortunate creation of nature. I kick and see how it accepts less and less natural energy, how the roots are torn. This makes me even more furious. I just beat this damn bush. I run back a couple of meters and raise my fist. I hate myself for this weakness. Worthless idiot. Come on, weakling, shoot. And then I feel the bones separating along with the ligaments. My hand bounces toward the pear, and pierces it right through. For a few more minutes I look at this hole, then at my limb. As if it was amputated, but the threads say otherwise. And I can still feel it. I can feel a palm that is not there. And how can I attach it back now? I am left without arms. Calm down, calm down. I need to find it first. She was lying behind a tree. I want to move my fingers, and, unexpectedly for me, they start moving. Moving, damn it, separately from the hand. It's impossible. Unreal. Anyway, with great difficulty I got my hand back and now I'm running towards the lair. I'm very hungry and tired. For some reason I'm not happy with my victory. The shameful price it came at. The living room is empty. Of course, everyone is sitting in their rooms, getting ready for bed. I am the only one, like a complete idiot, who came to eat. And in general, I came into the house. But there is a whole portion of rice on the table. Oh. Conan, thank you. I sit down at the table and eat the porridge. It seems incredibly tasty because I am hungry. Although, knowing this girl, all food is tasty. I wash my plate and wander downstairs. My mood is terrible. That asshole Shurado didn't even deign to find out about my results. Well, that's right. I don't need to know about it yet. I open the door to my room and walk to the bed. There's an unfinished, open book lying on it. Interest awakens again, obscuring my fatigue. I wonder what that heroic Naruto did at the end of the book. And not that loser who's reading about him. Well, Jiraiya ended the book with Naruto's brilliant victory over his main enemy. The hero became famous, successful, and found the love of his life. He ended the book with the words, "It's not how a shinobi lives that matters, but how he dies." What does that mean? What? The fact that Naruto is a brave ninja doesn't matter if he dies badly. I don't get it. No. What was the Toad-Sanin trying to convey? I should ask Itachi, he knows. I put the book aside and turned to the wall, falling into a deep but much-needed sleep. Chapter 14. Hey, Blondie, stop sleeping. Hidden's nasty voice pours into your ears, and a strong hand persistently shakes your shoulder. One more word and I'll rip your soul out, Hidden, I growl sleepily. What are you muttering there? The priest is indignant, taking away the pillow with which I tried to cover my ears. You have been living with us for the 2nd year, but you still haven't gotten used to getting up properly. The immortal threw the pillow on the floor in frustration. Apparently your stupid head forgot that today we have another sortie. Or are you more interested in breaking down doors with kakazu? When will you forget about that misunderstanding? I roll over on my back, opening one eye, and look at my nasty alarm clock. How old was I then? Exactly. Now I'm an experienced ninja, and such a misunderstanding will not happen again. Experienced ninja, make yourself look decent and get into the living room. The guy turned around and walked out of my room. I am half asleep for about 5 minutes, and then, overcoming myself, I lazily get out of bed. Hidden is right. Today we have a sortie to do in the villages. We need to learn the plan and listen to the instructions, but first we need to wash and eat. I go up to the mirror and see my face. Attentive violet eyes, 6 deep stripes on my cheeks, rumpled blonde hair almost to my shoulders. It's time to cut this mop. How many times have my hands reached for the scissors? Just think, I've been here for 2 years already. How much new I've learned, what I've learned, how much I've changed both externally and internally. Just recently, there was a little brat standing in front of this mirror who couldn't reach his reflection without a chair, and now I can see myself freely. How quickly time flies. Having tidied myself up, I put on a black shirt, grey pants and slapped barefoot to the others. Our lair hadn't changed a bit over the past time. The same stone walls, slight dampness, identical doors. I had long since stopped confusing them, although with the Rinnegan there had never been any awkwardness. But it was precisely because of that accident, receiving the dojutsu in the battle with the Uchiha, that I became like this. It's so unusual to feel how you change your views on life. And I can say that I owe all this to the Uchiha clan. And I said that there would be a new Kazekage sooner. Hidden pointed towards Kakazu and grinned contentedly. This village couldn't survive a day without a leader. People are a mortal herd, and any herd needs a shepherd. Yes, I have heard these words many times. The priest of Jashan does not respect any manifestation of power, or rather, he openly laughs at it. He does not yet know that once I also wanted to become a shepherd. Oh. Look who deigned to lift his carcass from the bed. The guy is as always beaming with kindness. I heard there is a new Kazekage sooner. I told you so. He pointed his finger at Kakazu again, who rolled his eyes ironically. And do you know who became the head of the sand? Your crazy friend. I just don't remember his name. You know him. So red-haired, green-eyed. He even has a tattoo on his head. Yes, his name is Gaara, the sclerotic. Kisum almost groaned. Gaara, that Sandman, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed one. I remember him. Could he really lead a village at his age? What a gifted kid. How long have I not seen him? Don't bother the guy's head, gobbling up breakfast, says Deodara. What difference does the new Kazekage make to him? Let him rule, that's his problem. The main thing is that he doesn't hunt us. The boy should know the latest news. The priest muttered discontentedly and began to eat his portion. Breakfast passes in complete silence. Everyone thinks about their own, without disturbing the neighbor's train of thought. I think about this guy. Who would have thought that that lonely, crazy killer would come to his senses after my words and become a normal person? I should visit him sometime. After everyone had finished their food, Pain asked everyone to listen carefully to all the information he had to say. Today I will be brief. We work according to the old scheme. We learn the current news from informants, go through the markets and return to the base. We do not stay long, we still have work. Naruto and Itachi, you are moving together to Konoha today. Sasori and Deodara, a separate task for you. Everyone is free. It's strange, usually I go either alone, under the covert supervision of Zetsu, or with Pain. But of course, it's not the first time I've gone with Itachi. A couple of months ago, I was in the Mist Village with Uchiha and, to be honest, I was delighted. We disguised ourselves as ordinary people and walked around the village for half a day. We went to a bookstore, picked up a lot of interesting literature, went to a restaurant. This is 1,000 times better than sitting in pubs with Hidden. In general, the immortal is a real alcoholic. All he wants to do is gulp down sake and stare at women. But he's still a cheerful guy, albeit with his own peculiarities. In half an hour we gather at the entrance. The weather is overcast today, clouds have covered the sky. But this will not prevent the sortie. 2 of us, Sasori and Deodara, stayed in the house. The rest are waiting for the signal. The guys are dressed formally in cloaks and hats. I don't understand why they wear them. In the villages we disguise ourselves anyway. And I don't really like that I'm the only one not dressed according to the uniform. I'm wearing black equipment with Itachi's bulletproof vest. I tied my blonde hair with a black headband. It looks more respectable. Having waited for the leader and received his permission to start work, we set off. We've been walking for half an hour now, and I haven't heard a word from my partner. His thoughts are closed, as always. Usually, when we're alone, he starts talking, joking. Maybe he's nervous. Itachi, I ask cautiously, did something happen? Why such thoughts? He immediately responds. You didn't say a word, which is quite unusual for you. I was just thinking, Uchiha replied, and after a short pause, asked, what do you think of Gaara's new post? As far as I know, you know each other. Yes, we do know each other, I answer. At the exam Gaara and Sasuke fought for the title of Chunin. But the Beiyu of the first of them rebelled and I had to save Uchiha from the evil one-tailed. After the battle, I talked to the Sandman, touched his feelings. And, as it turned out, this greatly influenced his worldview. After a few minutes of silence, Itachi spoke again. And what can you say about him as a person? Strange questions. What is he for anyway? He was quite closed, cruel. As far as I know, his Beiyu demanded blood, which made Gaara a ruthless killer. Honestly, it seems to me that this guy was able to get rid of all human hatred. Of all people, I know a lot about this. Silence again. He walks confidently, hiding his eyes behind his straw hat. Not another word. He is worried about something, but he hides it carefully. I feel the weight on his soul, but it is useless to ask about it. So, this Gaara did my brother in no time. Uchiha said with a hint of sarcasm, and you, apparently, were able to reason with this guy. Commendable. This once again proves that the flame of Senju, the descendant of Ashura, is much stronger than the cruelty and hatred of the Uchiha. One day, Naruto, you will prove it and put an end to the war between the two great clans. But how this battle will end depends only on you. You speak as if this can't be changed. How much can you change events? Senju and Uchiha are blood enemies. They will be reconciled either by life or death. The last will of the clans is you and Sasuke. This curse will end with you. And you. After all, Sasuke is not the last Uchiha. But Itachi only remained silent to this, which worried me. In an instant I became scared. Itachi, why are you silent? I put my hand on the guy's shoulder. Someday, Naruto, you will understand everything. After that, Uchiha started talking about literature, books, authors. As if he had forgotten about the painful conversation that had happened earlier and left an unpleasant aftertaste in his soul. Soon we found ourselves in Konoha. Disguised as civilians, we began to wander the streets. Itachi and I agreed to meet at Ichiraku Ramen after going through our informants. Akatsuki entrusts me with such a task, which is quite important to me. In fact, I am thinking about joining the organization. After all, I have nowhere to go. I am a fugitive renegade Jinchuriki, as the wanted posters posted on every wall in every village say. They searched for me, some even found me, but they were unable to tell anyone. I have become something of a living myth. An hour later we are already sitting in a diner and wolfing down noodles. Childhood habits will never change. There was no new information, everything is quiet and clean. Even a little boring. It would be much more interesting to learn a few facts about Konoha's internal politics. In general, this village is not developing as quickly as we would like. It is clear that Mrs. Hokage does not worry about it too much. For her, a ninja academy and a couple of restaurants are more than enough. There is a place to fight, there is a place to drink. Everything is logical. I think there is no point in wasting time here. I touch my friend's shoulder, let's go home. The guy nodded in agreement and handed over the money for our portions. His condition still hadn't improved. I'll still get him to talk on the way back. But as we trudge out of the village, I want to practice a little. Concentrating on my mental abilities, I begin to slowly study the thoughts of passersby. I need to work on this from time to time, so as not to forget completely. People think about such stupid things, to be honest: money, tasks, purchases, clothes, weapons. Some think about family and children, but there are not many of them. Boring village, boring people, what can I say? There is a crowd of people standing in front, surrounding a single person. After exchanging glances with Itachi, we immediately hurried to find out what was going on. The person, around whom the onlookers were standing, could hardly stand on his feet, breathing loudly and quickly. His heart can be heard very clearly. His clothes are typical of the inhabitants of the village of sand. The sooner forehead protector only proves my guess. Raising his head sharply, drilling the crowd with his frightened brown eyes, he said clearly and loudly. The Kazekage has been kidnapped by Akatsuki. These 3 words, like a clap of thunder, thundered in my head. How? I glanced at Itachi in an instant and was completely confused. The guy lowered his head, avoiding my gaze. He knew everything. I grab Uchiha's hand and quickly pull him towards the exit. My heart is pounding. Why did they do this? But what worries me more is why do they need a Jinchuriki? Did you know? I turn around sharply and ask Itachi. I knew. My suspicions were immediately confirmed. But why? Was all I could utter. Pain will explain that to you, Uchiha answered with a hint of cruelty. We need to get back quickly. We'll need your speed. Looking absent-mindedly into the eyes of my disguised friend, I nod absent-mindedly. We ran away from the cursed village. Having stopped at a sufficient distance, we throw off the disguise. The Uchiha jumps on my back, after which I, completely forgetting about everything in the world, rush towards the lair. Commentary on Chapter 14. Sorry for the long wait. New school year, new problems. I will try to write every week. Looking forward to your feedback. Thanks for being with me, smiley face. Chapter 15. I had never noticed before that Konoha at night was amazingly beautiful. It was a sleepy calm, a feeling of safety and warmth. It was something I had only felt a few times, sitting with Aruka in a warm diner somewhere. Aruka, did you know that your former student was still alive? You probably guessed. You were smart, but even you couldn't have guessed who the hooligan blonde would become in a few years. The 4th Hokage's stone head is the perfect place for deep thought. And under the cover of night and the starry sky, when all secrets become clear, thought is almost a reflex. No one now suspects that the lost but alive Jinchuriki is in his native village. Tears are streaming down my cheeks like hot drops. I can afford this weakness right now. Today I found out the true purpose of the organization I ended up in by fate. Eye of the Moon is a stupid name that strikes fear into people of my kind. Jinchuriki are prey for hunters in black cloaks. They caught Gaara because of Shukaku. That damn raccoon ruined the young Kazekage's life just like that fox ruined mine. It's funny how similar our fates are. Only my Bayu is still inside me, and I'm still alive. Unlike Gaara, I can't believe that one of the strongest fighters was caught by some terrorist. It's just unbelievable. It's just a shame that the red-haired one only bit off that blondie's arm. Why am I sitting in a place that is quite dangerous for my freedom, shedding tears on a stone Hokage? Because I don't know what to do next. The leader deigned to take me to his office, despite my hysteria, and clarify the situation. He said that I am not included in the organization's plans. Instead of me, they will take some Sora or whatever his name is, but I have a hard time believing it. I can't blindly trust these people anymore. And the worst thing is that I can't trust Itachi. At any moment, they can plunge a kunai into my back and pull the fox out of me. After which, my plans for a glorious life can be safely put to rest. Honestly, I don't know what I'm more worried about. Me or Gaara. After all, we were never close friends. He's a psycho, but something about his green, perpetually sad eyes can't leave me alone. After all, he became Kazekage, which means he stopped being a psycho. He overcame his hatred for people and became truly useful to them. I put my palm on the cold stone and slowly run my hand over it. Once upon a time, a real firebrand like that was the Hokage and saved the village. Surely, Minato Namikaze saved many people. He is an ideal, an idol and an example for every shinobi. Including me. Maybe I should be a little heroic. I stand up and breathe in the cool night air. I heard that a squad was sent to retrieve the Kazekage. I must give them Gaara's body. Akatsuki must have finished the ritual, which means all I have to do is take the red-haired man's body and deliver it to the people. Gaara, I know you're probably dead by now, but know that I won't let your body rot in some abyss. You will be buried and honored as a brave and loyal Kazekage of the village. And I will remember you forever. I throw the black hood over my head and jump down. I need to get to the lair and finish my job. Chapter 16. Pain. I burst into the lair with a loud scream, causing all the guys sitting at the table to look at me in surprise. We need to talk, and I don't care that I interrupted a family dinner. I need Gaara's body, if they haven't gotten rid of it yet. The leader nodded to me and slowly moved towards the stairs. We will probably talk in his office. What's the rush? Hidden interjected. Your business can't wait until. No, I rudely interrupt the guy, moving after the redhead. The only thing I need now is moralizing from this idiot. I'm listening to you. The Akatsuki leader closed the door to his office when we found ourselves in it. Have you finished your business? I begin right away. After a few seconds of silence, Pain deigned to answer me. Yes. Then you don't need Gaara's body anymore. I'll take it. Why do you need it? Asks the red-haired man. Not a single muscle twitched on his pale face, and we are talking, for a moment, about a fresh corpse. The Kazekage is being sought by a group from the Sand Village. I wish to hand over the body to them for burial. Gaara was a worthy leader, so he deserves a place of honor in the cemetery. I don't want you to get involved in this. The leader states in a stern tone, your aspirations are commendable, but there are also Konoha shinobi on the Sand Village team. You've already made quite a name for yourself during your campaign with Kakazu. And now you want to open up to the world. I don't care. Gaara is my friend. He deserves basic respect. Enough. Pain's steely voice is irritated. I forbid you to show yourself to these people. It's for your own safety, the leader adds more quietly. He slowly came closer, and a cold, sinewy palm fell on my head. I know your character very well, Naruto Uzumaki. His hand squeezed my hair, as if to confirm his own words. If you disobey me, I promise that you will not get off so easily. You know, I roughly push his hand away, continuing to look into his eyes. You're right. I shouldn't have told you all this. My idea really is dangerous for both me and Akatsuki. Please, forget this conversation. Having waited for a nod, I quickly leave his office. So it's impossible. So, danger. I don't give a damn about either, danger, or him. Let him choke, drown in my lies. I won't back down from my goal. Only cynical egoists survive in this hole. Well, that means I'll play by their rules. Walking up to the others, I manage a more or less welcoming smile. I need to eat, and then find out something about Gaara's whereabouts. You know, hidden, you're right. I say as briskly as I can, why did I ruin your dinner? Let's forget about it and sit together in a family atmosphere, that's what I'm saying. This is our man. The priest immediately buys into my game, come to us. What's going on? Itachi asks ingratiatingly, not taking his eyes off me the whole time. He clearly didn't believe me or my words. Just as I can't trust him now. I wanted to find out from Pain what happened to Gaara. I answered as naturally as possible. Silence immediately engulfed the room. My sense of touch clearly picked up the sharp change in the frequency of the waves emanating from the boys. So I hit the mark. Itachi, looking at me still without emotion, calmly sipped the green tea that stood on the table next to him. The others followed his example. Like in the theater, honestly. I heard that a team from the Sand Village was sent to get the Kazekage. There are also several people from Konoha there, I continue to tell, waiting for the right moment. They won't find him, Deidara blurts out, they don't know where he is or what happened to him. After these words, Deidara jerked, looking angrily at the unperturbed Sasori sitting next to him. That's right, the kid kicked him under the table to shut the terrorist up. That's not how he should be shut up. He should have bombarded that blondie with his bombs and so he would know how to attack decent Kazekage. But I'm not thinking about that. Why won't they find it? I ask worriedly, simultaneously, connecting to the thoughts of everyone sitting here. During the time I spent in Akatsuki, I perfected my mind reading. So now I can listen to their thoughts like a regular radio. Because a dead Jinchuriki will rot before they find him, the damn detectives won't even stick their noses into our lair, let alone find the dungeon. The main thing is that this idiot doesn't blab. Shut up, Deidara, don't say a word. Thoughts of each of them immediately filled my head. And it takes a huge amount of effort not to wince right now. Otherwise, my entire conservation will go to hell. Because the Kazekage is hidden. And anyway, Kisum couldn't take it anymore. Stop interrogating us. You came to eat, drink tea, and you're talking about this nonsense. Yes, of course. Coming to my senses, I answer the huge fish. Let's close the topic. The evening goes on. They will have fun and relax, and I will play my role of a cheerful errand boy. This is temporary, until we go to our rooms. And then I will find this dungeon. Most likely, the Kazekage is hidden there. These blockheads do not even guess about my plans, which is to my advantage. The only thing that confuses me are two black bottomless eyes that are watching me closely and seem to guess everything perfectly well. Chapter 17. The door leading to the dungeon creaks open. Cold, damp air immediately fills my lungs. Not a single drop of light. Without the Rinnegan, there's nothing to do here. I step carefully across the stone floor of the cave, trying not to make a single unnecessary sound. There is no need for that now. Gaara is lying somewhere here. The fact that I am looking for a corpse makes my search very difficult. It is much easier to find a living person, because he is breathing, moving, his heart is beating. But I have no choice. After walking a few meters, I notice the outline of something very huge in the distance. So big that I have to lift my head to see what is above. Step by step, I get closer and closer to the incomprehensible thing and, finally, I can see it. A huge stone statue of something incomprehensible with raised palms, on which thin, long fingers stretch upward. Many bandages on the face of the statue cover its face. It's for the best, otherwise what if there is such a freak there? However, I sense something powerful inside this monument. Considering that this is the key element of Operation Eye of the Moon, it is not hard to guess who exactly is inside the stone monster. After all the tailed beasts are sealed there. And the one-tailed one is already there and, as I sense, he is not alone. Okay, this is not the time to think, we need to look for Gaara. I lower my head and see a dark silhouette of a man lying next to the statue. Is it really him? I take my first steps towards the darkness hesitantly. And with each step I see and understand more and more. It is Gaara. He is lying face down, his arms and legs spread out to the sides. In the darkness it is not so easy to see other details, even despite my dojutsu. And here I am, standing next to my friend, looking down at him. Some black hole inside me sucks in all my feelings, leaving emptiness and a bit of bitterness. I fall to my knees next to the young Kazekage and place my palm on his cold back. Everything is quiet. No hesitation, no heartbeat, no banal warmth. He is dead and empty. As if all the life force was sucked out of him. Although, who am I kidding? That's how it is. Damn freaks. My eyes sting disgustingly and I blink quickly to get rid of the disgusting feeling. Now is not the time to cry, I still have to find his people. I carefully turn the guy over onto his back and, putting one hand under his knees and the other under his head, carefully lift him up. He smells of dust and a little sweet. Someone else's hands hang limply, which makes me want to cry again, hiding my face in my own hands. Gaara, how is this possible? Coming out of the dungeon, I found myself in our dimly lit corridor. The doors were closed, and behind each of them slept the criminal who had participated in the murder of my friend. I hope none of them needed to go to the toilet now. I walk quietly down the corridor, carefully holding Gaara's body close to me. It's okay, I can handle it. And here are the stairs up. In just a little while, Kazekage-sama, you'll be with your people. They'll take care of you. At that moment, as I approached the door, already anticipating the scent of the night nature, I sensed someone's presence behind me. Itachi, of course. How could I have slipped past the former Anbu? No way. But right now, I am far from him. Supporting Gaara, I open the door, immediately returning my hand to its original position. Once outside, I only now realize that I have no idea where to look for this rescue team. I can, of course, scan this entire vast area, but where to start? And it will take at least the whole night. Naruto, Itachi's quiet voice rang out. He won't let go, but I won't give in to provocation. I need to get away from the lair to start looking for these unfortunate rescuers, damn them. Stop, Uchiha adds a little louder and, seeing that I am moving away from him, continues, what are you doing? I remain silent, clutching the strange Kazekage's clothes tighter. Only now do I look at him in more detail. The stupid sand village outfit, the dirty hair, the white skin with bruises and contusions in some places and the tattoo on his forehead, love. You have earned it posthumously, I assure you. The touch of someone else's hand on my shoulder and the feeling of someone else's chakra drives me crazy. I stop and slowly lower Gaara to the ground. I turn around, folding my arms across my chest, and stare straight at Itachi. You can't take him away while looking at him like that, Uchiha explains. You'll be punished for that, you know that. I have already suffered my punishment, having once trusted you, throwing words in his face, and now what? I see a Jinchuriki like me being emptied and thrown into a dungeon. How do I know that I won't be next? Perhaps you yourself will lead me to pain, having once again gained my trust. How could you? I ask reproachfully. It's my duty, the brunette simply answers. He hides his emotions too well. I don't even feel any changes in him. So what? Anyway, I need to take Gaara to the rescue team from Suna and Konoha, I answer, turning away from my interlocutor. You don't know where they are, do you? Uchiha asks tiredly, although he's more like telling me this as a fact. Unlike me. So tell me, don't waste my time. I snap at him. Let me look hysterical now, I don't care. Naruto, why are you reacting like this? Just tell me, Itachi, I try to calmly ask him, feeling the blood already boiling in my veins and arteries. You can't do this, Uchiha says stubbornly. Then I'll beat the information out of you myself. With these words, I use the Shira Tensei technique, which I managed to learn a long time ago. Itachi flies back, hitting the wall of the lair. There's no point in delaying this. I run after the disoriented guy and, grabbing him by the shoulders, throw him to the ground. He doesn't resist, allowing me to beat him. Idiot. I turn the prostrate Uchiha over onto his back and sit on top of him. Just tell me. I grab the guy by the chest and growl these words. He looks at me silently. So he won't tell. Excellent. I put my palm on the top of his head, slightly closing his eyes. My hand immediately felt the outline of his soul, and I squeezed my fingers, grabbing it. The main thing now is not to kill him. After all, he was my friend. Uchiha's eyes suddenly open, looking at me with horror as I begin to stretch my hand upward. All the memories of his life, all the sensations and emotions slowly come to me. I see the house, a family photo, little Sasuke, some guy with his eyes torn out, standing by the cliff, then just the cliff. Itachi starts wheezing, trying to grab my hand. Black eyes look at me with fear. He is afraid. Never before have I seen fear in this man's eyes. Yes, I am a monster and traitors should be afraid of me. Lots of blood. The wall is bloody, the floor is bloody, the hands are bloody. Fear and despair. The black eyes of a child, full of tears and fear. The katana in his hands reflects the Sharingan of its owner, and emptiness inside. Sharply, even harder than intended, I put my hand on Uchiha's head, returning the soul to its place. He is all wet, trembling and breathing heavily. His eyes are clouded, looking somewhere up, into the void. Not a bad effect. Where are they, Itachi? I ask quietly. To the north. A few kilometers from here to the north, the guy says hoarsely. I get up from Itachi and hurry to Gaara. I lift my body and hurry to leave here as fast as possible. What did you see? Rushes after me. I stop for a moment, then turn towards Uchiha. He has raised himself up on trembling hands and is looking at me with the same indifference. But I know that he does care. That's it. I answer the question and continue on my way. He won't follow me. He won't dare. Maybe I acted cruelly, but it will be better for everyone. After a few hours of walking, I begin to sense a strange presence. Small impulses felt on the ground indicate that there are several people. It is definitely them. What kind of fools would still be wandering around at such an early hour? The sensations are becoming more acute. I am getting closer to them. Now a small light is burning in the distance. They have made a halt, then. Well, maybe I will get something to eat. And now, the moment has come. I reveal myself to the world, declaring that Naruto Uzumaki is alive and has the Rinnegan. Break a leg. When we return to Konoha, I will tell the Hokage about your work, Sakura, Kakashi Hatake whispers, trying not to wake his sleeping companions. It's my job, Kakashi's teacher, I couldn't abandon Kankuro, Haruno also quietly answers. Do you hear? The man suddenly asks her anxiously, a kunai immediately appearing in his hand. The girl looks at the teacher in confusion, but also gets up and gets into a fighting stance. She understands perfectly well all the responsibility that has fallen on her shoulders. Now she and Kakashi must protect the sleeping companions. Granny Chi, Sai and Kankuro must not be harmed. The girl was damn tired of this dangerous mission, but she had no choice. Either save the Kazekage, or die at the hands of Akatsuki. There's someone here. There, Hatake whispers, pointing somewhere to the side. They heard soft footsteps, and the two gripped their weapons tighter. Closer and closer, their bodies tense with anticipation. Now they can see the silhouette of a man carrying something in his arms. Even closer. Sakura's green eyes widen in surprise, she straightens her back and lowers her hands with the weapon. The one who is now walking towards them had been missing for many years. Now he is approaching them, holding the body of the wanted Kazekage in his arms. The girl's mouth opens in surprise when she sees the eyes of the intruder. And Kakashi is silent, only his breathing is slightly ragged from what he sees. He, like everyone else, believed that he would never see his student again. Naruto, Haruno asks timidly. Chapter 18. I watch the sunset of this day, walking towards the village of sand. Next to me are the living Gaara, Sakura, Kakashi, Kiba and several other people who came from Konoha. Unexpected, right? Who would have thought that old Lady Chi would risk her life to save the young Kazekage, and that my huge reserve of chakra would save someone's life? Fate is a strange thing in general. After reviving, Gaara offered me to return to Konoha. He promised that he would restore my good name, proclaim me a hero of his village. And I agreed. After all, Akatsuki would hardly welcome me with open arms, and I had nowhere else to go. It would be better to hang out in my old homeland for a while than to wander aimlessly around the world. Then I would definitely figure out where to go and why. But that would be later. Naruto, how are you? Haruno asks quietly, deliberately hiding her gaze. After my arrival, she hardly looks me in the eye. She's probably afraid of my Rinnegan. But to be honest, I don't care. I've become rather cold towards people and, oddly enough, I've begun to notice some of Pain's traits in myself, restraint and excessive insight. Almost all people are like open books to me. Now I understand why the Akatsuki leader isn't very popular with others. Do you see what's in my eyes? I answer the question with a question, and continue, I understand your concern for me after losing chakra to Gaara, but there's no need to worry so much. I'm fine. She's silent, doesn't look, doesn't even yell. She's strange. If I didn't know her, I might think she's fallen in love. Or maybe that's true, but it's unlikely. Just think, I was once partial to her. A naive fool. Sakura, what happened in the village while I was away? I decide to talk to her. I have absolutely no information about Konoha in recent years, which is not very good. Nothing special. Soon it became Hokage. You disappeared, Sasuke left. I began to study with the new Hokage, train, strive to become strong. Teams from the academy went on missions. Everything went on as usual. So, Uchiha never came back. Who would have doubted it? For some reason, the mention of that name makes my chest feel uncomfortable and aching. How are you, Itachi, without me? What's going on in your soul? How did you survive my prank and have you forgiven me for it? What kind of nonsense am I talking? Have you seen Sasuke again? She just shook her head and smiled bitterly. Does she still love this idiot? I will probably never be able to understand this strange girl. How can you love this cold, pompous egoist? He is not like his brother at all, not like him at all. Sasuke was declared a renegade after leaving for Orochimaru, Kakashi added as he appeared nearby. Even if he deigned to return, he wouldn't be welcomed as warmly as you. Of course, he doesn't have an extra Bayu inside him and a Rinnegan to boot. I wonder if Hatake really thinks I'm the same smiling idiot. That I don't realize that I'll be more than welcome just because of my strength. In any case, for now it's only to my advantage. As soon as I get to Konoha, I'll immediately demand the best room in the most expensive hotel. Not at my expense, of course. We should be there by nightfall, Gaara declared loudly. Speaking of him, the guy almost burst into tears when he saw me and the crowd around him. He was flattered by all the attention. Who said childhood traumas are easy to forget? He'd been an outcast his whole life, understandably so. And now he's the strong, independent leader of the Sand Village, striding firmly toward his homeland. Only he's not a Jinchuriki anymore. There's no need to fear him anymore. Hey, resurrected Kazekage, what do you plan to do now? I ask curiously. First of all, to restore your good name, and then to the shower, the red-haired man answered with a restrained grin, but seriously, I need to restore my village in all its aspects, strengthen the security of the borders and residents, establish stronger ties with other villages and much more. I don't think you are interested in this. It's interesting to hear everything from a friend who has survived death, I answer almost seriously, and you also need to be checked for speech defects. For these words I received a noticeable blow to the shoulder. Gaara smiles and shows me his fist. Next to him I feel like a naive child again, although this is far from true now. Now I am the powerful weapon of my village, and he is the head, the ruler and the leader of Suna. A responsible leader, responsible for his people. I am sure that his village will have great times. The sun has almost set behind the horizon, leaving us in the shadows, gradually giving way to the starry night. Today it is clear, and the moon, as never before, lights our way brightly. In the distance, the village of sand is already visible. Soon, people will come out to the gates to greet their leader. From that moment, my new life will begin, in which there will be no place for Akatsuki. Chapter 19. Well, hero of the sand village, I wish you good luck in the future. Gaara's strong palm shakes my dark hand. The documents have already been handed over to Konoha. All that remains is for you to appear before the Hokage, but you can do without me here. Gaara smiles indulgently, still shaking my hand. He kept his word and restored my good name. Now the people of Konoha are ready for my return. Tsunade received the Kazakuge's letter and responded immediately. Sensei Kakashi, of course, put in a good word for me, too, since he and Sakura did not stay in Suna for long. Maybe it's for the best. Gaara is dressed in the official Kazekage suit. To be honest, the outfit is something special, but it adds a certain severity and wisdom to the already serious young man. I am sure that this guy will soon enough turn a half-destroyed village into the most powerful state unit. A man who has survived death is not yet capable of that. Thank you, I sincerely thank the interlocutor. You made my life a little easier. Now I have no problems with Konoha and the roof. Sometimes this is enough, right? Gaara just chuckled at that. The village leader had to be reserved, and he was doing it very well. Naruto, letting go of my hand, which immediately made me feel an unpleasant chill, said Kazekage, know that there will always be a place for you in my village. I will be eternally grateful to you. It's great when an important government official addresses you with such words. Don't forget about me. Ignoring my attack, Gaara continues, I'll be glad if you come over for tea sometime. This guy is a real man, and that's what I like about him. His green eyes look at me with respect and gratitude, although there's a slight smile on his face. At the gates of Konoha, I was met by Hatake Kakashi and a crowd of local onlookers, villagers. The copy ninja led me to my old home, and then, after ordering me to immediately report to the Hokage, went about his business. But old Tsunade can wait. I almost run up to my floor and stop in front of the door with the image of a whirlpool. Childish pranks of the past. My past. I push the door and go inside. The apartment is dusty and dirty. Like that night when Kakazu and I stumbled in here after the business. That idiot went to turn on the light, and well, what difference does it make? Akatsuki is no longer in my life. And it won't be. But I have to be honest with myself, so I admit that I miss them. The cheerful idiot Hiden, the greedy Kakazu, the dumb Sasori, the silent Pain, and the caring Konan. And Itachi. How is he without me? I shake my head vigorously to get rid of the heart-rending thoughts. I need to clean the apartment and go to Tsunade. Then go to Jiraiya, Haruka, Sakura, someone. I just don't want to be alone with myself, otherwise I won't be able to stand it. After fiddling around for about an hour and seeing my apartment perfectly clean for the first time in my life, I proudly walk across the shiny floor to the closet. I need to change and take a walk to the Hokage's office. The closet door opens with a nasty creak and I see a bunch of things. They belong to the little me, the one who is no more. I need to throw out this old stuff and buy some more things. It's not right to go to important ladies in shabby rags. I slam the door, go to the window and put my hands behind my head. I have no money, and in order to have some, I need to go on a mission. I have no choice but to borrow from someone I know. No, of course I can steal. With the Rinnegan it's not a problem. But stealing on the first day of my return is somehow. Besides, I'm an honest person. Well, I guess it's high time to visit old Jiraiya. Half a day later, I'm dragging home bags of food, clothes, this pervert's books and other junk. You should have seen how the Sannin rushed to hug me. Or how he jumped away from me as soon as he noticed the Rinnegan. I've never seen him so confused. True, he later came to terms with it and was no longer afraid to look at me. All people are the same in this regard. Nevertheless, Jiraiya gave me money for free, stuffed me with his latest creations, and barely let me out of the house. But I am very grateful to him, since the funds were more than enough for new clothes and food. The sun had long since hidden behind the horizon when I, loaded with various necessary junk, approached the door of my apartment. Someone else's powerful energy immediately hit my head. Someone is in my house. I throw the bags at the entrance and, concentrating a small bundle of flame in my hand, I abruptly rush inside. To my surprise, Sunit is sitting languidly on the bed and looking at me with displeasure. What an honor. I think I asked you to come to my office, the woman says quietly, but I can feel her literally reeking of anger and fury. But I am no longer the boy who trembles in front of this woman. My plans have changed a bit, I say phlegmatically, returning to the corridor for the bags. Wow, everything fell out. I feel the Hokage's puzzled gaze on my back, and then even more anger towards me. Let him be angry, but outside my home. Having collected the bags and brought them into the house, I sit down on the table and look expectantly at the Hokage. What would you like to know? You know, the patronage of the Kazekage does not give you the right to treat me so carelessly. Besides, I have not forgotten about that incident with the robbery of the restaurant, Sunid spits out sarcastically. Nasty woman. Ugh. How petty. The owner of the legendary dojutsu robs the kitchen. Completely unnecessary, Naruto, already smiling specifically, says the head of Konoha. I stubbornly remain silent, looking into her eyes impassively. I could rip out her soul, give it to the summoning dogs to eat, blow it up with rockets from my own hands, or simply lift it so high that she would suffocate from lack of air. But instead, I am forced to listen to her whining. Welcome to Konoha, Naruto. Where have you been for the last 2 years? The woman, who somehow ended up with some magazine, begins the interrogation. So what should I tell her? If I lie, she'll start screaming about Kakazu. And if I tell the truth, she'll have the right to throw me in jail. Let's try to play the victim. I was captured by Akatsuki in their lair, trying to show something similar to emotions. It seems to be working. So, you weren't the one who robbed Konoha's elite restaurant? Sunid asks, putting down her magazine and smiling like a winner. This was one of the tasks to test my abilities. Without blinking an eye, I make it up on the fly. As a combat unit I was useful to the criminals. That is why I am alive and, moreover, there are no injuries on my body. So, you didn't commit the crime of your own free will? The head of Konoha asked, somehow too quietly and understandingly, and there was no trace left of her smile. I am not an enemy of my village. I begin with an insult, faked of course. Despite all the hatred that I have managed to absorb from the rest of the villages, I am not a monster. I have not fallen so low as to defect to the apostates. Although, remembering my childhood, it would be quite understandable, wouldn't it? The Hokage is silent, her lips pursed. There are steady waves of energy coming from her, indicating that she is calm. Now it's time to get inside her head to figure out how to proceed. He could have joined Akatsuki. What a change. A combat unit. He was able to endure 2 years without dying. Plus, his Rinnegan and the Bayu inside him make him an incredibly strong fighter. This could be good for our village. A two-faced bitch, and no one doubted it. And then she gets up, comes up to me and pulls out the magazine, indicating a place for a signature opposite my last name. She believed me, old woman. I immediately scratch the crooked curl and look up at Sunid. The woman hesitates, but still carefully touches my chin with her fingers and carefully examines the Rinnegan. Apparently, for the first time in her life she is looking at it. Let her admire it, I don't mind, only. Sunid-sama, gently squeezing her hand in his and pushing it away from her face, I address the woman. She slightly trembled from my touch, but did not pay attention to it. I just arrived in the village and I need money. I need a mission, any kind. The Hokage nodded quickly and left my apartment, closing the door behind her. I bet she ran to wash down the tension with sake. Good luck to her. But Sunid is great when it comes to assignments. She'll throw me some work right away. All that's left to do is wait. Chapter 20. Sunid quickly found me a couple of tasks, after which I can call myself a well-off person. I refuse teamwork, and the Hokage herself understands that it is stupid for me to go with someone. Rinnegan and a lot of strength, after all. My closet quickly filled up with new clothes. How nice it was to get rid of the colorful orange baby clothes. Oddly enough, my wardrobe is now not overflowing with anything particularly bright. Gray, black, blue t-shirts, a few new pants, cool sandals and a couple of black vests with the symbol of my clan. Now I look like a serious fighter. Warm rays of sunlight stream through the window into my room, settling on my face. Sleep evaporates immediately, and I put my hand on my face, hiding from the sun. Today I have an appointment with the Hokage. The woman spoke of an important mission that I will have to carry out, And I will not be alone. Our poor old team number 7 will be going with a new composition. I wonder who will be slipped in instead of Uchiha. After lying there for another 10 minutes, I slowly get up and drag myself to wash up. The cold water quickly brings me to my senses and sends a flock of goosebumps down my back. Finding a towel nearby, I wipe my face and look at the mirror hanging nearby. A handsome young man with disheveled hair is looking at me. Wow, how serious I am today. Having finished admiring myself, I stomp into the kitchen. I need a snack before going to Sunad. What could help at such a moment better than good old ramen? The divine smell quickly spreads throughout the apartment, making it cozy as is. This place is much better than the Akatsuki kennel, although I have lived there long enough to get used to the dampness and semi-darkness. I wonder if these people remember me. Although, why does this still interest me? Sentimental idiot. Having finished my portion of noodles, I get up from my seat and walk to the closet. Opening the doors, I skeptically examine the clothes. I didn't have to think long, and my choice fell on a vest, a blue t-shirt, black trousers and sandals. I look in the mirror again and, having ruffled my hair with my hands, I remain satisfied. Now I am not ashamed to go to a lady. I go outside, breathing in the fresh air and, putting my hands behind my head, I slowly walk towards the residence. Passers-by, long accustomed to my dojutsu, smile affably, guys wave their hands, and girls giggle shyly. A touching picture. Still, it's somehow strange that these people don't run away from me in fear. Life is wonderful. You could have hurried, Naruto. Sunad remarks with displeasure as soon as I open the door to her office. Good morning, Sunad-sama. I retort with a cheerful smile, noticing 3 more pairs of eyes staring at me. And of them, I only recognize Sakura's green eyes, who quickly hides them. Come on in already, Uzumaki, rubbing the bridge of his nose, the village head mutters. I walk up to my, as I understand, teammates and stand next to Sakura, winking sweetly at her. Haruno makes a displeased face, but the slight blush that has appeared gives it away with her head. At times like these, she looks like Hinata. And why do I like embarrassing this girl so much? Today I have gathered you here to announce an important mission, important Hokage. Information has come in from anonymous sources about a spy connected to Orochimaru. They are to meet at Tenchi Bridge today. And your goal is to capture the informant and bring him to Konoha. Orochimaru, that bastard that Uchiha went to. I'd rather kick that snake's ass than some small fry. Your team consists of Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Sai, and Captain Yamato. Any questions? Everyone present in the office shook their heads negatively and, having waited for wishes of good luck and permission to leave the village in an hour, left the chambers of the head of Konoha. An hour at the gates of Konoha. And without delay, please, the man in the mask, like the second Hokage, reminded once again. Who is this Captain Obvious? And judging by his vest, he also replaces the good Kakashi-sensei. Of course, Captain Yamato, Sakura fawns sweetly, see you later. Yamato immediately disappears from sight after leaving the residence, and Sakura turns a couple of alleys later. Sai and I are left alone and continue walking in silence. A strange man, damn similar to Sasuke. Couldn't the old lady Hokage have found someone less similar to Uchiha? He is just as stupidly silent as Sasuke once was a long time ago. Where do you live? I'll be the first to break the silence. Is it that important to you? Sai drawls melancholically. Not really, to be honest. I'm just trying to establish contact. After all, we're working together. The pale-faced guy keeps walking, not even turning to look at me. Idiot. I'll definitely give him to the summoning beasts to eat if he keeps turning up his nose. A second Uchiha has appeared for me. Well, I'll see you soon, I say indifferently, turning into a strange alley. It would be better to walk around the village than to go with this unbearable man. You don't live here, Sai notes, deigning to look at me. And the eyes are just as black and empty. I need to come here. I cut it off and turn away from the guy. What a smart guy. Let him go alone, puffed up with importance. An hour later, I stand at the village gates with a backpack on my back. It was quick enough to gather the bare necessities. Yamato and Sai stand nearby. A few minutes later, Sakura comes up. And, under the captain's fatherly, parting words, our team number 7, damn it, sets off. Chapter 21. Everything was going according to plan until the moment when Yakushi Kabuto, that nasty spy I had seen at the academy a few years ago, turned out to be Orochimaru's henchman. Although, I must admit, the bespectacled guy played his role of the poor martyr well. And he spoiled the Yamato doll well, too. No matter, the captain was only slightly hurt. When Yamato was exposed, Sakura, who was sitting next to him, almost fainted, turning as pale as an Uchiha. The stupid Sai just sat there, not moving. Even I felt sorry for the captain's plan and his disguise, but the pale one didn't care. Soulless blockhead. Just like an Uchiha. If they turned out to be distant relatives, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I tear my gaze away from my companions and see that Orochimaru is looking in our direction and, smirking, says something to Yamato. He immediately gives us a signal and we instantly appear next to each other, ready to engage in battle. Wow. And up close the snakes are even more terrifying. That disgusting translucent skin, the lines around the eyes and the vertical pupils make it look like an amphibian. I'm not original, but that's how it is. It's just disgusting. And Uchiha went to this, for power, almost killing me. What a shame. You again, Yakushi throws contemptuously, but when he notices my eyes, he immediately wipes the smirk off his face. Orochimaru also looks at me without emotion, but from here I feel that both are extremely surprised. We'll see who laughs last. So the Rinnegan in your eyes is not just a rumor, the snake Sannin says, his lips spreading into a grin. Now I'm even more eager to see how much stronger you've become than Sasuke, he continues enthusiastically. Something bubbled up inside me at the mention of Uchiha, but I didn't show it. This apostate, who is on the contrary, doesn't even know who helped me awaken the dojutsu. A third of the blame for the loss of my blue eyes lies with him. What are you muttering there, snake? I throw it mockingly towards the enemy. Do you think I'm weaker than some Uchiha or, even more so, you? Don't make me laugh, old man. Don't you dare talk about Orochimaru-sama like that. Kabuto squeals and, gathering chakra in both hands, runs towards me. I stand motionless, looking at the boy's eyes shining with anger. Wow, how brave and stupid. Why is he running to me? Why is he protecting Orochimaru? I can just rip out his soul and that's it. His life is over. A strange guy, very strange. And now, his hand, filled with blue chakra, slowly, as it seems to me, approaches my face. I intercept the other's hand, turn around together with him and, hitting the enemy in the stomach with all my strength, make the guy fly further than the bridge. Hearing the blow, I notice that the tree the body hit falls with a creak. It seems I overdid it. In the eyes of my companions there is incomprehension and, it seems, fear, but now I have no time for this. I turn to the main enemy and see his delighted smile. His yellow eyes literally glow with pleasure. Consider this a warm-up, boy. With these words, huge snakes appear from the Sannin's hands, quickly approaching me. I instantly form seals and release a huge fireball towards the amphibians. The stream of fire has not yet reached its target, as I create a rasengan in my hand and run towards Orochimaru. My plan worked and, having hit the target exactly, the enemy flies a large distance away. Naruto. I barely hear Sakura's shocked voice. I straighten my back and look back at her. The girl holds her hands to her chest and looks at me in surprise. I wink at the girl, making her blush, and, turning away from her, I slowly but surely walk towards Orochimaru. He looks at me with a weak smile. He is sitting on the ground near a badly damaged and bent tree trunk. There is delight in the Sannin's eyes, and blood on his lips. Leaning against the tree, he quickly gets up and, shuffling his feet, drags himself towards me. You really are strong, Naruto, Orochimaru says with a chuckle, so strong that I'm starting to doubt that my Uchiha is so necessary. You know, maybe you could come with me and fight him. Then I'll find out which of you is really stronger. Is he kidding me? What? My Uchiha? And what do you mean you'll fight him? Is Sasuke here? I ask, quickening my pace. He is silent, still slowly walking towards me. Suddenly he starts laughing loudly and, instantly making seals, blows a huge stream of wind towards me. I am immediately thrown back and, having successfully landed on the other side of the bridge, I run back to Orochimaru. My companions are still standing like pillars, looking at how I am the only one who is bearing the brunt of the whole team. Yeah, team number 7 has never been perfect, but now it's just a shame. The Sannin is already making seals and snakes appear from his mouth, a lot of snakes. A disgusting sight, but he forgot who I am. I transform my right hand into a blade and create a bunch of clones, forcing the guys to chop the amphibians into pieces. And while the clones are busy with Orochimaru's toys, I appear in front of the snake's face and, plunging my blade hand into it, lift it above myself. Where is Uchiha? I growl menacingly in the style of the Nine Tails. You're not as simple as you seem, the man croaks. A trickle of blood flows from his mouth, but hatred is growing inside you. Despite this, you would make a good vessel. This is a good idea, right? What do I need these Uchihas for? 2 weaklings, compared to you. What does 2 mean? I ask, not understanding a word. And what kind of hatred is this? Sasuke and Itachi, Orochimaru explains patiently, wincing as I grab him and bend him over the abyss. There's water and rocks down there, beyond the bridge, so if he, accidentally, falls, it'll be very, very painful. What were you doing to Itachi? I squeeze his shoulder until it cracks, plunging the blade even deeper. If he slips off the weapon, I will hold him. So, he will die only by my will. Is it only your hand that keeps me from death now? The snake asks, smiling, as if he had read my thoughts. He turns his head and glances sideways at the stones and water beneath him. Answer my question. What did you do to Itachi? I shake the scoundrel, amazed at my own impatience. Nothing. Unlike him. Just so you know, he took my hand in his illusion, which is why I left Akatsuki. And it was quite a lucrative position. The man shares discontentedly, trying to keep his head level. Now shut up and take me to Sasuke. I have to personally express my gratitude to him. I finish the last phrase to myself. I can't while you hold me, he answers smiling, come on. Where will I run? Even if he tries to escape, it won't be hard to catch him, right? So I step back, setting him on his feet, and abruptly pull out the blade. He doubles over, spitting out blood, and I return my limb to its original shape. It is left with the sticky, hot blood of this snake. I won't carry you, old man, I throw contemptuously towards Orochimaru, who is crawling almost on his knees from the pain of a bleeding wound. You won't have to, he wheezes and carefully gets to his feet. The man, looking at me, opens his mouth, unclenches his jaw with his hands to the sides so that I felt sick. And then another Orochimaru crawled out of his mouth in disgusting green slime. What disgusting stuff. As if a snake had changed its skin. Air for me, air. I think even Kyuubi would go ill from such a sight. What an abomination. I note contemptuously. There is no wound on him, he has fully recovered. That means he will be able to cause problems and slow down our movement. Then why do I need him? Tell me where your lair is. I'll take you there myself, turning his back to me, he replies. What do you mean? I close the distance between us and put my hand on his head, immediately feeling his chakra. He understood my intentions and tried to twitch, causing his soul to move away from his body a little. I hold it tightly, absorbing the information. Like then, with Itachi. Memories of his life flash through my head. The war, the endless experiments, Akatsuki, the murder of Hiruzen and much more. I hold on until I see the way to the lair and Sasuke lying on the bed in a darkened room. I unclench my palm, and the snake immediately falls to the ground, breathing convulsively and drooling. Keep an eye on our prisoners, I'm going after Uchiha, throwing him to the companions. Naruto, our task is accomplished, we have captured both the spy and the renegade, says Yamato, it is time to return to the village. Come back without me, I need to meet an old friend. Captain Yamato, I'll go with Naruto, Haruno says timidly, looking at the man pleadingly. I see her eyes. They're the same as they always were when she talked about Sasuke. Sakura will probably never forget this turkey. We can't back down from the mission. It would be a violation of the rules. Yamato is indignant. Captain, if we deliver another apostate to the Hokage, she won't be too upset. I think we should go together, leaving the clones to guard the prisoners, Sai interjects. You're right, but I don't like this idea, the captain gives in, covering his face with his hand. Sakura squealed and jumped for joy. No, 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 I didn't want to drag him along with me. What a disaster. I wanted to talk to Sasuke, remind him of his brother, undermine his self-esteem, and maybe beat him up a little. But dragging spectators and witnesses along with me was not part of my plan. You think the clones can stop them when they come to their senses? Throwing at the pale guy. What the hell does he want with Sasuke anyway? My clones will be able to withstand the attack. Besides, the renegades are too weak for serious combat now, Yamato concludes. I just roll my eyes and sigh. It seems like we're in for a fun family reunion. Having placed the criminals in wooden blocks, Yamato created a clone. We each created a clone, and then went to the snake's lair. Uchiha is hiding in its depths. Wait for me, Sasuke, I am coming with gratitude. Chapter 22. And here we are, standing at the entrance to the cave lair. I can already vaguely sense Sasuke's energy in the air. And it's not surprising, because it is very similar to Itachi's chakra. And Orochimaru's scent reeks a little, but that's not necessary now. Do you feel something, Naruto? Sakura asks timidly. No, I answer after a short pause. I don't want these people, my teammates, to be present when I talk to Uchiha. I need to get away from them. This cave isn't dangerous, so I don't risk losing them if I leave for a while. We should stick together, warns Captain Yamato, this cave may not be safe. Naruto, your Rinnegan will help us find Sasuke. You will lead us. What? I wasn't going to babysit this bunch of students. I was going to visit an old friend, not bring guests to him. What are they thinking? What is Yamato thinking? He seems like a grown man. Captain, I'll start as seriously as possible. I think there are quite competent shinobi here who don't need a guide dog. The cave is not dangerous, that's all I can tell you. Why do I feel like you want to leave us? Sai asks quietly with a slight smirk, crossing his arms over his chest. Are you unhappy about something, Sai? I also cross my arms and ask the guy a counter question. Who does he think he is? No one is keeping anyone here. If you don't trust the team, go alone. You're hiding behind the team, Naruto. Admit it, you have plans related to Uchiha Sasuke, the comrade says with a stone face. And this guy is no slouch, since he figured out my intentions. Let him prove it now. If it were up to me, he would have been long gone from Earth. As long as you don't have anything on your soul, I throw back at the guy with a wide smile. Let him think about my words. Boys, now is not the time to quarrel. Haruno shouts irritably, standing between me and the Sasuke copy. In case you forgot, we have much more important things to do. Sakura is right. Yamato intervenes. Now we have another task, to catch Uchiha. What a great guy, Captain. What would we do without him? I roll my eyes, internally chuckling at the stupidity of this situation. Having spent precious minutes, we, or rather they, decided that it was time to move on and, taking a deep breath of fresh air, we walked together into the darkness of the cave. After walking a few meters, we come across the first fork in the corridors. My team immediately began to discuss further plans. And for now, I will concentrate on my feelings. A strange cave. It feels like Sasuke's chakra is everywhere. It does not go in a certain direction, but simply hovers in the air. This complicates my task a little, but not so much that I cannot find the Uchiha. Approaching the wall, I run my palm over the roughness of the stone. Immediately, vibrations from the depths of this labyrinth give me precise directions. How good it is to have the Rinnegan. I suggest the following, raising my voice slightly to attract the team's attention. Sakura and the captain go that way, and Sai and I go this way. This cave confuses all the chakra flows, so I'm not entirely sure of the accuracy of the chosen directions. We need to check everything if we want to find the Uchiha as quickly as possible. Naruto, what a lame lie. Well, we have no choice. Without thinking twice, Yamato replies, we'll do it this way. I hope you guys don't tear each other's hair out while we're gone. Sakura giggled, and Captain Yamato himself barely concealed a smile. What a joker. Well, let it be so, as long as he and Haruno moved separately from us. And we can talk to the black-eyed one alone. I nod and, without looking at my comrade, walk down the hallway. His quiet steps indicate that he is following me. For now, let him go, I need to focus on Sasuke. I definitely saw him on the couch in the dark room. But where is this damn room? Why are you so eager to see him? Sai asks after a few minutes of silence. Maybe I want to bring my friend back to the village. I answer with the utmost seriousness, without even turning to my interlocutor. He is silent, and that is right. After all, I can find out the whole truth from him myself, can't I? But why are you following him? With these words, I sharply turn to the guy, grab him by the collar, and press him against the wall. I peer into his bottomless eyes, trying to catch the thread of his thoughts, but I hear absolutely nothing. Again and again. Nothing. I could not read the thoughts of only pain and Itachi. But why? I was prepared for this, Naruto. A strong kick to the stomach makes me let go of the guy and step away from him. So he was ready. Who is he telling this to? Looking at Sai, I saw him quickly drawing something on paper and folding seals, reviving 2 lions. And he says he was ready. After all, both they and he himself are too slow for me. One moment is enough for me to be behind the guy. I put my palm on his head and, having carried out the same manipulations as with Orochimaru, pull his soul. The lions immediately disappear, leaving only small clouds of smoke. Pictures, names, numbers immediately appear in my head. Shin, a difficult childhood, a book in his bag, Danzo, a task and a Juan on his tongue. Now it is clear why I cannot read his thoughts. He is Anbu, like Itachi. And his task is to eliminate the Uchiha. I let go of Sai, and as if through cotton wool I hear the dull thud of his body hitting the floor. Automatically I pick up my teammate's bag and casually shake out all the contents. Some medical supplies, that same children's book, and a folder with a photo of Uchiha on the first page. I pick up the last 2 items and, moving a few meters away from the unconscious guy, sit down on the floor, leaning against the cold wall. First, I carefully study Uchiha's folder. Almost everything is here: gender, age, rank, number of missions, family, friends, acquaintances, and the like. My chest ached unpleasantly from the word, Nukanen, and the red seal, wanted. It says about the murder of his family by the hands of Itachi, it says about leaving for Orochimaru, and so on and so forth. Words, what stupidity. I understand perfectly well that Uchiha himself is to blame, but this is all my powerlessness. I can burn this folder, but I can't fix this idiot's sins. Stop. Why am I even thinking about this? I'm the one going to kick this arrogant guy's ass. I throw the folder aside and, gathering some chakra in my palm, set it on fire. The paper immediately dissolves in the flames, leaving only a pile of ash. It's better that way. If anyone is going to give Sasuke a hard time, it'll be me. I grope for Sai's small book next to me and open it. Childish pictures of 2 boys. The yellowed pages look very neat, and the drawings are done with diligent childish zeal. This guy is Shin, the paleface's first close friend and brother. After all, he could have had many friends, if only he weren't so unbearable. Somehow I feel a little sorry for him. I close the book and reluctantly get up. My back is stiff, I've been sitting for so long. I need to move on. I walk up to the body, lightly touching it with my foot. It doesn't move, but it's breathing. So it's coming to. I return all of his belongings to the bag, lift the guy up a little and sit him down near the wall. I decided to take a break. This is in case Yamato and Sakura pass by. I got carried away. Well, finding that very room with Sasuke wasn't that hard. Now, quietly opening the door, I look into the darkness at the sleeping Uchiha. The first thing that catches the eye is the change in outfit. And the guy has grown noticeably. From an awkward boy, he has turned into a stately, tall young man. But something tells me that he remains a pompous turkey. What are you doing here? Uchiha asks quietly, without turning to me. And his voice changed. I close the door loosely, but don't go near him. There's a trap here, in this room. You can't relax with this guy. I came to visit an old friend, I answer with a smile, throwing my hands behind my head. He shuddered as soon as my voice reached his ears. The vibrations coming from Sasuke increased several times. How I excited the man. I bet his heart is beating somewhere at the level of his stomach right now. Are you alive? The guy asks, still without turning around. Even more than before. You know, I actually came to thank you. And you'll understand why exactly, if you deign to turn your miserable head towards me. Uchiha exhaled and began to turn towards me. Our gazes barely met, Sasuke's black eyes widened. I can see it even in the darkness. He quickly sat up, putting his feet on the floor. His surprised look makes me laugh. I smile, mockingly looking at the confused guy, like a child who was shown a trick. Thank you, Sasuke. I put my hand on my chest and say loudly to him, if it weren't for your stupidity and desire to get rid of me, I wouldn't have gotten this dojutsu. Can I shake your hand? The smile widens. I stretch out my palm and take a step towards my interlocutor. He immediately comes to life and, taking a kunai from under his pillow, throws it on the floor, activating the trap. His actions are faster than Sai, but slower than me. A second before the huge explosion that destroys the Uchiha's room, I manage to knock down the door and run a couple of meters down the corridor. And why does it seem to me that he is afraid of me? Fool. When the buzzing in my ears stops, I slowly get up from the floor, shake off the dust that has settled on my shoulders and confidently walk to the place where Sasuke's bedroom was a minute ago. The sun's rays immediately surrounded me, warming me with their heat, and the freshness of the air made my head spin a little. The explosion made a crater in the cave, so I ended up in the center of the circle. Sasuke settled himself at the top, on the edge of the crater. He doesn't realize that it's easy for me to end up next to him. Impressive, I shout to the guy, smiling from ear to ear, but still you're not as strong as Itachi. Oh yeah, I know how to irritate this silent guy. You know, I honestly don't understand why you want him dead. I continue, he was my mentor and my friend. He's much better than you, Uchiha. He knows the true value of friendship. What do you know about him? Where is he? The guy shouts angrily, holding back his anger with all his might. And you make me say it. Looking defiantly at Uchiha, I say more quietly. I just want to spar with him and that's it. See what he's learned and find out if it was worth killing his best friend. My words had an immediate effect on him. Sharingan immediately began to spin in the guy's eyes and, snatching a katana from his belt, he rushes towards me like lightning. How long have I waited for this? Chapter 23. Step by step, Sasuke is getting closer. I stand motionless, looking at the shiny katana in the guy's hand. Will I really be able to fully appreciate my abilities? Whatever it is, but fighting someone who masterfully, I'm not afraid to say it loudly, wields the abilities of the Sharingan is very, very difficult. Even if it's my old man Uchiha. Sharingan versus Rinnegan, blonde versus brunette, good versus evil. I'm going too far, of course. Coming out of my thoughts, I find Sasuke dangerously close. Well, shall we begin? I concentrate chakra in my hand, creating a rasengan, and direct it towards the enemy. What will his reaction be? Sasuke copes with my attack too well. Deftly dodging the spiral ball, the guy manages to give me a strong blow to the solar plexus. How nimble. Despite the pain, I intercept the enemy's hand and throw the Uchiha into the wall with all my might. Large cracks appeared from the place where his body collided with the stone. Sasuke slid down the wall and, absent-mindedly looking at me, wiped the blood that had accumulated in the corners of his mouth. What? The second Uchiha? Is it hard to compete with me now? I throw it mockingly in the guy's face. This is not like beating up a little brat in the academy. The anger flares up again in the guy, which I can tell by the hot wave coming from him. He frowns and clenches his fists tightly. Don't you dare call me that. Sasuke picks up the katana lying nearby and suddenly runs at me again. I just smirk at my opponent's excessive irascibility. I transform my left hand into a huge blade and wait for the brunette's attack. He doesn't make me wait, unleashing all his physical strength on me in a blow of the weapon. Crossing our weapons, we look at each other for a minute. How he has changed. If Haruno were in my place, she would have fainted long ago. Regular facial features, snow-white skin, silky black hair, thin pale lips and bloody eyes. Stopping my gaze on the Uchiha's Sharingan, I immediately feel myself being sucked in somewhere. Genjutsu. I need to do something before he moves me to some hell. I clench my free hand into a fist and swing, focusing on my opponent's face. Sasuke, of course, foresees this and at the moment when my hand is a couple of dozen centimeters from the guy's straight nose, he intercepts my clenched fist. He continues to immerse me in the illusion, squeezing the caught hand painfully. Having lost the last bits of common sense and bearings in the real world, I find myself in the basement of my subconscious. His Sharingan is not bad, since it was able to transport me here. But why? The water in front of me begins to bubble, turning orange. As it boils, air bubbles bursting out of the liquid begin to line up into the shape of a fox's muzzle, and then the fox's body. The nine tails chakra rushes into this figure, bringing it to life. Kyubi sits in front of me, looking at me with displeasure. The most curious thing is that he is not in a cage. Moreover, he is not material. Almost. I didn't know that the beast could do that. Why did you bring him here? Kyubi growls menacingly. Is your pathetic presence not enough for me? What is he talking about? Who did I bring? So this is what you are like, nine-tailed fox, the Uchiha says thoughtfully, coming out from behind my back. How did you get here? I ask Sasuke in surprise. Apparently, I don't know about this ability of his dojutsu. Uchiha. The Bayu growls, snorting loudly and tossing and turning. Hey, get out of my subconscious. I protest, waving my hands in front of Sasuke's face. Yes, Fox, you are not as omnipotent as you want to seem. Ignoring me, the guy states, you are subdued by the Sharingan. You are as helpless against it as any other creature. Powerless before him, but not before you, brat. After Kyuubi's words, Sasuke puts his hand on the Nine-Tails muzzle and, squeezing the bubbles in his hand, yanks his hand towards himself. With a loud pop, the fox disappears, and his chakra remains hovering in my subconscious. What the hell? Get away, I shout at Sasuke. The guy just smiles mysteriously and twitches his eyebrow. I come to my senses, still standing opposite the brunette. Our weapons are still crossed, and we are standing there doing nothing. The guy comes to his senses first and, swinging, hits me in the stomach. How tired I am of him. I create a dozen clones and, while the guys distract the Uchiha, I begin to rebuild my right hand into a cannon. I will show this upstart how to trample in other people's heads. And without permission. Having deftly cut down the last clone, the brunette turns to me. And I, closing my eye for precise aim, grin, a la Uchiha, and shoot a beam of chakra at point-blank range. Sasuke, his red eyes wide, tries to retreat, but my beam catches up with him in time. Having completed the attack, I return my body to its original form. This technique requires a lot of strength. But for me it is not a problem, because the chakra reserves that I inherited from the clan allow me to carry out less voluminous attacks. But it would be nice to take a break, what can I say? Well, Sasuke almost managed to dodge, only half of his body was damaged by my blow. The entire left side is covered in severe burns, and his clothes have turned into burnt rags. The guy lies on his back, breathing deeply and often. Even in such a deplorable state, he is trying to feel for the fallen katana with his burnt hand. A warrior always remains a warrior. Commendable. The young man stands up bravely, clutching the handle of his weapon, ignoring the pain. There is almost no shirt left on his upper body. His torso is also covered in severe burns. He looks at me with disdain, turns around and runs away from me. Concentrating chakra in his legs, the boy runs up the wall and stops at the edge of the crater. Enough toys, Uzumaki. The Uchiha shouts from above and, raising his burnt hand above himself, begins to perform some technique. I feel an overly abrupt change in the atmosphere. As if he is saturating everything around with his chakra. Some highlights appear in his palm, evenly distributed around the reddened palm. A cold wind blew, bringing with it dark, stormy clouds. I think he is right. Enough games. Time to use the real power of the Rinnegan. Bansho Tenon, or attraction technique. I've never used it before, only knowing about it in theory. But there's a first time for everything, right? I change the shape of my left hand into a long sword, sharpened at the end. Raising my right hand, I close my eyes and concentrate. The chakra particles in the air, released by Sasuke, have become too sharp to feel. Like grains of sand in the air, moved by the wind currents. I imagine my hand as a mouth, like the mouths in Deidara's palms. Answer, I suck in air with it, like hot noodles at Ichiraku ramen. Pain always said that visualization is everything. The gravity around me is getting weaker, causing small objects like pebbles and small pieces of wall to slowly approach me. I raise my hand higher, sucking in the air with the Uchiha's chakra. I need to absorb his energy to recover from using the cannon. The attraction is getting stronger and now the glare in Uchiha's hand disappears, as do the storm clouds in the sky. It seems that I have destroyed his preparations, making his unknown technique impossible to perform. I increase the attraction and sharply concentrate on the brunette, increasing the force of attraction to myself tenfold. It seems that he understood what was going on, but he understood too late. He begins to be drawn to me with incredible force. Faster and faster Uchiha moves towards me, not letting go of his trusty katana. I feel how he desperately tries to pass chakra through the katana, but it is drawn to me, just like he himself. Well, Sasuke, I think you remember how you felt when I was helpless and half dead, bleeding, hanging in your arms. So now I understand you. I put my sword hand in front of me and wait for the guy to end up on it himself. How long have I dreamed of this moment? Naruto. A loud scream takes me out of my pleasant euphoria and cruel thoughts. Haruno, of course. I didn't foresee this. If this girl sees what I'm planning to do with my sweetheart Sasuke, she'll fall with a broken heart and then I'll have 2 corpses on me. Naruto, stop it, stop it. Sakura screams, hanging on my weapon arm and almost crying. Her huge green eyes, full of tears and fear, look into my emotionless, unnatural ones. She beats my arm with all her strength, trying to bring it down to the ground. This girl must understand that she just saved the life of her beloved, damn him, Uchiha. I exhale and abruptly stop the attraction. Uchiha falls to the ground, but continues to move towards me by inertia. The guy hits the ground several times, turns over, somersaults and finally stops moving, lying face down at my feet. I calmly return my hand to its original form, busily examining the limb. Haruno, squealing and babbling something unintelligible, immediately falls to Uchiha. May she live a very long time. And him too. All of them. Sasuke, Sasuke, it's me. Sakura mutters, sitting over the Uchiha. Come on, lift your head. Look at me. With great effort, breathing through his open mouth, Uchiha leans on his hands, stands up and looks from me to Sakura. His hands are worn to the point of bleeding, as is his face. Red, swollen bruises and abrasions remain on the burnt, damaged skin. There are bruises under his eyes, his lips and eyebrow are broken. The skin on his cheekbones is also badly worn. The remains of his clothes are covered in blood. Damn, Sakura will quarter me for ruining such beauty. Seriously, Uchiha looks terrible. He pushes Haruno away from him and thrusts forward the katana, which, in my opinion, has already grown into his palm. The Uchiha passes the last of his chakra through the weapon. Both the blade and the handle are immediately covered in a hissing lightning element. He frowns, clearly preparing to attack or waiting for the right moment. His legs are shoulder width apart, one hand with the electric weapon is pointed at us, and the other is at chest level, palm towards him. Sasuke Uchiha. A loud shout was heard from Captain Yamato, who was holding Sai on his shoulders. Recognized as a missing nin by direct order of the head of Konoha, you are under arrest and will be taken to the village. The captain is in his element. I bet that even if Yamato had been taking a shower and saw Sasuke, he would have run naked to read him his rights. And arrested him in the same state. But before I can even smile at my thoughts, the charged weapon flies like lightning at the captain, piercing the man's shoulder and instantly paralyzing him. The man falls to the ground, unable to move. Only Yamato's wide dark eyes are frantically trying to focus. Sai lies next to the captain, still in a disabled state. Sakura squealed and hurried to help the boys. I rush at the Uchiha. How much stamina does he have? He is so badly damaged, but he is still trying to inflict damage. Sasuke is a strong opponent, I am ready to admit it. The fact that he blocks my strong blows with his burnt hand already deserves respect. At the moment when it seemed that Uchiha was at his limit, I heard a loud growl. Jumping a couple of meters away from the enemy, I turned towards the noise. 2 huge painted lions were rushing towards us with a loud growl. And behind them I saw Sai. He finally came to his senses. How Sakura woke him up at the wrong time. Have they found a replacement for me? I hear a hoarse sneer from Sasuke. Is he offended? After these words, Sasuke, with his last strength and the remains of his chakra, he has more energy than I expected, creates a fireball and directs it at the living drawings. They disappear with a loud bang. However, Sai immediately appears behind Sasuke and kicks him in the burnt arm. It seems that I physically feel the pain that Uchiha felt. What a nasty copy this is. Worse than the original. Doesn't he know that no one but me is allowed to do this? My comrade hit Uchiha's elbow and seemed to break his arm there. Sasuke clutches his injured limb, causing himself even more pain from the contact with the burnt skin. His eyes flashed and, sliding a cold glance at us, rushed towards Yamato and Sakura. My heart betrayed me, not the death of one of them. Sakura, seeing the maddened and badly wounded Uchiha, for some reason got into a fighting stance, ready to protect the captain. Spitting on the girl, the brunette roughly pushes her aside, so hard that the girl noticeably flops on her butt. Uchiha abruptly snatches the katana from the man's body, leaving someone else's blood on his weapon, and runs up the wall. Finding himself at the edge of the crater, he deactivates the dojutsu and looks at us tiredly. Those 2 scoundrels, whom I remember, we tied up at the bridge, immediately appear behind the guy. The 2 standing behind my friend grin victoriously. Especially that little bespectacled one. He's about to explode with happiness. The fugitive's legs begin to glow. The glow takes on the appearance of fire, rising higher and higher up the bodies of the renegades. This is a technique of movement, I've heard about it. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to master it. When the fire leaves only Sasuke's head, I can't stand it and shout loudly at him. And still Itachi is stronger. I'm sure Uchiha heard me. Let him know, let him hate both me and himself for his own weakness. Despite everything, I feel completely avenged, because for the first time in my life I gave this upstart a good beating both physically and mentally. To feel everything he felt for many years. It's a pleasant poison, which I hope I haven't poisoned myself too deeply with. It wouldn't be pleasant to spend the rest of my days chasing someone and dreaming of killing them. We could have caught up with him. Sai scolds me, almost betraying his emotions. Why didn't you run after him? He has suffered enough as it is. Let him live, let it torment him, I answer thoughtfully. And, coming to my senses, I turn to the brunette. You two did not deign to take a step, after your crushing break of the Uchiha's arm. That was my tactic, Sai answered barely audibly. Of course, I grin in the guy's face. You really absorbed the information from that folder. And you attacked so courageously, from behind. Are all Anbu fighters so petty? Having asked this, I immediately recall my training with Itachi. This is completely unnecessary now. Sai, hearing about the folder, just stared at me. But I swear, I feel how everything inside him shrank and turned cold. If he weren't so pale, he would have paled to just this level. This will remain between us, I say. But after a moment I add, for now, between us. Let him worry, if he can, of course. But I'm not going to put up with it, no matter how much of an idiot he is. Why? Because I'm not like him, I'm not a traitor. We'll have a personal conversation in the village. But it will be after I get there. I turn around and see Sakura fussing over the paralyzed Yamato. I'll have to carry the guy on my back if we want to get to Konoha by evening. I hope this girl won't bother me on the way. Chapter 24. Having crossed the threshold of my home, I throw my backpack down by the threshold with relief. The task itself was not as difficult as the way back. I carried Captain Yamato on my back for several dozen kilometers and, worst of all, I listened to Sakura's screams. This girl is simply unbearable. How could I ever like her? How ashamed of my youth. My pale-faced teammate, strangely enough, did not utter a single word. He trudged sullenly behind us, occasionally casting cold glances at my back. I suppose if traces of frost remain on my vest, I would not be at all surprised. Nevertheless, this mission more than proved that Sai is very good at attacking. From behind, when you least expect it. A small, nasty bore. Quickly throwing off all my clothes, I casually throw them into the bathroom. I'll wash them later. Right now, the only thing I want is to lie down. Then take a shower and have a snack. Then I need to show up on the carpet to Tsunade and meekly report on the mission I've completed. I don't know why this woman suddenly won't have enough of Yamato's testimony, but the guys at the Konoha gates passed on her orders. The old woman must be missing me. The coolness of the bed, its softness and tenderness beckon my tired body into its embrace. Falling onto my bed, I involuntarily feel how my muscles relax, becoming pieces of cotton wool. I am one big and tired piece of cotton wool. Now I would like to take a nap for an hour or two, but I can't. Lady Tsunade will be displeased. And I, after all, am a gentleman who cannot make a lady wait. Because this lady can demolish an entire block with one finger. I smile at these thoughts, which gives me a little energy. For some reason, at this moment I feel as happy and complete as I sometimes did when I was visiting Akatsuki. I reluctantly get out of bed and lazily walk to the bathroom, scratching my light head. I'd rather go to the fifth, and then, I think, I need to visit the old pervert. We'll have a glass of tea with him and have a couple of training sessions. I don't think the Toad Hermit will refuse me such a pleasure. But, seriously, he really is a smart man. Maybe he'll dig through his old scrolls and find me some new techniques. That would be quite handy. Having escaped from the labyrinth of my further plans, I pick up my clothes and put them in the washing machine. Having glanced at myself in the mirror, I step under the shower and turn on the water. The icy water that gushed over me in a powerful stream makes me finally wake up. Damn shower. I helplessly try to make the water warmer, turning the red tap to the maximum. If only someone could see me now, a ninja with a rinnegan, possessing many techniques and having lived for several years under the same roof with Akatsuki, standing naked in the shower and hysterically trying to fix his cold situation. But no one can see me. Having escaped from this water prison, I move to the kitchen with a cheerful and light gait. I make myself some ramen and a mug of tea and, having entered a state of complete harmony with the world and my stomach, I eat this creation with pleasure. But I can't drag out the meal either, so I gobble everything up very quickly and, having drained a whole mug of tea in one go, I hurry to get dressed, after which I pull the Konoha protector over my head, hide a few banknotes in my pocket and, winking at my reflection, leave the apartment. It's sunny and windless outside, just perfect weather. People are running somewhere, hurrying like ants in the grass, and don't notice all the charm of the day. Of course, you can philosophize on this topic endlessly, but I don't want to waste precious time on such thoughts. Besides, getting lost in your own thoughts, you can turn down the wrong alley and end up at the other end of the village. The residence is still in the same unbreakable silence. I reach the fifth's office and knock tactfully. After a short, "Come in," I open the door and go through. "Good afternoon, Lady Sunad," I kindly greet the village head. "Did you call?" The woman slammed a book shut and slowly turned her gaze to me. To say that she was angry would be an understatement. She was radiating anger. I could warm up food next to her. "What kind of self-will is this, Uzumaki?" Sunad asks, holding back the desire to yell at me with all his heart. "What are you talking about? Don't pretend to be an idiot. The village chief can't take it anymore," glaring at me. "Who allowed you to evade a direct order? Who allowed you to lead the team into the enemy's lair? Because of your stubbornness and stupidity, the mission has failed. You let the spy go. Tell me, boy, how can you catch a spy, catch Orochimaru, and lose them? Didn't you understand with your empty head how your heroism could end?" Having finished her brutal triad, the fifth, menacingly hanging over the table, literally blew steam from her nose. The only thing missing was a ring in her nose, red eyes and big horns. However, now I understand why the whole village trembles before her. She can scream really well. But that won't scare me. If I fly out of Konoha, Gaara will find me a place in his place. Answer me. A loud slam of a fist on the table makes me flinch. I should at least say something, otherwise I really will have to move. I just wanted to deliver one more fugitive to the village and... Did I give the order? Did I give the order to capture him? Uchiha is a dangerous criminal. How did you even have the sense to drag a team along with you? After all, I am not one of the timid ones, I answer smugly, raising an eyebrow. I was not going to drag anyone anywhere, as you put it. I was planning to go to Sasuke alone, without risking the faces of my comrades. This is my position, everything else, I think, you already know from Captain Yamato's words. Sunad takes a deep breath and sits down. Her anger has noticeably subsided, but she is still indignant. What is she worried about, exactly? Oh yeah, I forgot, I am the village's best weapon, of course. The woman opens the table doors and nervously searches for something. Her hands are shaking, and her general state demands something. Taking out a bottle of sake, the village chief drinks a third of it without embarrassment. And the soul, the body demands sake. However, she immediately calmed down as soon as her taste buds sensed the alcohol. Naruto, Sunad continues in a calm voice, as if she hadn't been yelling at me a few minutes ago, you must understand the full responsibility you've taken on. Captain Yamato was hit by the Uchiha. It's your fault. You lost an informant and a criminal, which is also, for the most part, your fault. Lady Hokage, don't you think it's stupid to blame me for the mission's failure? I'm not showing off, but very few of Team 7 were eager to fight. And when the opportunity came to deliver the renegades to the village, those few decided to come with me, to provide the same assistance they had on the bridge. Don't compare yourself to them, sipping from the treasured bottle, the woman said, you have a dojutsu and a huge reserve of chakra. I have no doubt that you would have delivered the Uchiha to the village, but you put the entire team at considerable risk. And that is unacceptable. Then I think it's time to promote me and give me solo missions. I can't stand it. What nonsense. Am I the only one to blame for wanting to help the village? Let them go to hell then. I won't fold a single seal for them. Hell, I won't even take a step for them. I'll think about it, Naruto. But keep in mind, you are responsible for those who are weaker. With great power, as we know, comes great responsibility. The fifth reasons in the style of a great seasoned philosopher, looking importantly at an empty bottle. Can I go? Of course. Sunad looks up at me. There's a warmth, induced by alcohol, splashing in the depths of her brown eyes. She examines my figure meticulously, stopping at individual parts. I guess I won't go into my head. Have a nice day, Lady Sunad. I nod and walk towards the door. Goosebumps run down my body from her gaze. Goodbye, Naruto, the woman replies with a smile and leans back in her chair. When the residence is left behind, I breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, this is goodbye. What the hell? Why did she even call me? To yell, drink and blame me. It would have been better to throw some change in her pocket. Oh well, I have enough from my previous small missions. Now I need to go to the store and buy something for the Sannin, to please this guy. Loaded with a bunch of bags, I walk towards the Toad Hermit's house. The old man will probably be happy to see me. If it weren't for all these passersby, I would make a couple more hands for convenience. Or clones. But they won't understand or, God forbid, they'll panic. Besides, they're already surprisingly friendly with me. In general, I keep my head up and don't scare people. Hey, Toad Hermit, open the doors. I shout half a block away. My hands are busy, and I don't want to dirty the door with my feet. All I can do is call. After my screams, I heard footsteps approaching the door. A few moments later, the old man opens the door and looks at me happily. What, Naruto, have you decided to spend your last change on my food? Jiraiya laughs, letting me into the house. Someone has to take care of your food, I answer in the same tone. The Sannin laughs and leads me to the kitchen. While I unpack the bags, he tells me about the latest happenings in his life while making tea. I can feel that he is genuinely happy that I have come. It's good to have at least one person who will be happy to see you. I wonder if the guys from Akatsuki would be happy if I decided to visit them. Who knows, who knows. I heard your mission wasn't very fruitful, the hermit notes sympathetically, placing 2 mugs of tea on the table. Yeah, these guys, my teammates, ruined everything. I'm telling the man sincerely, they gave me some guy instead of Uchiha, and he wasn't even going to help. I fought the bespectacled Kabuto and Orochimaru alone. Have you seen Orochimaru? How is he doing? Didn't he kick your ass? Jiraiya laughs, but the news about the snake clearly interests him. No way, I answer proudly, all he did was spit blood. And he would have been in our prison long ago if my team hadn't dug in their heels and taken him to the village. If there is no agreement in the team, then there will be no sense. Remember this, Naruto, the old man wisely notes. It makes sense to listen to him. And anyway, we are similar to him. He also lost his best friend, who went for power and plunged into darkness. But even this slimy snake did not kill his friend. So have you seen Sasuke? The Sannin continues. I saw it, I calmly answer, clutching the mug of tea with both hands, and even gave him a good slap. But it only made me feel better for a short time. Somehow empty. And then there's the fifth with her reproaches. What, Sunad, Naruto, that woman is never satisfied. Even if you brought her the heads of all 10 Akatsuki members, she would be angry that they weren't decorated with flowers, believe me. Jiraiya laughs, dispelling the melancholy that came over me so unexpectedly. I smile at the man and finish my already cold tea. The old man really knows how to cheer you up. How's your art, old pervert? I ask slyly, putting my hands behind my head. Not bad, even very good, the man answers in a businesslike manner, crossing his legs. I'm releasing a new book soon. If it's read as well as the previous one, I'll get a great fee. Would you like to give me an exclusive copy autographed by the author? What else? You're too young to read such things. The hermit shakes his finger, smiling. I can only suggest visiting the Ladies' Springs, he winks. I don't think I'm up for that. Maybe we can have a friendly duel, like in the good old days. Can you teach me something useful and new? Why not? I'll think about techniques, look through a couple of scrolls that are in the closet. Come tomorrow, I'll be glad. Having agreed on training, we sit for about an hour, chatting about everything under the sun. The cozy home of the Toad Sannin creates such a warm, family atmosphere that you don't want to leave at all. When I lived with the guys, we didn't have cozy evenings. There were noisy, cheerful feasts with a bunch of people and Hidden's invariable shouts. But you could call it a family. Abnormal, mad, criminal, but still a family. Well, It's time for me to go home, I say to the man, getting up from the table. We've been sitting around talking for too long. I'll come by tomorrow for dinner, be ready. And please, look for the scrolls in your closet, not in the hot springs. Don't joke about the holy boy. The old man smiles, seeing me to the door. I'll give you such a technique that you won't be able to master. We'll see, hermit, we'll see. Once outside, I breathe in the evening air. I've been sitting here for a long time. I don't want to go home at all, and Ichiraku doesn't feel so good either. I think I'll take a little walk around the village. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, I meet 2.5 of teammate Hinata, Kiba and Akamaru. The guy immediately became attached to me, and in the end we went for a walk together. By the way, what are these two doing here together? That's how I taught Akamaru not to rush at everyone he meets, finished Kiba's amazing story. According to him, he's a master of training. Undoubtedly, the most useful skill. Am I bothering you? I suddenly asked. You seem to have a date, and you're hanging around with me. No, what are you saying? Says a blushing Hinata. Kiba suggested going for a walk and that's all. Come on, Naruto. The guy puts his hand on my shoulder, but I feel like he's flattered by my questions. He likes the shy Hinata, what can I say? Inuzuka, you can't hide anything from me now, you understand? I wink at the guy, which makes his smile fade a little. We walk in absolute silence for a few minutes. I embarrass the dog owner, there's no denying it. But Hinata can't think of anything to prove that they're not on a date. But she can't do anything, because Inuzuka and his dog are proudly striding between us. And if the girl moves the guy, he'll clearly suspect something. That's how it is. It's hard for her to live with this modesty, but what can she do if she herself doesn't want to? She won't change. Why are you so quiet? Lightly nudging Inuzuka in the side, I ask cheerfully, are you really so sad that you have nothing to tell? Hinata, how is brother Neji doing? I hope he's not mad at me for our last meeting. No, Hyuga squeezes out, blushing even more, he has changed since your last meeting. Nothing of the sort. The same gloomy and murky man, Kiba puts in his loud word. He was a tactless blockhead, and he remains so. You shouldn't talk about him like that, I say. I remember him as a great guy and very strong. I'm glad I was able to influence him. Hyuga is strong. Don't make me laugh. He's as weird as Shino, but I don't think he could beat anyone worth fighting. Neji is the genius of our clan, Hinata adds a little louder. Yes, I would also be offended by such comments about a relative, especially a strong one. Are you hinting at yourself? I ask sharply. What? No, not himself. He didn't beat you. The guy began to justify himself. Just like you, I grin and throw it to the guy. He silently clenches his fists and jaws. His pride is hurt, and his respect for me has plummeted. The dog lover always had too high an opinion of himself, always strived to be a leader. Good luck, what can I say? When the silence began to weigh on my temples, I decided to retreat. This company will not give me any more useful information or anything at all. There are vegetables in my fridge, I can make a salad or something. Well, guys, it's fun with you, but it's time for me to go home, I say, stopping, to the 8th team. Are you leaving? Hinata asks quietly. Yes, I have to go. I take a couple of steps towards the girl, going around Kiba and, putting my hands on her shoulders, I look into her eyes. You are a wonderful girl, Hinata. Just be braver, and also, pay attention to this citizen. I nod towards Kiba and wink at the girl. Moving away from the half-dead Hyuga, I extend my hand to Inuzuka. He shakes it, looking at me with displeasure. He is jealous and offended. He was offended by my words. What a sissy. I told the truth. Don't sulk, old man. We haven't seen each other for so long. I smile at the guy and, to make him relax, I stroke Akamaru's huge head. The dog happily offers the top of his head, sticking out his tongue. He loves affection, his owner has trained him too. Having said goodbye to the guys, I hurry home. Having literally flown a few blocks, I find myself at the apartment. I need to eat and go to bed. Tomorrow I have training with the Toad Hermit and a new technique. Whatever I say, the old man can be trusted, he will not let me down and, having sacrificed his muses from the sources, he will look through all the scrolls. Chapter 25. You know, Naruto, stretching, Jiraiya tells me, I went through all my techniques and came to the conclusion that most of them are based on the hermit mode. I think you understand what that is. Natural energy, toads and their mountains. After waiting for my nod, he continues, so here's what I'm talking about. You have the rasengan, so teaching you all the secrets of nature is pointless. Therefore, I decided to teach you a simple, but rather interesting technique, the double rasengan. So the great Sanin didn't find a technique difficult enough for his student. I ask playfully. Don't be cheeky with me, boy. The man immediately explodes, shaking his fist in my face. You'll still say thank you. I'm thinking about your ass, by the way. Okay. I put my palms in front of me, courageously hiding a smile. Everything as you say, hermit. The gray-haired man smirks contentedly and continues walking. Perhaps he is right, and I really don't need to waste time learning hermit mode. After all, I seem to have the ability to cope without it. We're here, Jiraiya says and walks to the training ground where our training will take place. The area is empty, which means no one will interfere with us during the battle. We agreed with the Sanin that it would be worthwhile to warm up before training. And the warm-up, that very friendly battle, is the best part of our meeting. Give me a few minutes and we'll get to the technique. Jiraiya shouts to me from the other end of the training ground as soon as we part ways. I hope you can at least move me. Hey, turn on the toad. Everything is fair. I answer, effectively cracking my fingers. I don't spare old people. What immorality. The man laughs, but immediately gives the command, forward. He claps his hands, making a seal, and the ground under my feet begins to liquefy, not allowing me to take a step. The second seal is a rasengan in his hand, with which the Sanin runs towards me. Not a minute to think, a second to seal and dozens of clones attack the enemy. I, using my superhuman strength, pull my legs out of the trap. I transform my left hand into a katana and move towards the hermit. Jiraiya masterfully got rid of the clones, keeping the rasengan in his hand. Seeing me, he rushes towards me, already calculating the number of steps that separate us. But I make an unexpected attack. I use a gravity technique, directing it into the ground to throw myself above the ground. Finding myself right above the hermit, I create clones again and make the guys throw their blade arm at the enemy, thereby creating a whole rain of sharp katanas. As befits a great ninja, Jiraiya does not lose his composure, but, getting rid of the rasengan, creates a fiery projectile and directs it in a powerful hot stream at the weapon and, in fact, me. I immediately form seals for a water jet that will extinguish this huge, hot ugliness. The water begins to squeeze my throat, and I open my mouth, letting it splash out. When the two elements meet, they create a huge cloud of steam that immediately hides us both. I land a couple of meters away from the gray-haired man, right behind him. He heard this and immediately turned towards me, throwing shurikens. I jump again to dodge the weapon, but the Sanin, having calculated this, immediately appears next to me and hits me in the stomach with his knee. I lose my bearings for a moment, and when I come to my senses, I receive a couple more noticeable blows. I land awkwardly, frowning at the hermit. So, do you still want me to turn on my mode? He asks, hands on his hips. I notice my left katana hand stuck in the ground behind him. I instantly transform it into a hand and, feeling the thread that connects it to my hand, I answer. Of course, if you weren't my teacher, I would have beaten the crap out of you long ago. And I jerk my left hand, forcing the chakra thread to pull the hand toward me. At the right moment, jerking my hand in the other direction, I hit Jiraiya's cheek with a piece of my hand. The man's face stretches when he feels the blow and turns green when he sees what it was done with. And I choke on laughter, finally connecting the two parts of one whole. This is terrible, he squeals, rushing at me. I jump up, already feeling the tingling on my fingertips. This time there will be air. The teacher intends to test my hand-to-hand combat skills. So be it. I successfully stop the fist aimed at me with my palms and, twisting my arm, hit the hermit in the face with my elbow. A drop of blood from a cut eyebrow does not have time to reach the cheek when I release chakra from my fingers in the form of strong and thin streams of air and, like claws, make a movement in front of the enemy. 5 streams cut the clothes, leaving straight lines on the clothes and skin of the teacher. Time seems to slow down, and the Sanin himself does not have time to lower his gaze, and I, shifting the weight of my body to the other leg, hit the man in the chest with an open palm. Not with the aim of causing harm, but with the aim of pushing him away from me. Jiraiya flies back a few meters, and I decide to deliver the final blow. I stretch out my palm and use the attraction technique, this time more powerfully than in the battle with Uchiha. But something happens to Jiraiya that changes the aura around his body. He looks at me, and I clearly see orange stripes on his face. He finally turned on the toad. He is still drawn to me, so he instantly turns his hair into needles that rush at me like lightning. Due to the attraction, they gain unprecedented speed, deeply piercing the muscles of the palm, piercing the hand through and through. I immediately stop the technique, causing the Sannin to fall to the ground. The palm is pierced by long and damn sharp needles. And the old man is no slouch. Blood immediately begins to drip onto the training ground. I hope they are not poisoned. Jiraiya doesn't let me look at the injured limb for long, making seals and directing a stream of hot oil at me. I create, in turn, a stone wall. Then I spin around my axis, continuing to create a shelter. Now I'm sitting in a stone room. A movement of my hand, and the roof of my tent is ready. The hermit says something and attacks my shelter with some techniques. I rip the needles out of my palm, wincing in pain. Nasty hedgehog. Well, he'll get it again. And then an interesting thought dawns on me. With great difficulty I make a seal and take the form of a fox with 3 tails. To make it realistic, I lack the red chakra that usually surrounds the biju, so I surround myself with fire. Having abruptly released a lot of chakra from my body, I destroy the shelter and jump out with a menacing roar. Naruto. The Sannin shouts, clearly believing in my masquerade. I continue to play my small role, waving my paws and scattering fire in all directions. I take in more air, form a seal and begin to roar towards the enemy, creating the appearance of a fox technique. Jiraiya, reinforced by natural chakra, jumps up, overcoming the flow of air, and creates in his hand the largest, simply the largest rasengan of all that I have ever seen. A giant, perfectly smooth blue ball rushes towards me, hiding the hermit behind it. In order not to get hit, I perform a body substitution technique, appearing behind the Sannin in my usual form. I transform my hand into a cannon and point it at the teacher. One shot and you are no longer in this world. I won. The rasengan lands on the ground with a loud explosion. Jiraiya's frustration is no less gigantic. He was beaten by a bratty little student. I had time to think of something else. The Sannin tells me as soon as the fog from the explosion clears, but I gave in to you. However, you chickened out when you saw Bayu in front of you. Don't lie, I know. I smirk. And the trick with the severed arm wasn't very pleasant. The man winces, but I was able to spoil you and your weapon. I raise my bloody, pain-stained palm and suddenly point the gun at the enemy. But I can pay you for this. I ram Jiraiya's face with an unblinking gaze. One volley, and you will remain ashes. Hey, we fought fair, so put that horrible thing away. If you're upset like a girl over a splinter, we can finish training and go to the hospital. The Sannin crosses his arms over his chest. Hey, he doesn't see me as a formidable warrior at all. It hurts. You know, in my life I've endured more painful things than this. I show the hold palm to Jiraiya. Then stop whining. Let's get down to business. The man claps his hands and comes closer to me. He raises his hands to the level of his face and clasps his fingers together. I see the flow of chakra in his body begin to move faster, concentrating in his hands. Then, slowly, so that I can understand, he begins to separate his palms, demonstrating the blue light of the nascent ball. The greater the distance between his hands, the larger and rounder his rasengan becomes. Do you see? The teacher asks ingratiatingly, seeing my enchanted gaze. But I see not only the blue ball, but also the flow of chakra in his body. Now it just needs to be divided into 2 parts and each increased to the required size. After these words, the Sannin made a careful aerial movement, dividing the ball. The energy flowed faster, and the rasengan began to increase in size. Finally, a perfect rasengan was spinning in each of the hermit's hands. That's it. Just don't you dare clap your hands when you hold these babies, or you'll end up without arms. And also, Jiraiya added, dispersing concentrated chakra, the rasengan is such a thing. You know, you can add anything to it, and it will only get better. Like ramen, no matter what you put in it, the taste won't be spoiled. And since you have all the elements and other things, you can safely add them to your ramen. With these words the teacher laughed kindly, patting my shoulder. Well, go ahead, try it. I put my palms together with a loud clap, which sent a loud echo through the training ground. I do all the simple manipulations and hold a rasengan in each palm. Now I close my eyes and add the element of fire to one ball, and the element of water to the other. As a result, 2 colored, translucent balls in my palms are ready to end someone else's life if they hit one head. And this is very good. Of course, I am not evil, but my rinnegan needs to be protected somehow. You can even try to pour 2 elements into one ball, or even 3. In any case, the first one to get hit by these crumbs is a corpse. Well, or a seriously wounded, barely alive invalid. As luck would have it. I had no doubt that you would learn the technique faster than we would fight, smiled Jiraiya, and the 4th came up with a pretty good technique, huh? Yes, I answer, and I used to be a fan of him and dream of becoming Hokage. And what now? Now I sit around the village doing nothing, eating tons of ramen and fooling around with an old hermit. It seems like my past had more inspiration and brighter hopes. I can't do this. I need to take on some missions or visit Gaara. Or Akatsuki. But I don't think the guys will be happy to see me. And I wouldn't go anyway, what can I say? There's still the 9-tailed fox inside me, damn it. I'm still a damn target for these guys. A stupid target they took pity on and pulled back from the brink of death. And I. Naruto. Kakashi's voice came from somewhere behind him. Oh. I haven't seen Hitaki since I got back to the village. Something's wrong. If even this man is giving off such impulses that I almost fall over. He's very agitated, even his one open eye is literally glowing from within. Things must be bad. Naruto, his voice is firm and calm, but he speaks too quickly, we urgently need to get to the 5th. I'll tell you everything on the way, now is not the time. Sorry, teacher, but I have to go. I turned to the hermit, thank you for the technique and for the time you gave me. You touched the old man, and now go. Tsunade doesn't like to wait. He waved his hand and Kakashi and I immediately rushed from the spot. On the way to the residence, Hitaki quickly explained the problem to me. And my heart almost did a few somersaults. The thing is, Sensei's friend, Asuma, was killed by members of Akatsuki. Hitaki asked the 5th for permission, and now he's dragging Sakura, Sai, and me to help, since Asuma's team members stayed behind to hunt down the criminals. I feel so sorry for Asuma and his kids. But who are these Akatsuki members? I mean, which of the 10 people exactly? Who? Itachi and Kisame, the puppeteer and Deidara. Pain. My heart is pounding in my chest, knowing that I'm going to see someone's painfully familiar faces very soon. Lady Tsunade, we arrived as soon as we opened the door to the office, Hitaki reported. Sakura and Sai were already standing in front of the Hokage, listening to her instructions. The atmosphere in the room was a little tense, but overall everyone was calm and ready to leave. And why am I being called at the last moment? A couple of minutes before departure. So, everyone is here, the woman said, glancing at me, let's get to the main point. Your goal is to find Team 10 and neutralize 2 members of the criminal group Akatsuki. The task is difficult, but doable. The mission is assigned to Shikamaru Nara, Yamanaka Ino, Choji Akamaki, Haruno Sakura, Sai, Uzumaki Naruto and Hitaki Kakashi. The last leader of the team and... I wonder why she doesn't mention names. Maybe there was no information from the scene. Of course, the guys aren't stupid enough to reveal the names. But the whole world already knows them. It's strange. The guys probably scared everyone so much that the kids got so flustered that they forgot about such trifles. Why did Akatsuki start to be petty about Konoha students? Is it really that bad that they have to attack little kids? This is already absurd. _. I wish you good luck and success. And remember, enemies are dangerous and unpredictable. Use your opportunities wisely and work as a team. We don't need to pack our things, because the road won't be as long as it was to the bridge last time. So 15 minutes after meeting at the 5th, we leave the village. I leave in what I was wearing. Dark pants with a bandaged knee, sandals and a loose grey t-shirt that I unexpectedly found in the closet this morning. I didn't have a protector on, which I told the Hokage. She pulled the protector out of the table and gave it to me, making me promise to return it after the mission. But she obviously took this symbol of the village from some brat. Otherwise, how can I explain that the ribbon that holds the metal plate is too short for my head? I don't want to tie it to my arm or leg, so when we left the village, people looked askance at the protector proudly adorning my neck. Just like Hidden once had. Chapter 26. A week has passed since we returned from that ill-fated mission. Since that nasty lump lodged in my throat, preventing me from breathing. Since I destroyed one of the people once close to me. Since I killed Kakazu. I can still hear the terrible crackling of the black threads that bound his body. And that look, with incomprehension and some condemnation, aimed right at the soul. 2 rasengans tore both hearts, finally destroying one of the oldest shinobi in the world. And one of the strongest. I barely remember how a well-batted Kakashi patted me on the shoulder, how Sakura and Ino screamed, how Shikamaru returned, but those vivid images from his head finally finished me off and probably forever etched themselves in my memory. He managed to destroy Hidden. I saw literally every moment of their battle, how the priest's body was torn to pieces, which fell into a deep hole dug by Shikamaru the day before the battle. How drops of brown blood and scraps of veins and muscles flew in all directions, dirtying the ground. Those furious red eyes of the immortal, which furiously looked at their executioner from the Nara clan. Although, for some reason it seems to me that all this is my fault, and through Shikamaru's dark eyes he looked at me. The thought that I could help Hidden came to me the moment I crossed the threshold of my own home. And it has not let go of me all this time. I do not leave my apartment, I hardly eat, do not sleep and do not turn on the light. Because of this lifestyle, my body has become emaciated, and there are deep bruises under my eyes. My mental state does not improve, because with each closing of my eyelids, with each attempt to sleep, I see these lifeless green eyes and a shapeless mass of bones and muscles falling into the abyss. Memories of the stupid jokes of the drunkard Hidden at the common table increasingly pop up in my mind. And that robbery of the restaurant with Kakazu. Now all this seems so necessary and so distant, unrealizable to me. The walls of the apartment press on me even more, the more my crazy idea takes hold, as if pushing me to a bold and forbidden act. This guilt gnaws at me, tearing me apart from the inside. I think if the damn fox started scratching me from the inside with huge claws, I would suffer less. And now the immortal psycho lies there, in the ground of the Nara forest, slowly rotting and weakening from hunger. And only I can get him out, gather him together and resurrect him in the literal sense of the word. But instead, I lie on the bed, thinking and killing precious time. I lower my bare feet onto the cold floor, get up from the rumpled bed and drag myself to the bathroom. I turn on the light abruptly, burning my eyes, and go to the mirror. My appearance leaves much to be desired. Disheveled hair, prominent cheekbones, collarbones and ribs, pale skin and dark, almost black circles under my eyes. I look like an alcoholic who has just come out of a month-long binge. I shake my head, trying to drive away unnecessary thoughts, and, having washed my face with ice water, I go to the kitchen. But even green tea and sweets cannot bring me out of this comatose state of indecision and anxiety. I am standing on the edge, and any random breeze can push me into the abyss. Reviving Hidden means betraying Konoha and becoming a renegade. A renegade on a global level, and not a missing Junkuriki. This will add too many problems. Despite the fact that I am the strongest weapon of the village, all these Anbu services, police and other nasty things will try to catch me and shove me in prison, before that they will pull me out of the fox and tear out the Rinnegan. Even the old lady Fifth will not be able to do anything about it. On the other hand, by resurrecting the priest, I can regain the guy's trust and warm up my place in Akatsuki, becoming their equal member. But there is one but. I am the organization's target. Their highest goal is to gather all the Biju. Of course, there is some Sora, the pseudo-Jinchuriki of the fox, but will he be enough alone? And will the guys sacrifice such a large amount of work for me? I want to say yes, but something stubbornly tells me otherwise. No, I need to do something other than self-flagellation, otherwise I'll go crazy. Only now I'm beginning to understand why people need each other. Support and attention, that's what I wouldn't refuse right now. But who needs me? Not the weapon Naruto, not the Rinnegan Naruto, not the monster fox Naruto, but just Naruto. Damn Uzumaki, always ready to help anyone, is now dying of depression, and who will help him? The only thing sadder than this question is the answer to it. It had been dark outside for a long time, and I had just left my home. For the first time in a week, I had to put on the most shapeless clothes so as not to give away my excessive thinness. The streets were noisy, everyone was rushing somewhere, not paying any attention to each other. I was slowly dragging myself along, hiding my eyes behind my long hair. I put my hands in my pockets, feeling for the long-forgotten change. Having counted the kopecks, I moved towards Ichiraku Ramen, because my stomach was making itself known with a nasty rumbling and unpleasant sensations. Naruto, long time no see. Chuki, the owner of this place, says happily. The kind tone makes me feel a little better. After all, he is one of the few who has always treated me with kindness. One portion, as always. I also smile kindly at my friend, taking my usual place. Ichiraku closes in 15 minutes, so there is no one in it except me. I put down my almost full plate, hand the money to Chuki, and stubbornly ignore the puzzled look as I leave the restaurant. For as long as this man has known me, I have never left a drop on my plate. But today, the food brings back memories of a bloody mess, causing my appetite to immediately evaporate. The street is almost empty, except for a few people hurrying home. I look up and see the stone heads of the hokage. On a sudden impulse, I jump up and, a couple of minutes later, I stand on the stone crown of the fourth hokage, looking around the entire village. The Rinnegan allows me to see everything in great detail, which is what I do, looking at the dark windows of the houses, the rare passers-by, and the empty streets. There is a full moon today, which makes it possible to look around the village perfectly, although, for me, there is no particular difference. Looking down another street, I see a familiar silhouette looking straight at me. It's Shikamaru. A flurry of conflicting emotions immediately rises in my soul. All those thoughts that I tried to push deep inside me. All the fragments of his thoughts that I read burst into my head like my rasengans burst into Kakazu's hearts. The ninja strategist raises his hand, waving at me, then gestures, calling me to him. Taking a deep breath, I move towards him, trying to calm my frayed nerves and the strong desire to hurt someone very badly. I stop in front of the guy as he lazily lights a cigarette, covering the flame with his palm. His thin fingers deftly squeeze the cigarette, and he blissfully closes his eyes, releasing the acrid smoke upward. In the moonlight, he seems special to me. So calculating and cunning, trying to hide all his secrets under a layer of laziness and indifference to everything. But besides that, somehow alienated and abandoned. And how long have you been smoking? I ask the guy unexpectedly. I don't care at all, but this atmosphere of silence weighs too much on me. Since those bastards killed Asuma, Nara replies phlegmatically, but I notice that he's tightening his grip on his cigarette. After a few puffs, he turns to me again. You know, I wanted to thank you for your help. He takes another drag, so greedily, as if the cigarette were the only source of his strength to talk. I can smell the acrid smoke. It makes me even more irritated. And the way he talks. It's irritating. I couldn't have done the second one without you. That lunatic who killed my sensei will now rot in the ground forever. He cruelly threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his foot. Asuma was more than just a teacher to me, you know. And now he's gone, I'm left alone. I should say something important here, to somehow cheer Shikamaru up. But I can't. The lump in my throat has gotten in my way again, preventing me from saying anything in support. But how? I ask my interlocutor in a hoarse voice. He looks at me intently and then answers. He was too stupid, he didn't calculate his actions. It wasn't hard for me to trap him. My clan's forest will never let him get out of the ground. Does anyone know about this? I submitted my personal report to the fifth Hokage. Nara replied, looking away, and after a few minutes of silence, he continued, you look really bad, like you haven't eaten since we got back. And I haven't seen you for a week. What's going on with you? I always knew this guy was smart and insightful. And he proved his abilities once again. You have to be extremely careful not to arouse any suspicion. I don't feel too well after returning. But you weren't even wounded. I hope you don't regret what you did. Especially since you killed a former comrade, a renegade, in the name of our village and my teacher, and that deserves respect. I nod silently, feeling the storm of emotions growing stronger and stronger. Shikamaru seems more and more to me just a provocateur and a damn manipulator. He lowers his head and says quietly, I hope these two will be the beginning of the end for Akatsuki. They are not worthy of life, despite the fact that they're far from stupid and very strong. But I think it's time for me to go. He looks at me again with a slight squint and holds out his hand. I stare at him, at his hand, but still shake it, noting the heat that is unusual for Shikamaru. Or is it my hand that is so cold? Don't do anything stupid, Naruto, Nara says quietly before turning around and heading in his own direction. Did I hear him right? No, he definitely said those words. Does he have an idea? He definitely suspects something. Damn guy, he's annoying me with his self-confidence. Sure, Shikamaru is no slouch, but even if I do those stupid things, how will he prove my guilt? He only has guesses. However, I have the whole night. If I go now, I will be back by morning. With each step my confidence grows stronger, and the fear of the future becomes weightless. In front of the door of my own apartment I decide to resurrect Hidden, thereby atoning for the murder of Kakazu. I must repay the debt to Akatsuki for my life by bringing back the fighter. In the apartment I quickly change into all black, in order to be less noticeable to someone's unwanted gaze. At the threshold I glance in the mirror. Terrible fear, but now I have no time for beauty. As if in a dream, I pass the gates of Konoha, remaining unnoticed. Losing track of time, I reach the hated Nara forest. The forest of my clan will never let him get out from under the ground. Shikamaru's words come to mind. If this forest does not let Hidden or me out, then I swear, the Nara will not have a single stump left. The world froze, allowing me to move towards my goal at lightning speed. As if it was supposed to be that way. As if the damned Jashin himself was helping me get his loyal priest. Overcoming the distance, millions of thoughts swarmed in my head, one interrupting the other. It was terribly scary to be caught and, at the same time, I was bursting with the desire to save my former comrade. Adrenaline burned my insides, giving me speed and making my heart literally burst from the blows. Answer, I stand before the entrance to the Nara clan's forest. It's private property, so anyone who isn't a clan member can't go here without permission. But who cares when you can knock trees down by the roots with a single click? I walk slowly along the path, deeper and deeper into the forest labyrinth. Somewhere here, under the earth, lie the remains of the priest. I hope I don't throw up while I'm collecting them. I move quietly, trying not to disturb this deathly silence of the night. Suddenly I notice a thin stream of alien power. I follow it, noticing that it is becoming more and more noticeable. Have I really found him? Not noticing anything, I am already running towards this energy. Somewhere around the bend, another 10 meters, and more. I must be in the middle of the forest. My heart speeds up when I see a silhouette of a person instead of the expected chunks underground. Someone alive and someone very familiar stands in the shadow of a tree. A click of a light illuminates an elongated pale face and a black high tail. A stream of smoke slowly rises upward, and my nose immediately smells nicotine. He comes out from behind a tree into the moonlight, not looking at me. His gait is lazy and he has one hand in his pocket. He doesn't have a tire protector, but even without that I know he's my neighbor in the village. After all, I asked you not to do stupid things, Naruto, he says in a hoarse voice, blowing smoke to the side. I won't let you carry out your plans. His eyes widen, glaring at me with condemnation. I've hurt him. This is his revenge, and I'm trying to give life back to the one who took it from Asuma, someone important to Shikamaru. I understand his feelings, but let him understand mine. The cigarette flies away, dying in mid-flight, as the Nara puts his fingers together, activating his shadow technique. He picked the best time, when the full moon gives him the advantage of multiple shadows. But I won't give up so easily. I came here for Hidden, and I won't leave without him, even if that guy brings the entire Konoha army with him. Chapter 27. Shikamaru fought with all his might. Apparently, the guy was working on a previously planned strategy. He managed to hit me hard several times and even reached my throat with his shadow hand. But after several unsuccessful attempts to pull the advantage in the fight to his side, anger and despair gradually clouded my opponent's mind. And then he made the biggest mistake of his life. He let me get too close. I used all my strength to throw the guy back, kicking him in the chest. After flying a few meters, Shikamaru was literally slammed into a tree. He sank and put his hand to his chest, apparently trying to recover from a strong blow. At that moment, I was next to him and stared intently into the enemy's eyes, clouded with pain and anger. Look, we can still work this out. Fuck you, the boy roared, wincing in pain, you damn traitor. Apostate. Why did you even come back to the village? I considered you a friend, and you're going to resurrect that piece of shit who killed my teacher. Calm down, I said quietly, reaching out my hand to him. I still don't want to hurt the guy, even though he's in my way. Don't touch me. He abruptly pushed my hand away. It seems like I felt the blood boiling in my veins for a minute. This guy is so annoying with his stubbornness. Grabbing the dark-haired guy by the shoulders, I roughly shake him and press him harder into the tree, depriving him of the ability to move. I don't want to kill. Losing your teacher is an irreparable loss for you, and I understand what it's like to lose loved ones. But understand my position too. I'm ready to leave the village forever, if you wish, after I take Hidden. I'll bury you both, the shadow ninja said through clenched teeth. All I can do is neutralize the Nara for a while. So, suppressing the growing anger, I gently place my palm on the dark crown of the boy's head and, hooking the soul, begin to pull it upward. His thoughts and parts of memories begin to fill my head. Playing shogi with his father, the battle with Tayuya, receiving the rank of Chunin, trapping Hidden, Asuma's dead face and talking to a pregnant Kurenai. Immersed in these bright emotions, I miss the moment when the guy pushes me away with fierce hatred in his eyes. My legs stopped obeying, as if filled with lead, and I began to feel and see his thoughts more and more clearly. Here it is, the moment when the guy was developing a strategy against Hidden and Kakazu on the black and white shogi field. And here is the terrible pain that fettered both our hearts at the sight of dead Asuma. And also the sharp burning of the lungs from the first cigarette in his life that Nara smoked. And the emptiness that enveloped Shikamaru at the sight of Ino and Choji's tears in black clothes gave off a sour taste on my tongue. I live his life exactly up to the moment when I feel the hardness of the tree behind me and the spiral eyes of the man in front of me. He says something that makes the emptiness burn inside, forcing me to breathe deeper and speak louder. He moves his hand, from which I feel warmth on the top of my head, turning into an unpleasant burning. And these terrible spirals, devouring the soul with dead calm. My eyes snap open, suddenly realizing what I've done. Konoha's top strategist is lying face down in front of me. He's dead. Ignoring the wetness on my cheeks, I fall to my knees in front of the boy and turn him onto his back. His eyes are wide, staring lifelessly into the emptiness that immediately filled me. No regret, no remorse, gives me an excuse. I lean over Na's body, looking at him closely. The moonlight falls on the boy's skin, making it seem ghostly white. He is like a ghost, about to fly up and leave this mortal earth. A hot tear falls on his cheek, rolling down and dissolving in the earth. My panic, which had just begun, suddenly fades. As if my soul had flown away with this ghost. There is silence all around. Not a breath of wind, not even a random night insect disturbs this moment. Only the ringing in my ears and the pounding of my heart let me know that I am still breathing and still alive. His glassy eyes still stare into space. The cold suddenly gripped my body, preventing me from moving. Through the nasty ringing, I suddenly heard the distinct sound of drops falling into the water, familiar rustling sounds and breathing. The feeling of a heavy gaze made me raise my head. Red. I immediately realized where I was. How long are you going to sit on your ass over a corpse? The fox asked rudely. I am silent. It is not that the lump in my throat prevents me from speaking. No, the words simply do not come to my mind. Emptiness has filled my body, which is why I can hardly even perceive his speech. It is like a comatose state. Stop staring, my hair is standing on end, the Bayou snorts, casually waving one of its 9 tails. Seeing no reaction, he continues. Do you even know how many hours you spend sitting over the dead man's buff? If I hadn't called you here, you probably would have sat there until the Nara family went for a walk in the forest and stumbled upon your couple. His words flow into my ears, dissolving in my head in tiny fragments of meaning. Am I really sitting here for hours? Enough. I hate to sit in this carcass while you act like a little girl. The 9-tailed fox loses patience and, clutching the metal bars of his prison, continues his angry tirade. If you, a mortal, had seen as much death as I have, you would be lying face down on the ground, like your friend. Death haunts everyone, there is no need to make a tragedy out of it. But I killed him, I answer the biju in a voice hoarse beyond recognition. What? That psycho knew what he was getting into. What was he thinking when he went to your crazy friend's grave? Did he want to remember him? I hope he doesn't bring a tail with him. And you sit there and whine, although it's high time to dig up the psycho and leave this damned village. Kurama growls loudly and devours me with his eyes. There is sense in his words, no matter how hard it is to admit it. I killed Nara for Hidden, which means I need to get him out and leave. Otherwise, it turns out that I killed Shikamaru for nothing. Thank you, I say timidly, getting up from my knees. Get out of here, the tailed one says indifferently, disappearing into the darkness of the prison. I come to, sitting next to the already stiff corpse. Dawn touched the sky, painting it a pale pink color, which caused panic to arise inside me. I must have time to get the priest and hide Shikamaru before the sun finally rises. Rising to my feet, I begin to frantically walk around the body until the idea itself creeps into my blonde head. I join my fingers, concentrate the energy and create a crater in the ground as deep as I can be confident. Confidence that no sensor in Konoha will detect it. Approaching Nara, I carefully lift him into my arms. Something immediately fell to the ground with a metallic ringing sound. It seemed to be a lighter that fell out of Shikamaru's jacket pocket. Approaching the body to the edge of the crater, I look at the regular features of the face for the last time. Forgive me, I barely move my lips, muttering 2 words and, stretching out my arms, I throw him into the abyss. I don't hear how the dead body hits the bottom of the pit with a dull sound. I don't hear, cursing my sharp hearing. I cover the body with loose earth, hiding it forever from the world of the living. The only thing left is to get hidden and collect him piece by piece. The sun was already rising above the horizon when I sat before the parts of the priest laid out on the grass and his talking head. Just think about attaching legs to me instead of arms. I'll cut you up even with a mutant. The guy grumbled. And just an hour ago you were praising me and the fresh air, I sigh, connecting the shreds of torn muscles and merging them with the help of chakra. As soon as I collect the body, the energy will begin to circulate and the priest will become better than before. This doesn't relieve you of responsibility for my body, Hidden brazenly throws out. If you knew what it was like to rot in the ground, you wouldn't be so smart. Ignoring the chatter of the priest Jashin, I carefully connect the restored arm to the body. Putting together a person like a puzzle is terrible. Seeing these organs, these ligaments and other nastiness. Perhaps doctors are the most resilient people in our world. It was a horrific sight when I first pulled out the remains. Black, dried blood, darkened bones, torn muscles and ligaments, and individual body parts. Some of the flesh had begun to rot. The head wasn't as badly damaged, Hidden's lip was torn, and his skin was badly burned in the explosion, leaving no hair left. Overall, it was quite a sight. This living corpse definitely looked worse than Shikamaru in his final moments. At least I was luckier than Kakazu, I suddenly hear. I raise my head and our eyes meet. Does he really hate me for killing the treasurer? What? Was all I could say. Have you gone completely deaf? I'm saying I'm luckier than that stingy Kakazu. You pulled me back from the other world, and you only sent him there. I always knew you cared about me, Hidden, or rather his head, purrs playfully. So, nothing. The murder of his companion didn't affect him in any way. Heartless idiot. But for some reason I'm incredibly glad that he doesn't hate me. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll bury you for another week, I smirk, and anyway, when a head hits on you, it's weird, to say the least. When I recover, you will know what it means to pick up, youngster. The priest threatens with a loud laugh. His laughter warms my soul. Having finished restoring the body, I examine the result meticulously. The arms and legs are symmetrically positioned, the organs should all be in place. Horrible scars cover the entire athletically built body, but scars, as we know, adorn a man. Stop staring, pervert, I want to feel something other than my brain working, my head grumbles impatiently. You know what I think. I say with a wide smile. Well, what else is there? Your clothes burned when the seals exploded. What will you wear to the lair? And I'll sew myself an outfit from your mouth that won't close. Stop talking nonsense, let's finish. Barely holding back my laughter, I take my head in my hands and bring it to my body, joining the torn edges of my neck into one whole. Hidden takes a deep breath, causing his chest to rise. Well, I can breathe, the priest said in a deeper voice. He runs his palms along the ground, squinting from the pleasant sensation of his own body. Then he slowly rises to his feet and takes a few steps. And I can walk, stretching my arms, the guy notes. If you also eat normally, I demand great respect for my person, I declare smugly. You haven't grown up to my respect yet, the puppy, looking at himself, he mumbles, although you tried pretty hard. I smile silently, looking at the guy's broad back. He is not at all embarrassed by the lack of any clothes, he looks at himself smugly, feeling every scar. I need to visit the brothel to check my working condition. You can go to hell, but let's get out of here. Hidden laughs hollowly, looking at the blue sky and bright sun. Despite all his sarcasm, he is happy to breathe fresh air. His crimson eyes sparkle with joy, he will not hide it. The priest of Jashan raised his hand and felt his face. Are you very ugly? He suddenly asked. The main thing is that you're alive, I answer honestly and, unable to contain myself, I add with a smile, a terrible freak. He turns away with displeasure and walks down the path. I immediately follow him, but catching a glint of sunlight in the grass, I see the same metal lighter I dropped a few hours ago. Quickly picking up the evidence, I hurry after the naked priest. I think I'm your entry fee. After all, we have one vacancy, Hidden asks ingratiatingly. I tensed up at his question. You could say that, I say quietly. I'm not going to tell him about my feelings of guilt, but I haven't thought about joining. Yet I need shelter. And you will go much further than old man Kakazu. The priest grins, which even makes it easier for me to walk. Well, let's head home, kid. The apostate pats me on the shoulder in a friendly manner, smiling with all his remaining teeth. Commentary on Chapter 27. Guys, 1001 apologies for the wait. Honestly, I have completely abandoned any ideas regarding this work. I even wanted to delete it at a certain point. But the situation has changed. There are ideas, so the fanfic will be replenished with new chapters. Thank you all for reading, smiley face. Chapter 28. The door opened with a short, nasty creak. Hidden confidently entered the shelter, feeling like he was the master of this place again. I, however, stood there uncertainly, not daring to take a step. It's a strange feeling. Once, leaving this place with the Kazekage in my arms, I was sure that I would erase Akatsuki from my life forever. And now I have nowhere to go. Until they notice Shikamaru's disappearance, I remain above suspicion. But this will not last long. Soon people will rush to look for the strategist, and then they will notice my absence and, putting two and two together, they will begin an investigation. Purely formally, to officially start and successfully close the case. How long has it been since I showed up here? A month. 2. It's funny, the spirit of my native village didn't last even half a year. Can you imagine? The priest's voice rang out, I rose from the dead, and no one cares. Infidels. Exhaling, I nevertheless entered the room. Nothing had changed. The same furniture and furnishings, the same atmosphere that I loved so much. But something had become different. Something had broken inside me, otherwise how could I explain this emptiness inside? It was as if I had returned to an old house, but it turned out that it had been sold long ago. There are none at all. Hidden does not calm down, loudly slamming the room doors. Then he went up to me. That's how it happens, old man. No one is waiting for you in this life. No one is needed by anyone. He moved the chair with some annoyance and plopped down on it. The guy took the trouble to cover his body, exhausted by the underground prison, by dressing it in shapeless black clothes. He suddenly began to stare into space, which is not very similar to the former Hidden, who would rather quarrel with someone than feed bread. Perhaps he still damaged his head more than it seemed at first. You look like shit, suddenly woke up guy, you look like a fucking ghost. You should eat some fat and get some sleep first. He looks at my figure skeptically, shaking his head. I really want to tell him where he was a few hours ago, but now is not the best time for jokes. I need to leave, the priest said, nodding to himself. Time to thank Jashan for getting me out of that damn hole. Let's skip the details and particulars of your great rescue. I silently note this loud statement of the guy. Don't you want to wait for the guys and report that you are alive? I need to perform a ritual, otherwise what good will your modest help do, he says wearily. I always guessed that he wasn't a very grateful person. That's not what worries me right now. I need him to prove, that I came here without any hidden intentions. It would be very strange if they came back and saw a guy who killed a member of the organization the other day. And here we have Hidden, which will add to my respect. At least, that's my idea. I'll go with you, I throw to the guy. What joy, Hidden exclaims, and I recognize those familiar sparks in his eyes. You are an unbeliever. The great Jashan forgave me only one spectator, and it is clearly not you. With these words he rose from his chair, leaning on the table. It is noticeable that the strength is leaving his body very quickly. It seems that if he really does not perform his demonic ritual, then I have not helped him much. As much as I don't want to get into his head, I have to. Otherwise, I won't be able to choose a strong enough argument without revealing my uncertainty in anticipation of the imminent meeting with the others. And now fragments of his internal dialogue slowly begin to penetrate my head. The more thoughts are revealed to me, the more transparent his body seems. The streams of chakra are very tangled, and in some places they barely intertwine. As far as I know, this is fraught with grave consequences for any ninja. However, I have found out all the intricacies of his ritual. He just needs a victim. And how is he going to look for someone, much less kill someone in such a state? If I let him go, then it is unlikely that we will meet again. Let me help you, I say, looking dispassionately into the crimson-red eyes. Right now I can break you with one finger. Stick your finger in me and I'll bite your throat off, he snapped, moving toward the door. His condition is deteriorating more slowly than I think, but fast enough for him to stab someone himself. And how will you find anyone here? There is not a soul around, I remind the priest. I can help find a person for you. What do you know about this, infidel? He hisses menacingly, glaring at me with displeasure. Look, I can tell you to go to hell along with your Jashin, but then you'll die in the nearest bushes. Do you need that? I don't understand when this rage filled my body. The guy's stupid hang-ups irritate me to the point of shaking in my body. I didn't dig the ground with my hands so that he wouldn't last until Akatsuki arrived. He was taken aback by my tone, as if he had not expected my attack. Then, after a little mental investigation, the details of which I prefer not to know, he nods weakly. I need a few hours, he quietly drops, and a weapon. I don't have a scythe. It must have been left in that damn hole in the Nara forest. I silently head to the door and exit the lair, feeling the coolness of the night. I hear quiet footsteps behind me. Hidden is ready to work. Well, it's time for me to start. After a few hours of searching for the victim, killing it with Hidden and the general time of the ritual, we return to the lair. The warm morning sun pleasantly warms our bodies, and I feel monstrously tired. The only desire for me at the moment is sleep. Healthy deep sleep. I don't even care that my stomach hasn't seen food for more than a day. Although, after seeing the disgust, my appetite will not return to me anytime soon. It would be fine if this crazy guy had simply killed his unfortunate victim, a random ninja who by a mistake of fate found himself outside the shelter, but he began to literally pour his blood on himself, simultaneously drawing the signs of his deity. For a minute, it even seemed to me that the guy had gone crazy, like a hungry animal who saw meat after a month of starvation. Coming close to the lair, familiar streams of chakra immediately pierce me like needles, all assembled. In addition to moral and physical fatigue, my hands begin to shake by themselves. And this is not banal fear, this is something deeper, similar to the anticipation of something very important. Go through it faster, I'd like to get there before the sun sets, Hidden urges, not noticing my miserable state. It's for the best, I think. This time he doesn't stand on ceremony with the door, almost knocking it off its hinges. The priest's loud, signature cry makes all the people gathered turn around. The impenetrable faces and even colder eyes of the criminals burn into Hidden, as if trying to make sure that it is really him. Then the gazes turn to me. And at that moment I stop shaking. For some reason, now I suspiciously don't care about everything that is happening around me. What are you standing there for? Isn't this the most spectacular sight in your lives? The guy asks mockingly, swaggering towards the assembled group. Just so you know, we came in the evening, but didn't find you. And I don't want to know what other business you were on. Kisum looks at Hidden with distrust, clenching his fists. Pain and Conan exchange glances, as if conducting a silent dialogue. Sasori and Deodara also remain silent. And only the black eyes, familiar to the point of pain in the chest, do not leave me. And what is most unexpected for me, I am ready to burst into tears under such a look, ready to give up everything for them. It penetrates under the skin with memories of the past, of those times when I saw him every day, when he taught me. Now he stands in front of me, as if asking questions, not expecting to receive answers. Uchiha Itachi, this seems a little more difficult than it seemed before. What are you doing here? Asks Pain. As the true head of the organization, he takes matters into his own hands. I expected a warmer welcome for someone who had risen from the dead. Hidden laughs loudly, clapping his hands. It was Jashin's will that I survived. And this guy gave me a little help to get out of the grave. I think that'll be enough to stop you from staring. It's unnerving me. Why did you come? Now his gaze moves to me. I have nowhere to go. I answer his question so simply and calmly. Hidden is my rejected opportunity to return to the village. Yeah. Kisum suddenly stood up from the table, looming over him menacingly, as if wanting to get closer to me, take the Kazekige's body without permission, putting our organization at risk of being discovered, destroying our fighter and undermining the overall trust between us. You decided to come back. Were you afraid that the bratty Hokage would cut off your tails in the future and dragged yourself here? Are you looking for protection, brat? Patience, Kisum. The red-haired man's loud voice stopped the angry triad of the fish. He continued to glare at me menacingly, but sat down, not daring to contradict the leader. Pain turned to me, expecting some kind of reaction. I think he won't be amused by my sunken, almost lifeless face. On which, moreover, a reflection of indifference to the swordsman's words is splashing. Yes, I'm looking for shelter. I continue this small talk. What happened to Kakazu happened. I do not absolve myself of responsibility for it. That is why I helped Hidden return alive. And all I need is temporary shelter. That's it. The cards are on the table. I want to end this humiliation as soon as possible and be alone for a while. The organization listened attentively to my revelations. I don't know and don't want to know what exactly they're thinking about. Although, what's unclear here? Kisum voiced all the claims, and you can't argue with these arguments. Come on, Pain said quietly, moving away towards the rooms. Ignoring the swordsman's murderous gaze and the other guy's less hateful looks, I follow the leader. And I don't feel anything good, which is only confirmed by the sad black coals of his eyes. As I passed the angry fish, I heard a short phrase that was obvious not only to me: you are no longer welcome here. Pain enters the very room where I lived for several years. I spent 2.5, even 3 years here, since Pain brought my half-dead body here after the fight with Sasuke. Memories immediately came flooding back, clearly not in the mood for a serious conversation. I had barely entered the room when 5 men in the organization's black cloaks immediately entered behind me. They closed the door tightly and stood in front of me. Together with Pain, they look very scary, all red-haired, all pierced, and each with a rinnegan. I only know 3 of these people: Ninjendo, Shurado, and, of course, the leader himself. I've been waiting for you to return, Naruto, Pain began. He nodded toward the bed, motioning for me to sit. I don't see the point in hiding anything from you, because you'll find out soon enough. And it will be worse for you. He fell silent, closing his eyes. And instead of fear or any apprehension, I feel serenity, some kind of absolute indifference to him, his words and decisions, to Akatsuki and the whole world in general. It seems that if all 6 people were to tear me to shreds now, having first pulled out the tailed beast and torn out my eyes, this empty serenity would not leave my consciousness. And the only thing that worries me a little is that I am not actually exaggerating my feelings. There is absolutely no point in holding you back by locking you in here. There is also no point in making your whole life work for us, against us, or anything else. But abandoning you now is simply stupid. You will not be able to develop further, because despite your physical strength, you are still a weak, naive and stupid child. Demonic powers and a childish worldview are too heavy a mixture. He fell silent again. It was funny to hear that addressed to me. I wouldn't say that he was monstrously wrong, but I preferred to think a little better of myself until this moment. Apparently, I was so helpless that he spoke so contemptuously. But this demonic power of his made me remember one of the popular nicknames from all the many that the children and adults of Konohagakure generously bestowed upon me. They called me demon, and other such heresies, heartily sprinkled with hateful notes. And once I burned with rage, barely hearing this, but now such things only cause a good-natured grin. You can't live in any village, because you'll soon be on the wanted list. You can't live alone in isolation. So I suggest you stay here. These bodies, he pointed at the red-haired ninja, are proof of how much you have to master. I'll continue to teach you, develop your dojutsu, and you, in turn, won't dare to poke your nose into our affairs anymore and will unquestioningly carry out any tasks that are assigned to you. Otherwise, do whatever you want, within reason, of course. A kind of job with permanent residence and free services. I agree, I nod immediately, closing my eyes. I'm so sleepy that the red-haired people start to blur in my vision, and Pain's voice sounds like I'm in another universe. Being an elite slave for these guys. While you can still hear me, the voice of the Akatsuki leader comes from the very bottom of my consciousness. Think about who you are and what you want to bring to this world. What must the son of the fourth Hokage become to be worthy of his father? My eyes reflexively opened, looking at the center of the room. For some reason, all the emptiness inside me began to freeze, gathering in a nasty, sticky fear in my stomach. Sitting alone in the room, I watched fragments of a dream I once had flashing in my head, in which I greedily destroyed Konoha, standing on the stone head of the fourth Hokage. Commentary on Chapter 28. Yes, the moment finally came when I pulled myself together and started doing something smiley face. I don't think any comments are appropriate here, but I really want to express my gratitude to all those readers who waited for the continuation for a year. I am glad that you have not forgotten this fanfic, despite the long absence of new chapters. I will not change the status of the work, as some would like. I will not, because the work will not be abandoned, no matter how presumptuous it may sound. Quickly or not, but it will come to a logical conclusion. Thanks again everyone's smiley face. Chapter 29. The loud clang of weapons that filled the Valley of the End marked the beginning of our battle. I had been waiting for this moment for 5 years, and now it has arrived, heating my blood and pumping it through my veins at an unprecedented speed. The black pools spark with hatred, but they watch so intently, as if trying to see their reflection in me. Every movement is honed to perfection, every blow aimed at the most vulnerable points of the body. With some admiration, I admit that in terms of physical fitness, Sasuke is upholding the honor of his clan. Throwing aside the kunai, which reflects the enemy's dexterous katana attacks, I form seals and create a fireball. A simple, but quite effective technique of the Uchiha clan, which Itachi taught me several years ago. The heat of the battle flame is directed towards the brunette, increasing in size. But this fire cannot compare with the blazing fire inside me, which burns through my stomach and chest, rises to my throat, interfering with my already ragged breathing, and settles under the skin, heating it up painfully. Sasuke repeats the seals, mirroring my technique. 2 clots of flame merge, soaring upward, and from the heat the enemy appears, holding a sparkling lightning bolt in his hand. I recognize my beloved sensei's Chidori among 1,000. I grab Sasuke's hand by the wrist, deflecting the lightning bolt to the side, just like Itachi once did. With a powerful kick to the chest, I send the guy flying back and crashing into the stone figure of Uchiha Madara. Cracks quickly spread across the stone to the loud sound of bones crunching. The first scarlet drops fell from the Uchiha's lips. He quickly wiped it with the back of his hand and looked up at me with blood-red eyes. I thought you were supposed to be stronger, he chuckled. I keep quiet, however, the provocateur's words hurt me deeply. He is so similar to my brother that it's mind-boggling. Those jet-black locks, porcelain skin and the look of his crimson eyes. But at the same time I understand that he is nowhere near the wise and reasonable Itachi, to whom I had become attached with all my soul, never finding the strength to let go. The salt from my tears stung my eyes for a long time, eating away at the thin skin of my face after the death of the elder Uchiha, not to mention the emptiness and constant loneliness, which made the loss seem even harder. Even though death at the hands of his brother was Itachi's last will, the sticky and cold tentacles of hatred, resentment and thirst for revenge squeezed my throat every night. The pain of losing the only bright person drove me crazy, distorted all the facts, turning Sasuke into a bloodthirsty madman whom I wanted to burn, drown, cover alive with a thick layer of earth, anything, just to make him suffer. It may not bring the departed back to life, but perhaps grief will loosen its grip. The Akatsuki ring and the 3-ring necklace are all that remains of the elder Uchiha. I kept the pendant to remind myself of how short the lives of those I love are. Perhaps I should thank you for your modest help in developing my Sharingan. Sasuke suddenly grins, although disposable pawns are not worth gratitude. With these words, the tomo in his eyes swirled, revealing its unique pattern to me. Having read many scrolls and delved into the Uchiha clan archives, I know for sure that the pattern of this form of the Sharingan of each Uchiha is unique, but more importantly, this form gives access to 3 techniques of the clan. I am sure that not only will I see them soon, but I will also experience their power on myself. And I also feel in my gut that the bastard transplanted Itachi's eyes into himself, such a glorious clan tradition. Are the hidden abilities of these eyes really worth the dead bodies of brothers and fathers? On the eve of his death, Itachi told me a lot. He opened my eyes to the world of shinobi, full of lies and covered in dried blood, shed light on the peculiarities of the Uchiha clan, on the secrets of the foundation of Akatsuki, on the eye of the moon. And from that moment on, my life changed. It was as if I dove into a cruel reality, starting to choke from bitterness and the oncoming despair. Itachi could not accept the situation, resisted it to the end, sacrificing his family for strangers. Just like my father once did. And what did their efforts turn out to be? The first was declared a renegade at the same moment, and the second is revered in between bouts of hatred for his only heir. I was declared a renegade immediately after returning to Akatsuki. The village noticed Shikamaru's sudden disappearance. The investigation was in full swing. I'm sure it was more for the record than for any real need. The circumstances were too obvious. After the discovery of Nara's body and my disappearance in a remarkably similar time frame, the guardians of the law put two and two together and filed papers to declare me an enemy of the village and the shinobi union as a whole. The best fighters of Konoha often showed up on the threshold of our lair. I would be lying if I called the meeting with Hitaki, who led another group of raiders, pleasant. Their task was extremely simple: to deliver a criminal to the village. The escaped Jinchuriki, the main weapon of the village, betrayed the village and the country, killed a compatriot, conspired with a criminal organization. These are just a few points from my dossier. I became the most wanted fugitive, which ruined the lives of not only me, but also my comrades. Which led to something irreparable. The country's authorities sent streams of elite combat units to our location. The lair, along with most of the group, was destroyed. But Itachi had foreseen this, too. He warned that with such power I was cursed to be the culprit of the deaths of all those who would appear nearby, and the feeling of guilt would soon cloud my mind. Closing his eyes, he repeated with a sad smile that Sasuke and I had much more in common than it seemed at first glance. At the time, this greatly puzzled and even insulted me. 5 years have passed like a storm through my life. Although I learned everything I could about the Rinnegan and Sharingan, the history of the villages, the purpose of their creation, the most classified materials and secrets of the state, I lost absolutely everything. The organization, although they did not treat me so warmly in the twilight of their existence, fell. The organization that I can call the only family I had. Together we could destroy armies, but the forces of the state knew the capabilities of each of us. The best minds of the state strategized for every step, for every breath we took. Only memories of past greatness remained. Pain was the last one left with me. He managed to reveal the true goal of the organization: peace for the world through illusions. The child of prophecy, as he christened me, was supposed to complete the mission, becoming the guardian of the 10 tails. Pain told me about Tobi, the masked man who was responsible for my parents' deaths, the participant in the Uchiha clan massacre. Together with the man whose help I found secondary and unpleasant, the Eye of the Moon plan must be carried out. Pain is gone, and the bad hidden, the calculating Kakazu, the charming Konan, the hot-tempered Deidara, the silent Sasori. The dear Itachi, twice an orphan. I hadn't heard from Tobi in years, but he had recently returned. But the younger Uchiha was still the last piece of this version of the world that was rapidly crumbling. Raising my hand in front of me, I use a gravity technique, causing the Uchiha to immediately start moving towards me. But now, with his Mangekyo Sharingan active, his powers have increased significantly. Having created Chidori in his hand, he immediately scatters it into many chakra needles and throws it in front of him. Not having time to react quickly, I get a completely pierced palm. My hand goes numb for a while, hanging limply. Thank goodness for accelerated regeneration, otherwise everything would have ended much faster. Sasuke does not keep me waiting and strikes, throwing me in the opposite direction. To say that after 5 years of living in this hell I became like a shadow is to say nothing. From constant lack of sleep, circles appeared under my eyes no worse than Gaara's. My hair grew, I became almost a copy of my father. My body became very thin. There was hardly anything left from my former childishness, as well as from faith in the future. The spark went out when I saw Pain's lifeless body, but the decision I made is the only thing that keeps me moving forward. I didn't have time to meet the 7th path of the owner of the Rinnegan. He was identified and destroyed, causing all 6 of his bodies that were nearby at that moment to collapse without signs of life. The man who taught me everything I can will forever remain a mystery. My breathing is interrupted for a few seconds, and there is impenetrable darkness in my eyes. From a strong blow, I lose my sense of space for a few seconds, which Uchiha takes advantage of, immediately showering me with a hail of powerful blows. Seeing right through me, he hits me right in the most vulnerable places. Sasuke draws his sword and points it at my throat, smirking contemptuously, feeling superior. Weakling. Even with your own dojutsu, you're still a worthless brat. I hate being your rival. After all, I didn't even use any special techniques, and you already showed the Sharingan in all its glory. He narrows his eyes and I feel his anger on my skin. The guy touches the cold blade of his katana to my neck and slowly cuts the skin. Drops of blood begin to flow down, leaving red trails. He is impatiently waiting for fear or something similar from my side. You don't even resist while I cut you into pieces, worthless thing. Uchiha yells, desperately not understanding my calm behavior. Trying to memorize your face before it stops being so pretty, I counter, gripping the blade with both hands, pushing it away from me. I forcefully push the guy away and, looking closely into his eyes, easily break the elegant weapon. The blade is immediately covered in the blood of my cut palms. I channel chakra into the katana fragments and transform it into lightning. Throwing both pieces at Sasuke, I charge at him. The lightning weapon pierces the rock as Uchiha dodges it with agility. The boy rushes towards me with all his fury. We resume hand-to-hand combat, but this time I strike intelligently, not giving Sasuke a second to think about his strategy. Catching a moment of uncertainty in the guy's actions, I swing a blow straight into his stomach, throwing my opponent back into the wall. A heart-rending, loud scream reverberates throughout the valley as the Uchiha crashes into the remains of his katana sticking out of the wall. In an instant I am at his side, pushing him further into the wall. His eyes widen, hissing in pain. The sound inflames me, causing me to hit him with all the bloodlust I can muster. My vision is clouded by a dull, animalistic desire for revenge, a desire for blood and suffering. But Uchiha isn't so simple as to stand and endure, so he used this confusion to stab my leg with a kunai several times, bringing me back to reality. As I moved away from Sasuke, I felt chakra particles making the air viscous and heavy. Noticing the emerging outline of a huge body, I immediately understood, Uchiha was creating Susanoo. The warrior's purple ribs immediately surrounded the shinobi, creating a strong defense. My guesses were confirmed. Uchiha really did transplant his brother's eyes. Otherwise, how else can one explain this painfully familiar admixture of Itachi's chakra in the bones of the Susanoo warrior? Through the ghostly protection, I peer into the eyes of the heavily breathing Sasuke, and in the pattern of his eyes I recognize elements of Itachi's Sharingan. I barely glanced at my opponent before I started getting sucked in. Those eyes are powerful if they can catch me in an illusion with such incredible speed. All the archives and scrolls say that the Uchiha clan's Tsukuyomi is a personal hell for every prisoner of the technique. I find myself and Sasuke in the void. Everything is white around, there is no floor or ceiling. The guy's gaze is confused, he looks at me expectantly. Suddenly, the Uchiha's body begins to split into two, but instead of Sasuke's clone, Itachi appears in front of us. It really does feel like torture, but the elder is the same as I last saw him. Too alive to be a soulless clone. Looking at Sasuke, I suddenly realize that these are not his illusions at all. He looks at his brother with too much surprise, obviously hardly believing what he sees. My chakra is not enough for long conversations, Itachi says with a sad smile. I was obliged to seal a part of myself in these eyes in order to meet you both at the right moment. Itachi, Sasuke whispers. Time just for me, he says, raising his hand, turning to his brother. I'm so sorry that things turned out this way. I really wanted to see you become the strongest shinobi in history, and hating me should have driven and motivated you. But I didn't take into account everything that could have gotten in your way. So I apologize for everything I've done, brother. No matter what, I love you. With these words he tapped Sasuke on the forehead with his fingers. I remember this gesture he once did to me. For some reason my heart sank disgustingly when I saw the pitiful face of the younger one. Lips wet with tears whispered something, trying to hold the illusion in his hands. Toby watched the brothers fight. He taunted the boy bitterly, saying that if Itachi hadn't wanted his brother to kill him, Sasuke wouldn't have had the strength to win. The gap in strength between the two was immeasurably large. As soon as the elder Uchiha's body began to dissolve, he immediately turned to me. Naruto, he said, all I ask of you is that you preserve my legacy. And suddenly all the air was knocked out of my lungs. As if I had lived in vain for the last 5 years. As if all the losses had been in vain. But I owe too much to Itachi. Unable to force a word out, I silently watch as the painfully familiar image dissolves, disappearing into eternity. In an instant we come to our senses in the same place where the battle began. Sasuke looks at me with empty black eyes, completely devoid of any emotions. Terrible melancholy suddenly changed to contempt for him. The anger in his blood is off the scale, which is why the fox's whisper was heard from the depths of the subconscious. Emotions are replaced with unbearable speed, but at the same time there is a frightening emptiness in my head. All that I want to erase my entire life. Erase childhood, the fox, the Rinnegan, Akatsuki, the Uchiha brothers, all the villages and countries. It all seems like some kind of meaningless illusion that brings me back to memories, stringing me with dull pain and a sense of the meaninglessness of such existence. This hurricane of emotions disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Hey, Sasuke suddenly says loudly. For some reason, I feel unbearable standing next to him. I sharply raise my hand in front of me, interrupting the guy who hasn't said anything yet, and use the attraction technique. In my other hand, I create a chakra receiver, another unique feature of the Rinnegan. A useful thing, one of the last ones I learned. Approaching me, Sasuke creates a chidori, putting it in front of him. But I do not cancel the technique, pulling it with even greater force. And a second before his lightning collides with my palm, I change the technique of attraction to the technique of absorption of chakra, in an instant, absorbing the lightning of chidori. Turning around, I stick the chakra receiver into Sasuke's torso, conducting a large amount of chakra. The paralyzed body falls in front of me, wheezing loudly. Grabbing him by the chest, I lift the shinobi above me, looking menacingly into his eyes. He flashes his Sharingan in response, unable to harm. It's funny that there are great people behind bastards like you. Nothing, the Uchiha wheezes. I will let you live. But if our paths ever cross again, no one will help you. Sharply pulling the chakra receiver out of Sasuke's body, I throw the guy into the water and leave without turning around. Chapter 30. How did it happen that my life has reached a dead end? Why does every step lead to nowhere? Having accidentally received unprecedented power in my hands, I lost all earthly values and landmarks. Perhaps I am too weak to master this gift. However, the fun of life is that having fallen to its bottom, I found what I came into this world for. Having left the thorny path behind, I came very close to the meaning of my whole life, to the only right decision. Sitting on my favorite place, my father's stone head, I can't help but wonder how Minato would have reacted to such a turn of events. Would he have considered my decision correct? Would he have been proud of his only son? Unfortunately, these questions will remain unanswered until the very end. Because there is no one else. Itachi's necklace pleasantly cools his palms. 3 identical rings. 3 people, so mockingly united by fate, absurdly driven into a vicious circle. Uchiha foresaw everything, humbly handing over his life into his brother's hands. A light breeze blows through the moonlit streets of Konoha. Every house is silent, broken only by the quiet breathing of those sleeping. People have no idea what awaits them tomorrow. Serene and lost in the dreams, they deserve to be cleansed of the mistakes of their fathers and grandfathers, deserve to be freed from the shackles of the false and dirty world of the shinobi. Awe fills the insides just from the thought that a once abandoned and offended child will bring purification to every black heart that exists in this reality. Allowing myself a weak smile, I raise my eyes to the sky. Today the moon seems closer than ever, as if ready to fall at my feet. The bright night disk illuminates every hidden corner of the village, examines every sleeping face. It literally pulsates, in anticipation of its hour. A scattering of small stars only cheerfully winks at the silent silence. Shall I sit down? Receiving no answer, he sits down next to me. My gaze involuntarily catches the red clouds on the black cloak. The guy quietly exhales and takes off his old mask, putting it to his left. Having cast a piercing glance at the village, he raises his head to the sky, exposing his face to the moonlight. She is especially beautiful today, he says admiringly, closing his eyes. Her time has come. I nod slightly, looking around the village again. I could rid it of its hypocrisy right now, raising every single part of it to the ground. I used to entertain such thoughts as a child after yet another beating in some inconspicuous alley. Lying on the cold ground, my broken childish knees pulled up to my chest, I imagined how the vile taunts gradually turned into screams filled with horror, how the earth cracked, burying houses and their inhabitants under it. But now I want to grant peace. Let everyone who is exactly half a bloodlust find peace and let go of their hatred. It's time for us to go, my companion says ingratiatingly, rising to his feet. I repeat his movement and put on the necklace, feeling the pleasant coolness of the metal on my neck. The blackness of my eyes slowly covers me as soon as I look up at the guy. A network of scars covers half of his pale face, as if trying to catch and hold all the attention. You won't take it. I nod towards the mask left on the stone, the pattern of which often flashed in my restless dreams. There is no need for it anymore, the guy smiles wryly, looking closely at my face. Only now do I notice that he is several centimeters taller than me. I nod. A pale palm touches my shoulder, squeezing it tightly with long fingers. Words lose their need in this simple, yet full of support and confidence gesture. I nod again, but this time to myself. I will fulfill the mission and give peace to this world. For this purpose, the earth is soaked in blood to this day. For this purpose I was created. Commentary on Chapter 30. I would like to thank every reader who waited for the end of this story. You and your activity inspired me to continue working, despite the lack of time and ideas. Thank you very much for waiting for the chapters and the emotions that you left in the comments. This work was a huge experience for me. It started as a simple sketch without any foresight, and ended up as something more, carrying all the difficulties of life with me. It would be interesting to know your opinion about the work as a whole. I am interested in criticism, indication of inaccuracies, or what you personally did not like. Leave your opinion in the comments. Thanks again to every reader.